Click, clack, click. The sound of high heels stepping into puddles was sharp and clear. As I walked out from the human corridor, those men in black finally looked up, turning to stand firm behind me. My cool, elegant features flickered in and out of the shadows cast by the umbrellas. At this moment, whether it was the campus Big Three, or the thugs from various schools present, they all couldn't help but swallow hard. An inexplicable surge of pressure welled up in their hearts. Although the men in black weren't the most numerous group on the scene, for some unknown reason, just by standing there silently, they seemed to rob everyone of the courage to oppose them, especially Scarface Vane. After seeing me under the umbrella, his legs began to feel weak involuntarily. Miss. These people actually all belonged to the Miss, although he had known for a long time that the Miss had come to Emerald City. He hadn't taken it seriously. This was the Syndicate's home turf after all. Yet, seeing the Miss again, he found himself even more terrified. 2 months ago, the Miss only had a few low-level hoodlums by her side. Now, the people surrounding her felt more like hardened professionals than even their own Syndicate members. The Syndicate didn't even have a unified uniform. Many people had an impression that gangs always had matching uniforms. In reality, that only existed in movies. But now, it truly felt like a scene from a movie had come to life. Not to mention, the sense of oppression was indeed crushing. Big Kane, standing beside him, looked relatively calm. His eyes flickered a few times before he lowered his head, seemingly deep in thought. The students from the VTC were also deeply shaken, especially the freshmen led by Madden Finch. They were shocked to discover that among these men in black, many were actually freshmen from their own year. Some were even classmates they had shared meals with in the cafeteria. However, at this moment, those classmates were watching them with cold indifference. Their gazes so alien, it was terrifying. Holy shit, this was beyond ridiculous. Among their own class of students, so many professional gangsters had been hiding, without anyone knowing, especially when they saw Mitch and Grizzly walk over, and 2 lackeys immediately and respectfully handed them black umbrellas and matching suit jackets. Only then did they finally realize the truth. It wasn't that those 2 were unwilling to roll with them, it was that they hadn't looked at them as equals at all. Looking at this grand display, they were on a completely different level. No wonder Mitch was so fearless. It turned out he had such a terrifying power backing him. I scanned the crowd of onlookers and began my introduction. My name is Vanessa Miller, a freshman at State Finance. I'm not here today for anything special. Because of your presence, the safety of our students has been severely compromised. So, I want to give you all a warning. From now on, no one is allowed to set foot near State Finance. Anyone caught at the gates without permission will face the consequences. George Young was stunned for a moment. After hearing that I was just a freshman at State Finance, he had originally thought she was some powerful figure. He didn't expect her to be just a student, and a student from a place like State Finance, of all places. Were all these men in black just a facade, just used to scare people? Among the 5 major colleges in University Town, State Finance and State Medical had always been regarded as the most useless schools. What kind of heavy hitters could they produce? At least, that was how it looked to people in the life. After all, State Finance was a top-tier school, so it was mostly full of good students. State Medical was even more extreme. Med students had 0 time to play gangster. That was a school for people truly dedicated to learning. Thinking of this, George Young wasn't that afraid of them anymore. He had so many brothers behind him, plus the backing of a syndicate boss. If he was intimidated by a woman, it would be too embarrassing. But what he failed to notice was that his so-called syndicate boss was slowly moving at a speed of 0.1 meters per second, cautiously retreating from the battlefield. So you're just a student from State Finance? Nice bluff. Little sister, don't you think you're overreaching? Look at all the brothers behind me. Do you think they'll listen to a woman? How would we ever save face in this town again? Be smart and take your group of actors and get lost. Otherwise, don't blame me for getting rough. My eyes turned icy at his words. Beneath the black umbrella, my face looked as if it were covered in frost. Mitch and the others began to look hostile. George Young, did you really think the Miss was actually negotiating with you? Also, you've really got some guts. Daring to speak to the Miss that way. On your knees. What? George Young thought he had misheard. Grizzly suddenly stepped forward and asked, Mitch, where should he kneel? Kneel before the Miss. Without a word, Grizzly walked straight up to George Young. Before George could even think of resisting, Grizzly reached out and grabbed his shoulders. With a sudden surge of force, he pinned him to the ground on his knees. The strength was terrifyingly immense. George Young's face turned purple from the effort, yet he couldn't budge an inch. Everyone else was stunned by the sight. Mitch walked up to George Young, looked at him and said, "As long as you submit, and promise to follow the Mrs. orders, I'll let you go." "Submit my ass," George Young shouted furiously. Kneeling in front of over 100 people, and to a woman, no less, was humiliating enough. If he rolled with them, he wouldn't be able to hold his head up ever again. Mitch sighed. He stood up and brushed non-existent dust from his cuff. "It looks like you're dead set on opposing us." "That's fine. I've dealt with plenty of tough guys." "Teach him how to speak properly," Grizzly asked. "Mitch, slap him?" Mitch replied, "Yes." Grizzly asked, "How many times?" Mitch thought for a moment. "Let's start with 3. Grizzly continued, "How much force should I use?" Mitch was speechless. He said casually, "Just enough for him to meet his maker." The clinical, systematic dialogue between the two left everyone else dumbfounded. Grizzly rubbed his massive head, then suddenly pulled out a small notebook. He carefully flipped to page 7, muttering to himself, "According to the standards for grading physical injuries, slapping force must be controlled within the range of facial soft tissue bruising, excluding risks of jaw displacement. No more than 7 teeth should be lost. Otherwise, it counts as a serious injury." But Mitch said, "I'm very smart, so I'm an outlaw above the law." A group of people saw Grizzly muttering there, and they were all confused again, thinking to themselves, "Is this guy a total moron? I told you to slap him, not recite a prayer." "Attack. Kill them for me." George Young knew he couldn't just wait for death. He took the chance to shout the order. But the moment the words left his mouth, he saw a massive palm from right in front of him slam into his face. A crisp crack exploded in the rainy night. George Young's head snapped back violently. His neck made a bone-chilling cracking sound. His pupils dilated instantly. It was as if stars had exploded in front of his eyes. His eardrums buzzed loudly, like a massive bronze bell vibrating wildly inside his skull. In a daze, he seemed to see a little old lady in a blue shirt, waving at him from the clouds. Grizzly tilted his head, carefully observing George Young's stunned expression. Then he looked at Mitch and said, "Mitch, I think he just saw his great-grandma." George Young's lackeys couldn't take it anymore. They were about to rush forward to save their boss. I only gave Scarface Vane a casual glance. Scarface Vane, who was nearly at the edge of the scene, immediately scrambled back to stop the crowd. "Nobody move. Nobody move. Now it's time for the one-on-one. We have to follow the rules of the game." Everyone was completely dumbfounded. What rules of the game? Their boss was about to be crippled. If they just stood by and did nothing, they'd have no loyalty left. But when they saw Grizzly, that human tank, picking up their boss like a little chick, hoisting George Young into the air, their initial anger instantly turned into pure terror. Thank God they hadn't moved against him. They could see it clearly now. This guy wasn't exactly right in the head. If he killed them in a rage, they'd just be dead for nothing. Victor Hale, the boss of the Technology Institute, and Shane Dixon, the boss of the VTC, had faces filled with absolute horror. They were thoroughly spooked. They honestly doubted whether, if Grizzly used even a little more force on George Young, the guy would actually be sent to meet his maker. From now on, the Mrs. Voice is the only one in University Town. Now, who the hell is with us and who is against us? Who's with us? Who's against us? Who's with us? Who's against us? 60 or 70 men in black roared in unison. The momentum was like a crashing wave, making everyone tremble with fear. Victor and the others saw that the tide had turned. They had no choice but to surrender. They expressed their willingness to follow Ms. Miller's rules. Scarface Vane, who seemed like an untouchable god to the students, now acted like a low-level lackey. He ran up to me, blubbering with tears and snot as he pleaded, "Miss, I've been waiting and waiting for you, and you finally arrived. The moment you showed up, I suddenly felt like a guiding light had finally appeared in my life." I waved my hand. Lance understood the signal immediately. He let out a cold shout, "Get lost." "On it. Getting lost right now." Scarface Vane beamed and led his men away, scrambling and crawling out of the park, only when they were safe inside the van. Did his racing heart finally begin to settle? That scene in the kitchen from a few months ago was still vivid in his mind. especially since the dozen or so brothers he brought Ben were still missing or dead. Combined with the Miss's current intimidating power, how could he ever dare to oppose her? He threw his boss's instructions to the back of his mind. Scarface Vane sat in the passenger seat of the van. Through the rearview mirror, he saw his dozen lackeys secretly judging him with unreadable expressions in their eyes. He let out a sharp cough and straightened his back. Listen up, brothers. We brought too few people today. Going head-to-head would have been a suicide mission. Besides, we're brothers for life. I, Scarface, could never bear to let you risk your lives for nothing. Big Kane, who was driving, took the cue immediately. He slapped the steering wheel hard. Exactly. Scarface Vane's bravery is legendary. Last time in Foggy Creek, to cover the brothers' retreat, Scarface Vane took 13 knife wounds personally. There was so much blood. The doctor said half a centimeter deeper and he'd have lost his appendix. It was that close. The lackeys looked at each other. Someone whispered, "Didn't you say it was 7 wounds last time? What do you know?" Big Kane glared at him. He got 6 more wounds while he was at the hospital. The pain was so bad he bent the bed rails with his teeth, but he never made a single sound. The van was instantly filled with the sound of people gasping in awe. Scarface Vane's face turned red. He secretly gave Big Kane a thumbs up. The lackeys all showed expressions of pure admiration. "Scarface, don't you worry. If Boss Patrick asks about this, we'll tell him you did it all to protect us." With a strategic retreat, Scarface Vane didn't say a word. "I'm with you for life from now on." "Right, Scarface is so good to us. We can't be ungrateful," Big Kane added. Scarface Vane was moved to tears. He patted Big Kane on the shoulder. Big Kane nodded back at him. Their eyes met. Everything was understood without a single word. Brothers for life. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lily Harper was in a state of pure euphoria after seeing the legendary female boss. She was absolutely buzzing, especially when she saw the woman step down from that luxury car. She almost screamed out loud. It was too cool. Whether it was the men in black bowing in perfect unison, or the female boss's casual, dismissive wave, or the way Scarface Vane fled like a kicked dog, it was incredibly domineering. Even the police officer who drove her back today looked like a complete wimp compared to her idol. Then she thought of something. She hurriedly used her phone to take a blurry photo and sent it as a message to her best friend, Vanessa Miller. She attached a text. Vanessa, I just saw the Grand Apex female boss. She's so cool. I'm literally dying. Look at this if you don't believe me. After sending the picture and the text, Lily Harper thought to herself that Vanessa would definitely be shocked and probably even envious. Of course, to prevent Vanessa from scolding her for going to such a dangerous place, she sent another text, saying a friend had taken the photo and sent it over. After sending the text, Lily Harper looked up and continued watching the scene. Then, she saw a sight that made her freeze in place. The woman under the black umbrella happened to pull out her phone at that exact moment. Wait, what a coincidence. My idol is checking a text too. Because it was already getting dark, and with the rain, she couldn't see the woman's face at all, but she could faintly see her movements. She seemed to be typing a message on her phone. Once she was done, she tucked the phone away. Just then, ding, Lily Harper's phone suddenly chimed with a text notification. She instinctively clicked it and took a look. She sent a quick reply and put her phone away. She looked back at the battlefield again, but the moment her gaze hit her idol, her body stiffened. Wait, something's not right. Is it just a coincidence? Right at that moment, the woman turned to get into the car. That silhouette from behind looked more and more familiar. Lily Harper hurriedly sent another text. Vanessa, is your family's car a Mercedes? As soon as she sent it, she looked up quickly. But she was one step too late. The figure had already sat inside and closed the door. A reply came back at that exact moment. Seeing Vanessa's reply, Lily Harper felt her mind go blank. Impossible. A good girl like Vanessa couldn't possibly be. I must have seen it wrong. Yeah, I definitely saw it wrong. The woman was already in the car. She had completely missed the chance to observe her further. On the other hand, Leo West recognized the group. Seeing one or two familiar faces might have been nothing, but seeing so many people who looked familiar was definitely a problem. It was absolutely that crew from Foggy Creek, and there were even some of his former underlings. He never expected them to show up here, and their rate of growth was just terrifying. They were traveling in a full motorcade of sedans. Leo West had originally felt that he was doing quite well for himself. He had become the king of Cyber Row, with dozens of brothers under his command and a comfortable life. But compared to them, he suddenly felt like he was a nobody. He even felt a bit of a sting. Leo didn't dare stay any longer. He quickly told Lily Harper they had to go, fearing something would go wrong if they stayed. As the motorcade drove away, the line of people kneeling on the ground slowly began to stand up. The campus Big Three had surrendered. At least on the surface, they had submitted. They promised to restrain their men and stop causing trouble at the state finance gate. In the car, I suddenly asked Lance, do you think they'll actually stay in line? Lance pondered for a moment and replied, Miss, I don't think so. George Young has a connection with the syndicate. He'll most likely try to make a comeback. We should stay alert. It hadn't been long since they arrived in University Town, but the syndicate had already begun sending people to interfere with affairs in this area. This meant they were looking for an opportunity to move against me. Using the thugs from those colleges as pawns would certainly be more convenient for them. After all, they were students. The status of being a student was indeed a relatively sensitive matter. University Town had never been controlled by any major power, for the exact reasons Lance had stated. We taught them a lesson once, so they should stay in line for a while. But we can't just sit around and wait for death, waiting for them to come knocking at our door. You've arranged for people to watch Ashton Gray, right? I asked. Everything is settled, miss, Lance replied. I nodded and said nothing more. I looked down and pulled out my phone to reply to Lily Harper's text, telling her I had already returned to campus. After Lily Harper returned, she didn't go straight to the dorm. Instead, she went to a hair salon to get her hair washed, and then went to an internet cafe to play some games. The internet cafe was bustling with noise. Since it was a holiday, the machines were basically all booked for the night. But since she knew someone at the cafe, the manager quickly found a machine for her. She put on her headphones and started playing immediately. While she was in the middle of a game, a group of uninvited guests arrived at the cafe. A man who looked like a rich heir walked in with a swagger, followed by a bunch of lackeys. Without a second thought, they began driving people out to take their machines. Scram, scram, scram. Get lost. Can't you see Master Sterling is here to go online? When the customers saw these people weren't to be trifled with, they quickly logged off and left, fearing they would get into trouble. Lily Harper was sitting in the corner. Because she was wearing headphones, she didn't notice what was happening. And even if something had happened, this internet cafe was the turf of Leo West, the big bro she knew. Most people wouldn't dare touch her. The man who looked like a rich heir had now arrived in the corner as well. Seeing Lily Harper with her dyed purple hair, dressed like a bit of a rebel, his eyes lit up. Although Lily's outfit was a bit much, her features and figure were still quite good. When he saw Lily playing a rhythm game, he directly pulled out the chair next to her and sat down by her side. Playing a game, gorgeous? Let's play together. I can keep up with a 19.8 BPM track. As he spoke, he leaned in toward Lily Harper. Because of his interference, Lily Harper made a mistake in her game. Missing her combo, she ripped off her headphones. Are you insane? She cursed. I'm not interested. Then, she forcefully pushed away the hand that was in her way. Instead, the man seized the chance to grab her wrist. Don't be so cold. Preston Sterling's fingers stroked her wrist with a smirk. If you keep me entertained, your internet fees will be on me from now on. Lily Harper jerked her hand back and stood up. Her brows were furrowed in anger. Who the hell are you? Do you know whose turf this is? Preston Sterling said dismissively. You mean Cyclops? Even if he were standing here himself, he'd have to be polite to me. Right then, the glass door of the cafe was shoved open with a bang. Leo West rushed in with 7 or 8 of his boys. When he saw Preston Sterling standing there, his body tensed up involuntarily, especially when he saw Preston seemingly trying to touch Lily Harper. A flash of anger crossed his eyes, but it vanished quickly. Master Sterling, Leo West stepped forward, forcing a smile. This little sister of mine is naive. Please, be the bigger man. Could you give me some face and let this go? In terms of actual strength, he wasn't afraid of Preston Sterling, but Preston was his financial backer. He had been able to get a foothold in University Town and gather a crew of boys, all because of Preston's financial support. Otherwise, as an outsider with nothing, it would have been nearly impossible for him to grow here. It was precisely because of that initial startup capital that he had been able to grow step by step and become the king of Cyber Row. Your sister? Preston Sterling put an arm around Leo's shoulder and walked him to the side. With a half smile, he said, "Cyclops, you never told me that you had a sister." Leo West gave an awkward laugh. "She's my sworn sister." "Sworn sister, huh?" Preston Sterling turned his head and looked at Lily Harper, who was staring at him with rage. "Sworn sister? I think you've got ulterior motives here. Tell the truth. Are you trying to hook up with this girl?" Lily Harper's figure and looks were definitely top tier. Certain aspects of her were especially eye-catching. In the eyes of these thugs, she was a certified beauty. Even if her style was a bit alternative, the foundation was there. Quite a few hoodlums on Cyber Row had ideas about her. But because of Cyclops' reputation, no one dared to touch her. Leo West neither admitted nor denied it. Preston Sterling saw right through his thoughts and whispered into Leo's ear, "How about this? We'll share her. But I get to go first. I'm not in the habit of taking someone else's leftovers. Once I'm bored of her, you can have your turn. There's no shame in taking your big bro's hand-me-downs." As he spoke, he didn't care if Leo agreed or not. He simply slapped his shoulder. "I'll give you an extra 10,000 next month. It's a deal." Leo West's face went pale then dark. To be honest, he really wanted to rub Preston Sterling's face into the ground right now. But the thought of Preston's family background made him deflate. Preston wasn't a gangster, but his family was incredibly wealthy enough to crush him with money. If he lost such a backer, his future development would likely not be so smooth. Although he could make quite a bit of money from protection fees on Cyber Row every month, there was a saying about it being easier to stay cool under a big tree. Unless absolutely necessary, he didn't want to offend this guy. While Leo was still hesitating, Preston Sterling had already returned to Lily Harper. A malicious smile appeared on his face. "Hey, gorgeous. How about we head up to a private room to play? The keyboards are better up there, and the environment is much more comfortable." Lily Harper looked at Leo West in disbelief. This guy, who usually acted like the king of Cyber Row, was now cowering like a stray dog, ducking his head and saying nothing. In that instant, a surge of inexplicable disappointment welled up in her heart. She felt disappointed in these people on the streets. They all talked big, but when things actually happened, they were completely spineless. It would have been better if they were just castrated. They weren't nearly as domineering as the female boss of the Grand Apex Alliance. Thinking of that female boss, Lily Harper's mind conjured that silhouette again, the one that was so similar to her best friend, Vanessa Miller. If it hadn't been for the fact that she had never seen Vanessa wear black clothes, she might have been certain it was her. But the priority right now was to get away. Since Leo West was unreliable, she'd have to call the police. Seeing her pull out her phone, Preston Sterling said arrogantly, "You want to call the cops? Do you have any idea who I am? Even if you called the police, they wouldn't do a thing to me. Just be a good girl and come play with me. I promise I'll never be stingy with my women." He was telling the truth. Given his family's status in Emerald City, the police really might not dare to arrest him. The Sterling Group was one of the city's largest taxpayers. Even local leaders had to show them some respect. Slap. A loud smack landed on Preston Sterling's face. "In your dreams!" Lily Harper gritted her teeth. Preston touched his burning cheek, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. "Very well. Take her upstairs for me." Several of his followers immediately surrounded her. The customers in the internet cafe with their headphones on lowered their heads, pretending they hadn't seen a thing. Even Leo West had chickened out. Who would dare to speak up now? Besides, looking at how the girl was dressed, she didn't look like a particularly decent girl anyway. "Don't come any closer." Lily Harper backed up a few steps, her back hitting the wall. "I'm warning you, if you come any closer, I'm not going to be nice." Preston Sterling wasn't the least bit intimidated by her. This wasn't the first time he'd done something like this. If there was ever any real trouble, a little money could always settle it. Just as Lily Harper was prepared to fight for her life, the piercing sound of a police siren suddenly wailed. Preston Sterling's face instantly darkened, thinking to himself, what bad luck. However, when he saw the police were only there to check ID cards, he breathed a slight sigh of relief. He obediently cooperated with the registration. In internet cafes these days, there were plenty of people who didn't use their IDs to log on. Plus, in a place like this, fights and brawls were common in the middle of the night. Officers would come to check IDs from time to time. Anyone without an ID was taken away. They'd verify their identities and take fingerprints first. If they were unlucky enough to have a record, they'd be presented with a pair of silver bracelets and a new outfit. Seeing the police enter the room, many people started to panic. Even those who hadn't done anything wrong didn't want to make a wasted trip to the station. Lily Harper actually had her ID with her. The officer checked it and let her go. Before she left, she first walked up to Leo West. Under Leo's guilty gaze, she suddenly grabbed his t-shirt. Then she ripped it with all her might. Rip! A large tear instantly split the shirt open, from the bottom all the way up to the collar. It was torn into two halves. Leo West was stunned. He looked down at his halved t-shirt, and his stomach exposed to the air. Feeling the chill, he was completely bewildered. Why did you rip my shirt? What did my clothes ever do to you? Leo West, consider our brotherhood over. This is where we part ways for good. After saying that, she turned and left. The big bro image Leo West once held in Lily's heart had now completely collapsed. He watched Lily Harper's retreating back, then looked down at his new look, cursing, "If you want to cut ties, fine. But why the hell did you have to rip my shirt?" Hearing his lackeys snickering behind him, he kicked a chair over in a rage. "What are you laughing at? Go buy me a new shirt right now." Lily Harper's heart was racing as she rushed out of the cafe, ripping the shirt of Cyber Rose Kingpin to his face. It was an incredible rush, but she also felt a twinge of regret. There were so many hoodlums on Cyber Row. As a rebel girl who loved coming here to go online, offending the local boss, how was she supposed to come back here again? Lily Harper didn't dare use her father's connections to settle this matter. If her father found out she was at an internet cafe this late and dressed like this, it would be even worse for her. While she was lost in thought, a set of footsteps suddenly sounded behind her. Lily Harper turned to look. She saw 3 or 4 young men who looked like thugs chasing after her. Lily Harper's face went pale instantly. She hurriedly pulled out her phone again to call the police. She never expected these people to be so brazen. The officers had only just left, and yet they were already coming after her. She didn't care about her father finding out anymore. A lecture was better than this. Just as she pulled out her phone and was about to unlock the screen, those hoodlums seemed to have noticed her intentions. They lunged forward to snatch her phone. "You want to call the cops?" Too late. A bleached-hair thug lunged forward and roughly grabbed her wrist. Lily Harper let go from the pain, and the phone fell onto the ground with a thud. Fortunately, phones were built tough back then, so it didn't break. Preston Sterling slowly bent over and picked up the phone. He blew at the non-existent dust on the screen. 2 of the hoodlums already had Lily Harper's arms pinned on either side. No matter how she kicked or struggled, she couldn't break free. "Let me go!" Lily Harper's voice trembled. "Do you have any idea who my father is? If you touch me, you're dead." Preston Sterling laughed out loud at her words. He reached out and grabbed Lily Harper's chin, forcing her to look up. "You want to talk about backgrounds? Do you have any idea who my father is?" The chairman of the Sterling Group. "Daring to talk about backgrounds in front of me? Sweetheart, you've got the wrong guy." Preston Sterling, emboldened by his father's status, was used to acting like a tyrant in University Town. Coupled with his generosity, all the various factions in Emerald City had to show him some respect. After all, a behemoth like the Sterling Group was not something to be trifled with. As the saying goes, money is God. As long as you were rich enough, both the underworld and the legal world would show you respect. Lily Harper tried to sound steady. "If you've got the balls, let me call my uncle. Or even my best friend." She only realized now that it was hard to reach her father in the middle of the night. Urgent matters were usually relayed by his secretary, and she hadn't saved the secretary's mobile number in her phone. It was much the same with Uncle Arthur. After thinking it over, her only option was to call Vanessa Miller. As long as the call went through, she would tell her to call the police immediately. Preston Sterling's lackeys heard Lily Harper's incoherent words and couldn't help but laugh. "Master Sterling, this girl is quite something. First it's her dad, then her uncle. She's quite the actress. Haha." From the very beginning, they hadn't believed this girl had any sort of background. If she actually had a high-status family, why would she be hanging around a thug like Cyclops? It was already a miracle he hadn't sold her out. "Master Sterling, she just said she has a best friend too. Should we call her out as well? Good friends should be together. That would be way more fun," a bleached-hair thug said with a lecherous expression. Preston Sterling's interest was piqued. After hearing what the thug said, he tossed the phone to him. "See if it still works. If it isn't broken, Find out who this best friend of hers is. Lily Harper's face was filled with terror. Her voice broke as she cried, "No! Let me go." Since the phone was already unlocked, there was no need to enter a password. After a moment, that bleached-hair lackey suddenly widened his eyes. "Master Sterling, this girl. She actually has Vanessa Miller's contact info. Look at how often they talk." Vanessa Miller must be the best friend she was talking about. Vanessa Miller? Who's that? Preston Sterling didn't recognize the name. "She's the one I mentioned to you last week." The lackey stepped forward, lowering his voice but unable to hide his excitement. "The new campus queen at State Finance. I heard that the line of guys chasing her stretches from the lecture halls to the school gate. After only a month, her reputation had already spread throughout the school. After all, no matter the era, discussions about school flowers were never in short supply. Look good, naturally. Through some gossip, the news had spread outside the campus. Besides the news from State Finance students, there were also those thugs who liked to hang around the school gates. Some had seen that girl whose looks and figure were legendary, but very few people could ever get close to her, because whenever she appeared off campus, Lance would always be by her side, right on time, preventing anyone from approaching her. At this reminder, Preston Sterling remembered. His eyes lit up. So it's her. He had originally planned to head over to State Finance to see what the so-called campus queen actually looked like. He never expected the opportunity to be dropped right in his lap. This girl's best friend was actually that campus queen. Talk about a coincidence. Call her. Just say her friend is over here and had too much to drink, and that she needs to come pick her up. Preston Sterling wasn't stupid. He wasn't going to let Lily Harper make the call herself. If she cried out for help or something, it would ruin his plans. Of course, he wasn't worried about the other girl not coming. Since they were best friends, their relationship had to be strong. There was no way she'd just do nothing. The call was picked up quickly. A cold, yet magnetic, and beautiful female voice came through the receiver. "Hello? Give me the address. I'm heading there now." The bleached-hair thug immediately texted the address over and gave Preston Sterling an OK sign, meaning it was handled. Lily Harper, seeing that they really had lured her best friend out, fell into despair. She deeply regretted not listening to Vanessa's advice and coming out so late to go online. She finally realized that the underworld she imagined was completely different from the reality. All that talk about powerful bosses and ladies and having legions of followers was just a fantasy. In front of these scumbags, she didn't even have the power to resist. If she had one chance to take it back, she swore she'd never hang around that life again. But it was too late for that now. Preston Sterling and his crew had arranged to meet me at the small park behind Cyber Row. It was a neighborhood park about the size of 2 basketball courts. There were plenty of people there during the day, but now, close to midnight, there wasn't a single soul to be seen. One side of the park was right next to a small canal, with a red brick path along the bank, for residents to use for walks. Occasionally at night, people would choose to run here, for exercise. Today, Claire Grant, a rookie cop who had just joined the Riverside District Precinct, liked to come out for a night run after 11:30 p.m. It was a bit of a quirky habit of hers, but only those who knew her story understood why she liked running at this hour, because that was the time her father had fallen. Claire Grant's father had also been a police officer. One night, 9 years ago, while out on duty, he was unfortunately stabbed by a criminal, and eventually died from his injuries. That criminal had never been caught. Afterward, she developed the habit of night running. Aside from wanting to overcome her inner fear, there was also a small, hopeful part of her that wished she might run into the person who had killed her father and bring them to justice. Just as Claire ran onto the bridge, a guy wearing a tank top and shorts, looking quite handsome, appeared at the intersection. He smiled and greeted Claire. "Hey, Ms. Grant, what a coincidence." When Claire saw the guy, she just gave a normal greeting back. "Hey." She continued her run immediately, clearly having no intention of stopping to chat. The guy, however, had the nerve to follow her. He adjusted his stride to match her rhythm and tried to strike up a conversation, looking for topics to talk about. Whether it was out of professional courtesy or just having a good mindset, Claire didn't show any signs of impatience toward the guy's advances. "Ms. Grant, do you often come out for night runs this late?" "Yeah, I do." "That really is a coincidence." "I like it too. You're a cop, right, Ms. Grant?" "How did you know?" "We live in the same complex. I've seen you a few times, But you probably didn't notice me, Ms. Grant. Besides, I really admire the police, especially female officers like you. Is that so? Then you'd better pray that you never fall into my hands. Otherwise, you won't like it very much. The guy gave a short laugh. How could that happen? I'm a law-abiding citizen. What's your name? Claire Grant asked suddenly. My name is Dustin Vance. Right. I'll remember you, Claire said flatly. The English language is vast and deep. That sentence could be interpreted in several ways. Dustin Vance didn't know if that was a good thing or a bad thing, but he didn't think too much of it. After all, feelings develop over time. He believed that sooner or later, he would capture the heart of this female officer. Dustin Vance had previously experienced some unpleasant events in Foggy Creek. He had been set up twice by a loathsome woman and nearly couldn't recover. He had fled back to Emerald City with his tail between his legs, but unexpectedly discovered that a girl living in his building, who seemed to live alone, was actually a police officer. This sparked an idea in him. If he could get on good terms with this female cop and use her status, it would definitely help his future business ventures, like opening an internet cafe or something. That's right, Dustin Vance planned to open an internet cafe. In this era, the internet cafe business was still booming. However, most cafes weren't exactly compliant. For example, letting people online without IDs. If you weren't caught, it was fine. But once you were, you'd be fined at best. At worst, if some criminals used the cafe to do something illegal, the owner would be even more screwed. They might even close down the shop. Originally, Dustin Vance had planned to open a restaurant, but the methods of those people in Foggy Creek were too ruthless. They nearly destroyed him, and later, he learned some news. That back in August, his uncle had signed another non-transfer and non-usage agreement for the secret recipe. It made his teeth itch with hatred. He cursed that group as real backstabbers. They completely controlled everything. Not only did they send his cousin to prison, they forced his uncle to sign such a harsh agreement, causing his first entrepreneurial plan to go completely bankrupt. Later, he set his sights on the internet cafe path. However, he didn't have any connections here on Cyber Row, and he wasn't willing to pay protection money. So he targeted Claire Grant, who lived in his building. Her status as a police officer was like a golden shield to Dustin Vance. It could ward off a lot of trouble, like scaring off hoodlums who wanted to cause trouble, or collect protection money. Plus, if there were police inspections in the future, he would know in advance and be able to prepare. So, after discovering Claire had a habit of night running, Dustin Vance deliberately staged these encounters, accompanying her on her runs, to try and get closer to her. It has to be said that in his pursuit of women, this guy was indeed persistent and good at putting on a show. Even though he was exhausted like a dog, he still had to act like it was effortless. Claire Grant saw right through him but said nothing, letting him follow along on her run. However, she intentionally picked up the pace, wanting to see just how long Dustin could last. Dustin Vance, who had no habit of night running, was struggling to keep up even though he was facing a girl. After following Claire for about 10 minutes, he was so out of breath he could barely speak. Just as he was about to give up and rest, he suddenly noticed that Claire had stopped. Dustin hurriedly caught up to her, asking breathlessly, What happened?" Before he could finish, he followed Claire's gaze, and saw, in the small park nearby, several thugs with multicolored hair, bullying a young girl dressed in a rebel style. Anyone could see that those thugs wanted to do something illegal to the girl. Claire Grant was just about to step in and stop it, when Dustin Vance suddenly stood forward. Stepping ahead of her, he said, "Ms. Grant, just watch me. They're just a few low-level thugs. I'll handle them." Claire saw how confident he was, so she actually put down her phone, crossed her arms, and watched him with interest. She wanted to see exactly how he planned to handle this, because Dustin Vance felt that he had a police officer backing him up. He was brimming with confidence. Plus, he wanted to show off in front of Claire Grant, so he walked over without a hint of fear. In broad daylight. No, in the dead of night? How dare you bully a weak woman? However, before he could even finish his sentence, he saw a palm expanding in front of his eyes. Slap. Dustin Vance was staggered by the hit, but he still tried to play it tough, saying, Hey! Getting physical, are we? I'm warning you. You're in big trouble now. Slap. I'm warning you again. You won't even have a chance to beg for mercy soon. Slap. I'm warning you for the third time. Gentlemen, can you give me some face? I'll buy you all dinner another day. Slap. The other party didn't say a word. They just kept slapping him across the face. Dustin Vance was being slapped into a daze. Stars dancing before his eyes. Claire Grant couldn't watch any longer. She walked over and said coldly, "I've called the police. If you know what's good for you, get lost now." Little did she know, those words had no effect at all. Instead, they triggered laughter and mockery from the thugs. "Master Sterling, your luck with women is really through the roof today. Here's another prime babe, delivering herself right to us. Master Sterling is going to have a 1-on-3 tonight. Master Sterling, if you can't handle it, just leave this one to us." Ha ha ha. Claire Grant's face turned cold. She was truly angry now. Then, step by step, she walked toward the men who looked like hoodlums. The moment the thugs moved to meet her, she suddenly struck. A sidekick precisely landed on the lead thug's knee. While he collapsed wailing, she followed up with a back elbow strike, sending another man stumbling back. The third thug didn't even have time to react before she grabbed his wrist and executed a beautiful over-the-shoulder throw. In less than a minute, all the thugs were lying on the ground. "Master Sterling, this woman is a pro." A bleached-hair thug wailed, clutching his dislocated shoulder. Preston Sterling's face darkened. "Go to the cafe and get the boys." As soon as he spoke, one of his lackeys rushed toward the internet cafe and shouted at the top of his lungs. A moment later, over a dozen thugs armed with steel pipes and baseball bats came rushing out of the cafe. Claire Grant's expression shifted. She knew this was bad. Though she had learned combat techniques at the academy, 2 fists were no match for 4 legs, let alone a dozen. Dealing with 2 or 3 thugs wasn't a big issue, but facing over a dozen, she was uncertain. Plus, it would take time for the police to arrive. She, decisively, grabbed the terrified Lily Harper, kicked away a thug trying to block their path, and pulled Lily into a sprint toward the other end of the path. They hadn't run far. When Claire noticed something was wrong, she whipped her head around. Someone was missing. That annoying guy hadn't kept up. She didn't know if he'd been beaten senseless and forgotten how to run. Actually, she had forgotten that Dustin Vance had already exhausted his energy from the 10-minute run earlier. He was completely spent and couldn't run even if he wanted to. Although Claire Grant didn't like Dustin Vance, she was a police officer after all. She couldn't just leave him to die. She turned to the panicked Lily Harper and said, "You go first. I'm going back to save him." Lily Harper nodded frantically. She wasn't stupid. She knew she couldn't just go back and die with them. But before she could run far, Lily saw a black Mercedes driving toward them. Initially, she didn't think much of it. While a Mercedes was expensive in Emerald City, it wasn't unheard of. But once she realized what it meant, her face turned pale. "Oh no!" She spun around and ran back. She hadn't had time to grab her phone during the escape, so she couldn't call Vanessa Miller to tell her not to come. She had to run back to stop her. However, by the time she reached the scene, she found it was already too late. Claire Grant and Dustin Vance were already surrounded by the dozen-plus thugs. If Claire Grant wanted to escape, it would be easy. Though there were many opponents, if she really wanted to bolt, it wouldn't be hard. But with the deadweight Dustin Vance beside her, she had to give up the idea of escaping alone. Because she was a police officer. "Run. Go on. Keep running. Hey babe, weren't you quite the fighter? I want to see if you can take on all of us at once." Claire Grant replied, "I've already reported this to the police." Preston Sterling laughed at those words. He actually dialed a number right in front of Claire. "Hello, Captain Davis? Quick question. Did you just receive a report call?" Yeah, it was just me and some friends messing around." "I know, don't worry. We won't." After a few brief words, he hung up the phone. He waved his mobile. The meaning was clear as day. "So, what if you called the cops? I can settle it with a single phone call. You let the girl I wanted escape. Tonight, you're the one staying to keep me company. Ms. Grant, what do we do now?" Dustin Vance looked at the dozen bleached-hair thugs surrounding them, feeling completely gutless. Most importantly, his legs felt like they were made of lead. He couldn't even run if he wanted to. "When I start fighting them, find a chance to get out of here first," Claire Grant said. "Okay," Dustin Vance instinctively agreed. But as he realized how it sounded, he immediately changed his tune. "I'm not leaving you." "Don't worry, Miss Grant. As long as they don't kill me, I won't let them lay a finger on you." He struck a pose as if he were ready to risk his life. Claire Grant was speechless. She really wanted to slap him. If it hadn't been for him dragging her down, she would have escaped long ago. Just worry about yourself, Claire Grant said, settling into a fighting stance. Preston Sterling grinned and waved his hand. Get them! The very moment he shouted those words, a black Mercedes came driving up. It screeched to a halt by the road, instantly drawing everyone's gaze. The car door opened, and a stern-looking young man got out first. He respectfully opened the rear door. Then, a slender figure in a black suit, with a powerful aura, stepped out of the back seat. She looked at the crowd with an indifferent expression. Who is this girl? I think that's Vanessa Miller. Is that the campus queen from State Finance? Seriously, in that outfit, I almost thought she was the daughter of some underworld kingpin. The State Finance campus queen really lives up to the hype. She's got incredible presence. Preston Sterling watched the girl in the black suit walking toward them. His usual lecherous gaze actually softened a bit in awe. The woman before him was completely different from any of those he'd played with before. Whether it was her presence, her face, or her body, everything was top tier. Most importantly, this type of woman was exactly to his taste. If he could get his hands on her, he had to get his hands on her, no matter what. No woman he'd ever set his sights on had ever escaped his grasp. Vanessa Miller? Dustin Vance, surrounded by the crowd of thugs, trembled violently when he heard the name. It can't be the same name. It must just be someone with the same name. A total coincidence. He had been tortured twice by that woman in Foggy Creek. Now, just hearing that name made him instinctively feel afraid, especially since he knew a secret that no one else present knew. And that secret was Vanessa Miller. This woman had actually seen blood. She had even eaten two-legged meat. She was a literal demon, wearing a beautiful woman's skin. Dustin Vance prayed silently as he slowly turned his head around. But when he saw that familiar face, his heart instantly turned to ice. His first thought was that her sudden appearance was specifically to come for him. To this day, he still didn't know exactly how he had offended her. Aside from that one incident at the restaurant, there wasn't really any bad blood. But every time this woman looked at him, it felt like she wanted to tear him limb from limb. But fortunately, this time she acted as if she didn't even see him. Ignoring him made him heave a sigh of relief. I walked up to the group of thugs and asked directly, "Where is my friend?" Preston Sterling replied, "Looking for your friend? As long as you become my woman for one night and keep me satisfied, I'll let your friend go." Hehehe, that's right. Our Master Sterling knows how to treat a lady. A waist that thin looks like it would be a lot of fun. I wonder if she'll still be so tough when Master Sterling throws her over his shoulder. Ha ha ha! Several thugs laughed along with him, spitting out more vulgar insults. Dustin Vance, watching Preston and his crew actually dare to harass this woman, had a look of pity in his eyes. Brothers, you've stepped into a world of trouble. Without $500,000, this isn't going to end well. My gaze grew colder and colder. Just as I was about to have Lance make a move, a voice suddenly called out from nearby. A girl poked her head out from behind a tree, waved at me, and came running over with a scream. "Vanessa, I'm over here." Lily Harper, her face filled with excitement and thrill, reached my side and circled around me. She even reached out to touch my clothes, wanting to confirm if the person before her was real. "This outfit is so cool. Are you really my best friend, Vanessa Miller? You haven't been possessed by something dark, have you?" I was speechless. What do you think? Probably not. Are you really the boss of the Grand Apex Alliance? Even though Lily Harper had already confirmed that I was the same person as that legendary Grand Apex female boss, she still found it hard to believe that her roommate, that usually quiet, studious, ambitious, and gentle girl, was actually the leader of a syndicate. Can you believe it? It really felt like a dream. "What do you mean, Grand Apex boss? That's a legitimate company," I said flatly. I get it, Lily said, grabbing my arm. "You definitely have to keep a low profile in the States. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone." "Vanessa, no, Queen Vanessa, could you please take me under your wing? I want to roll with you. I promise I'll be obedient." I sighed. Why did they call me just now? Where is your phone? I shifted the topic. Lily Harper immediately recounted everything that happened at the internet cafe, including how the short-haired girl had saved her. I turned my gaze toward Claire Grant, who was still maintaining her guard. I froze for a moment after seeing her face clearly. Talk about a coincidence. It was actually her. Although this was my first time meeting the girl. Who might be the real heiress of the syndicate face to face? I felt a strange, inexplicable sense of goodwill toward her. This goodwill wasn't just because I knew about her experiences. In my past life, there was also an indescribable special feeling. Lance also noticed Claire Grant. He couldn't help but stare at her for a few extra moments. He was excited internally, but didn't show it. Furthermore, he realized that Claire Grant and Vanessa Miller really did look a bit alike. If Claire Grant had long hair, her resemblance to the Miss would be even higher. The reason Lance had mistaken me initially was indeed because the area around my eyes looked a bit like the little girl in the photo. But this short-haired female officer before him was practically a carbon copy. If I were a 60% to 70% match, then Claire Grant was 90%. And now that both of them were in the same place, they actually looked quite similar to each other as well. Suddenly, a bold theory formed in Lance's mind. Could the Miss and Claire Grant actually have some kind of biological connection? But on second thought, the world was a big place, and there were plenty of lookalikes out there. Besides, he knew my background. This was most likely just a coincidence. After hearing Lily Harper's story, my expression darkened, whether out of friendship for a classmate, or wanting to maintain my relationship with Lily. I couldn't just stand by and watch. Claire Grant now noticed this girl who clearly held a high status. Since her attention was focused on the thugs, she didn't overthink and said urgently, "Hurry and leave. These aren't people you can handle." Lily Harper didn't just lack fear. Instead, she asked me eagerly, "Vanessa, did you bring the boys?" As she spoke, she peeked behind me, looking for where the men in black were hiding. She had personally witnessed earlier just how massive their display of power was. If she had to describe it, it was mind-blowingly cool. Preston Sterling heard this and sneered. "What? Still want to call for help? I'm telling you, calling for help won't do any good. Now that you've offended me." Before he could finish his sentence, a line of black cars came roaring in, drowning out his words. I spoke calmly. "They're here." Thud, thud, thud. A series of car doors slamming shut. Immediately after, a dense crowd of young men in black suits poured out, standing in perfect formation behind me, and greeting me in unison, "Miss." The Miss's presence was like a storm, soul shaking in its power. Seeing this black motorcade, and these men in black again, Lily's body trembled with excitement. So cool! This is way too cool, so powerful. This was the kind of street life she wanted. Lily Harper had completely forgotten what happened earlier. All that no more Underworld talk was gone, and if anyone brought it up, she'd say they heard wrong. Preston Sterling and his crew were dumbstruck by the sudden appearance of so many men in black. They were completely stunned. Before, they hadn't even feared the girl calling the police, but now an inexplicable panic gripped their hearts. Their legs couldn't help but tremble. Over 60 men in black stood there quietly in the night. That murderous aura was so heavy they could barely breathe. They were all people of the Underworld, but the gap between them was immediately apparent. It was essentially like a pack of stray mutts encountering a pack of real wolves. What group do they belong to? Preston Sterling forced a smile. This is a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Do you know the Lakeside International Hotel? My family owns it. I'll treat you all to dinner there another day. Miss, Lance suddenly spoke up. He was reaching his limit. Daring to touch the old boss's daughter was a capital offense. Although he was now only loyal to me, it didn't mean he would stand by while these guys cornered the former boss's daughter. I didn't stop him this time. I didn't have the brothers film it either, because there were witnesses on the scene, and one of those witnesses was a police officer. Begin. Upon hearing my command, Lance immediately drew his tactical baton and snapped it open. The other 60-plus members all pulled out their batons as well, snapping them open in unison. The synchronized movement was terrifying to behold. Some of the thugs on Preston's side were so scared they couldn't even hold their steel pipes. Clang, they dropped to the ground. "Call someone, get Cyclops over here." One lackey immediately picked up his phone and called Leo West. As soon as the call went through, Preston Sterling screamed into the phone, "I'm being surrounded at the Cyber Row Park. Get over here and save me." On the other end, Leo West heard that Preston was in trouble, but he didn't seem the least bit worried. He said leisurely, "Master Sterling, just hang in there for a bit. I'm right at a critical moment on my end. Wait for me a minute." Preston Sterling knew perfectly well that he was doing it on purpose. But right now, he couldn't care less about that. He offered $30,000 directly. As long as you bring people to save me, I'll pay $30,000 to treat the brothers to a late-night feast. On the other end of the phone, Leo West stood up instantly. His eyes lit up. Master Sterling, look at you, being so formal about money. In this territory of Cyber Row, nothing else works, but looking for me definitely does. I'll bring the boys over right away. Hurry up, Preston urged him. Coming. 2 minutes at the most. Leo West just happened to be with a group of his lackeys playing games in the internet cafe. They weren't far from the park. They could get there in just a few minutes. Hearing this, Preston Sterling breathed a slight sigh of relief. He said to the thugs around him, "Brothers, hang in there. Reinforcements will be here in 2 minutes. As long as we can hold out for 2 minutes." He hadn't even finished his sentence when he saw the stern man who had been standing beside me charge forward single-handedly. Next, he witnessed an absolutely terrifying scene. The first 5 or 6 thugs couldn't even withstand a single exchange with the stern man before being taken down instantly one by one with a baton. The remaining thugs also fell under the coordinated attack of the men in black. One by one, they hit the ground. The entire process likely took less than 30 seconds. Before Preston Sterling could even react, he felt a surge of massive pain in his jaw. He was knocked down directly by a punch from that stern man. 2 of his teeth went flying out. This rich heir who relied on his family status to often bully others fell straight to his knees. His face was covered in blood. I was wrong. Please just let me go." In all his years of growing up, this was the first time he had ever received such a brutal beating. Seeing the men in black surrounding him, he didn't dare harbor any other thoughts. He kowtowed repeatedly, begging for mercy, only hoping they would let him live. When I saw Preston Sterling in this state, a look of disgust appeared in my eyes. The type of person I despise most is exactly like this. Incredibly arrogant when they're the ones bullying, but completely spineless when the tables are turned. Lily Harper looked at the man who seemed like a god of war. Her heart filled with pure shock. She was completely dazed. Just moments ago, she thought the girl who saved her was impressive enough. She never expected another guy to show up who was such a terrifying fighter, especially when she suddenly remembered that she seemed to have been rude to him once. She couldn't help but feel a bit guilty. Ignorance is bliss. Claire Grant had originally wanted to stop them from fighting, thinking it would be enough just to restrain them. Then she could call the precinct to have people come take over the situation. But she never expected this group of gangsters to move so fast. Without a hint of hesitation, they instantly had those dozen or so thugs pinned to the ground. Watching this scene, Claire Grant actually felt quite satisfied. After all, those thugs weren't good people either. However, the combat skills of these men in black were somewhat terrifying. For instance, that stern young man. His fighting style lacked any traditional form, but it was incredibly fast, ruthless, and precise. Specifically, where his baton landed, they were all the most vulnerable parts of the human body, yet he perfectly avoided causing any lethal injuries. This kind of extremely precise violent aesthetic made the hair on the back of her neck stand up. She asked herself if she could be as precise as him, and the answer was no. Also, she admitted she was no match for him. It was just a shame that someone with such great physical prowess and skill had chosen to live a life on the streets. Of course, in her eyes, that part was still acceptable. It's normal for some people in that world to know how to fight. It was the next scene that truly shattered her worldview. Once the men in black had dealt with the thugs, they began to control the scene. Some took out cameras to photograph and gather evidence. There were even people right in front of her who were blatantly positioning the downed thugs to look like they were in the middle of an armed attack. The entire procedure was alarmingly professional. At this moment, Claire Grant didn't even know how to describe this bizarre sight. At the same time, she became even more vigilant and concerned about this sudden group of organized people. In the area where she worked, there had appeared such a professional and legally conscious group of street people. This was definitely not a good thing. Then I walked toward her, extending a hand. "Hello. Let me introduce myself. I'm Vanessa Miller." Claire Grant also reached out and shook my hand. Looking at the girl in black before her, she couldn't help herself and said, "Do you know that? Brawling is against the law. Officer Grant, don't just start throwing labels around. We are preventing a crime. This wasn't some simple brawl. Besides, even you, a police officer, were attacked. You could say I was preventing an assault on an officer. Claire Grant was stunned for a second, and asked, how did you know I was a cop? I guessed, but none of that is important. What matters is that we assisted you and stopped criminals who were harming others. Don't you think you should? Present our team with a Good Samaritan commendation flag? I promise to hang it in the most prominent place at the office, to constantly remind my employees to do more good deeds. Claire Grant looked at me, then looked at the dense crowd of very professional men in black around us, giving a commendation flag to a group of gangsters. Was this some kind of joke? But she didn't know how to refuse, because everything she said was indeed logical and justified. Asking for a flag that cost a few dollars wasn't over the line, but as a police officer, she felt a knot in her stomach. If she really gave the flag and others saw it, they might think the police and organized crime had some special relationship. Collusion between cops and crooks. Officer Grant, you aren't thinking of refusing, are you? I had originally said it casually, but now I suddenly felt that getting a flag wasn't a bad idea. At least it could encourage the brothers under me, and remind them not to always think about the street life. They needed some higher goals. It could also nurture a sense of justice in their hearts, and encourage them to do more good and kind deeds. Just as Claire Grant was about to say something, another group of bleached-hair thugs appeared in the distance, approaching with a lot of noise. The leader was none other than Cyclops, Leo West. Oh nip, I want to see who's got the balls to start trouble on my, Cyclops's, turf. His voice arrived before he did. Preston Sterling, kneeling on the ground, heard Leo's voice, and screamed with tears of joy, Leo! Hurry up and save me. A response came back quickly from over there. Master Sterling. Hang in there, we're coming. 2 seconds later, Master Sterling. I'm sorry, we're leaving. Preston Sterling was full of question marks. What just happened? Or had he heard him wrong? Minutes and seconds ticked by, and no sounds of action came through. It was as if Leo West's voice from a moment ago was just a hallucination. Preston Sterling couldn't help but wonder if he had been beaten into some kind of mental breakdown. In reality, Leo West was currently covered in cold sweat. Leading his 20 or 30 lackeys, he was walking back the way he came, without a single backward glance. More accurately, he was running. After receiving Preston's call just now, he had brought his men over in a hurry. He had originally thought it was just some naive fools starting trouble on his turf. However, when he saw that familiar woman appear with a group of men in black, he knew he was the naive fool. Damn it, this woman was way too narrow-minded. Was it really necessary? It was just a small misunderstanding back then. Was it worth chasing him all the way to Emerald City to kill him? Leo West felt that the woman had caught Preston Sterling. It was only to lure him over. She wanted to nip him in the bud once and for all. Fortunately, he was alert and had sharp eyes. He ran fast, otherwise things would have been catastrophic. The lackeys behind Leo West, on the other hand, were completely bewildered. Big bro, are we really just going to abandon Master Sterling? He pays us a lot of money every month, you know. Exactly. Doesn't this make us look like we have no loyalty? Leo West turned and glared at them. Is money more important, or is your life? He barked. If you want to go to your deaths, be my guest. Don't say I didn't warn you. Write your wills before you go. If you have elderly parents, just forget it. If you have wives, I'll help take care of them for you. The crowd immediately abandoned any thought of saving anyone. No, that's fine. We'll take care of our own business. We wouldn't want to trouble you, big bro. Later, Leo West briefly told them about the past exploits of that group of men in black. For instance, how they cleaned up Foggy Creek, how they completely dominated the area, and how they took down the local kingpin. Although Leo West had moved to Emerald City, it didn't mean he stopped following the news in Foggy Creek. Besides, those events had even made the news. With a little digging, anyone could find out who was responsible. He felt incredibly fortunate at that moment that he had made the wise choice to run early. Otherwise, he would have ended up just like Benny Russo. Leo West's words sent chills down everyone's spines. They all let out a cold gasp. Thank goodness their big bro had reacted quickly. Otherwise, they would have followed in the footsteps of that crew in Foggy Creek. However, they couldn't help but think, if this group in black was so powerful, would it be better for their future to switch sides and join them instead? Leo West likely had no idea that just by sharing a bit of gossip, he had nearly become a leader with no followers again. Meanwhile, a small situation had occurred on my end. Claire Grant had recontacted the precinct, and she had called the commander directly, requesting backup to process the scene. But just then, one of the thugs, perhaps fearing he wouldn't be able to get out once arrested, became terrified of being caught. Taking advantage of the distraction, he turned and bolted. Out of professional instinct, Claire Grant chased after him without a second thought. Because she gave chase, the only ones left at the scene were a group of thugs, myself, and the members of the Grand Apex Alliance. Dustin Vance, whose face was already swollen from the slaps, looked at Preston Sterling and his guys shivering on the ground. A bold idea formed in his mind. He noticed now that I didn't seem to be paying any attention to him, or rather, that I had completely forgotten about a small fry like him. This genius decided to use Claire Grant's authority to act like a bully, taking his revenge on Preston Sterling and the others. He had been holding this in for a long time. Well, damn it. He had lost all face in front of Claire Grant earlier. Now was finally his chance to reclaim his dignity. Why are you guys being so well-behaved now? Weren't you enjoying hitting me just now? Why aren't you saying anything now? As he spoke, Dustin Vance delivered a kick to one of the thugs kneeling on the ground. The guy was actually quite cautious. After the kick, he made sure to look back, confirming that my men and I remained completely indifferent to his actions. His confidence grew even bolder. He swaggered over to Preston Sterling and gave him a massive smack across the face. Aren't you some kind of young master? Why are you so quiet now? Weren't you acting tough before? Come on, act tough again for me. Let me see it. He delivered a hard slap with every sentence he spoke. Preston Sterling's already swollen face was now twice its size. Because he was terrified of the men in black, Preston could only endure Dustin Vance's abuse, forcing himself not to fight back. A few minutes later, having vented his anger, Dustin Vance let out a satisfied shout. For the first time, he felt that hitting someone was incredibly satisfying. He had finally released all the frustration he'd been holding in. After finishing, he turned to thank us. After all, we had essentially taught these guys a lesson together. So Preston's crew were now the outsiders, and we were on the same side. Surely we could bury the hatchet now, right? But the moment he turned around, he saw the black motorcade start up and drive away, disappearing without a trace. He froze instantly. Wait, why are they leaving so fast? Is their house on fire or something? Once it finally sank in, he screamed internally. Then, he slowly turned his head back and saw the now furious expressions of Preston Sterling and his men. His smile looked more like a sob. It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. I'm now with them. I have a blood feud with them too. Just don't hit the face, okay? Ha ha ha. Inside the Mercedes, Lily Harper asked curiously, Vanessa, are we really not going to help that guy? Ignore him. He won't die. Vanessa, could you please take me in? I want to roll with you. Lily Harper nudged my side like a little kitten, acting spoiled. Please, I'm begging you. Please? I said helplessly, I'm really not a gangster. I'm not some mob boss. My company is a legitimate business. I know, I get it. A legitimate company. Lily Harper's mind drifted back to the image of those men in black in their crisp uniforms. That presence was even more professional than any gang in the movies. It was as professional as it could possibly be. I just want to intern at your company. I'll be a boss lady, haha. Even a regular employee is fine. Are you serious? To be honest, even if Lily Harper hadn't mentioned it, I would have brought her in. This girl's background was an absolute asset for the company's development. I just didn't want her to feel like I was using her. But given Lily Harper's personality, if she were sold, she'd probably happily help count the money. She wouldn't think that far ahead. I'm serious, totally serious. Lily Harper nodded frantically. I'll do anything as long as you take me under your wing. Of course, I'm also willing to learn. She was nearly ready to raise her hand and swear an oath. Furthermore, she was already fantasizing about her own grand entrance, walking with a crowd of black-clad followers behind her. That would be way too cool. No. The more she thought about it, the more she wanted to drool. She had to join. I pretended to think for a moment, before reluctantly nodding. All right then. But before that, I'll take you to the office to see for yourself. If you regret it after seeing it, it won't be too late to change your mind. Okay. Vanessa. Lily Harper nodded excitedly. I had clearly underestimated Lily Harper's determination. Once we arrived at the office, her eyes were practically glowing. Looking at the 3 gold-lettered words, Grand Apex Alliance, at the entrance, she shouted excitedly, "Cool, cool, cool!" Especially when she entered the main office. Lily Harper saw the 2 sets of company rules hanging on the wall. She nodded repeatedly. Anyone who betrays the Alliance will face the 369 punishments. Be cautious and meticulous. Be bold and know the law. Match your words with your actions. Now that is professional. Womenessa, your company's rules are definitely different. They're simple and clear. I totally approve. Lily Harper's expression practically said to me, "And you're still trying to tell me it's a legitimate company? What legitimate company hangs rules like these?" Of course, she wouldn't say that out loud. Since I wanted to play pretend, she was more than happy to play along. Regardless, as long as she could be a part of this legitimate company, anything was fine. Just then, Mitch arrived. Hearing Lily Harper's words, he immediately chimed in. Lily definitely has good taste. I personally came up with those company rules. Wow, you're amazing. Lily Harper gave him a thumbs up. To be able to think of such great company rules. Mitch looked proud. It was nothing. Just a little bit of wit, not worth mentioning. By the way, let me introduce myself properly. My name is Mitch. Mitch, nice to meet you. Mitch currently handles the cafeteria, which is basically a code name for the HR department. Mitch also knew that Lily Harper's background was far from ordinary. The miss had specifically briefed him on her identity. That's why he'd rushed over here, and he'd even brought along a few items, intending to give Lily Harper a special initiation ceremony. As a man who understood the miss's intentions deeply, how could he not grasp exactly what she wanted to achieve? I, however, was completely in the dark about Mitch's ceremony. "Hello, Mr. Madden," Lily Harper said with a sweet, polite greeting. The head of the HR department. That was a man with real power. He was the one who oversaw promotions and evaluations. She had to make sure she left a good impression on him. Mitch chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. "Once you're here, we're all family." He looked over at me. "Miss, there's no time like the present. Let's get started right now." I was taken aback. Started with what? Before I could even get a clear answer, Mitch directly ordered a few of the boys to start setting up an altar in the main hall. They quickly moved a square table into position, placing a statue of Guan Yu, the patron saint of loyalty, upright on top. In front of it sat a shimmering gold-plated incense burner. Everyone in the office had gathered around before I even realized it. Each man held 3 sticks of incense, standing in neat rows. Then, they all turned their gazes toward the miss. My face was a giant question mark. What the hell? Why are we lighting incense? And why are we bowing to a statue of Guan Yu? The scene before me gave off a very specific vibe. It felt like I was being forced into joining a rebel gang. Seeing the miss standing still, Mitch quickly handed 3 sticks of incense to Lily Harper. "Once you bow, you're one of our own. There's no backing out after this. If you perform well, I'll suggest to the miss that she promote you to hallmaster." He thought Lily Harper might hesitate or need to think about it. After all, this ceremony was incredibly formal. Once you joined, wanting to quit meant you'd have to seriously consider the consequences. To his surprise, the moment Lily heard she could become a hallmaster, she snatched the incense without a second thought. "I'm in. But can I make one tiny request?" Mitch asked. "What request?" Lily Harper looked a little sheepish. Can you guys call me big sisses? Just once. Just this one time." Fearing a rejection, she quickly added, "It's really just a small thing. Once you've offered the incense." Mitch replied, agreeing readily. Lily Harper grew even more excited. She followed Mitch's lead immediately, took 3 sticks of incense, and handed them to me. "Vanessa, hurry up and start. Everyone's waiting for you." Her expression was practically saying, "Vanessa, it's cold outside. Let me drape a robe over your shoulders." Looking at the girl's wide-eyed, naive face, I could only sigh in my heart. This girl is the type to help count the money if she were ever sold. Pushing aside my exasperated thoughts, I walked to the front of the group and properly bowed 3 times to the statue of Guan Yu. Then I placed the incense in the burner. Immediately after, 60 or 70 men bowed 3 times in unison behind me. I turned to face the crowd, looking at the dense ranks of the Grand Apex Alliance's core members. I'll take this opportunity to introduce to you all our newest member of the Grand Apex Alliance, Lily Harper. Hearing her name mentioned, Lily Harper bowed quickly. "Hello, everyone. My name is Lily Harper. Please look out for me from now on. Mitch kept his end of the bargain. He hadn't forgotten the small favor he promised her. Well, don't just stand there. Greet Big Sis Lily. Big Sis Lily. Big Sis Lily. Big Sis Lily. The crowd roared in unison. Their voices were thunderous. Lily Harper was so excited she was almost speechless. She never dreamed that on her first real day in the life, she'd already be a big sis, even if it was only temporary. This was also the first time she'd felt so nervous about joining a company, especially with all those men in black staring directly at her. It only made her more anxious. Of course, mostly it was a thrill, because she had finally made it into the life. Before, it was just playing at being a rebel in University Town. This was the real deal. In short, it was just too cool. Once the introductions were over, Lily Harper asked eagerly, "How much are the protection fees?" I whipped my head around. The what? She had completely forgotten my talk about a legitimate company. Her head was full of movie scenes, about gangsters paying their dues. She actually thought it was standard procedure. She even felt it made perfect sense. I was about to explain it to her, when I suddenly thought of something. I turned back to the crowd and made one more announcement. I'll use this chance to announce the company's latest resolution. Starting next month, the company will implement a dual salary system. All core members will receive an additional fixed salary. We're setting it at $2,000 a month for now, with an annual percentage increase. Regardless of whether you hold a position at a company subsidiary, you will receive this amount. Naturally, if you choose to take a job at one of our subsidiaries, you will earn an additional wage, along with the corresponding bonuses. I explained it in great detail, making the distinction between core members and regular staff crystal clear. The benefits for core members were mind-blowing. For instance, core members would receive free medical care. Any portion not covered by regular insurance would be fully covered by the company. This even extended to immediate family, parents, and children. They would also be eligible for the company's free medical coverage. Furthermore, every year, the company would prepare care packages and New Year's bonuses for the families of core members. And if you were ambitious enough to build a career at one of the subsidiaries, it meant you'd be drawing 2 separate incomes, plus bonuses. At the same time, you'd have priority for promotions and the privilege of reporting directly to upper management. The core members in the hall were left slack-jawed. They could hardly believe their ears. In a city like Emerald City, where the average wage was only around $1,000, if they could pull in 2 salaries, their total income would be at least over $4,000. That far exceeded the income of a normal white-collar worker. And that didn't even include the standard health and retirement benefits. Plus, these were just the perks for regular core members. The benefits for management would only be better. Everyone had heard rumors that the MIS was going to implement a special system, but no one knew the specifics, or how it would actually work. Now that they were hearing about these incredible benefits, every single one of them was overwhelmed with excitement and gratitude. The MIS was making sure they had zero worries about their future. It wasn't just them. Even their families were now secure. With the way the MIS treated her brothers, if anyone dared to betray her, they wouldn't need her to say a word. They would handle the traitor themselves. The ones most affected by this new system were, undoubtedly, the original dozen or so members from the syndicate. They were people who had truly lived the life. They had been part of real gangs before. Back then, they were bottom-tier lackeys, with no steady income at all, because the lion's share of the profit was always taken by the bosses at the top. The bosses lived in luxury, while they often couldn't even scrape together the money to go out for a night of fun. If you didn't make a name for yourself and move up, you'd never save a dime in your life. Forget about buying a house or a car and getting married. In contrast, the Miss was constantly raising their standard of living. She truly treated them as her own people, like her own brothers. Lily Harper, hearing about the dual system, had her mouth open wide enough to fit an entire egg. The level of benefits her father received, if you didn't consider the other factors and privileges, and only looked at the raw compensation, was pretty much at this same level. And yet, this kind of iron rice bowl package, which was actually even better than a standard government job, was actually the standard for a bunch of street guys. This was beyond generous. It was legendary. Did that mean she got a piece of the pie too? After all, she had just been recruited as a core member. Lily Harper never could have imagined that not only would she not have to pay dues, but she had actually landed herself an iron rice bowl. Now her father wouldn't even have to worry about her future career. Her father had always hoped she would find a stable, lifelong job, and now she had technically fulfilled that wish. If her father asked her what she wanted to do for a living later, she could proudly say, "Dad, I've already got an iron rice bowl, and I earned my way up through my own hard work. I didn't use your connections at all." Her father would definitely be proud of her then. Of course, if he asked which department she worked for, she'd just say it was a legitimate company. After all, that's what Vanessa had called it. Once I finished announcing the duel system, Lance walked to the front of the stage. His gaze swept across every single person in the room. "The Miss has given you this identity and this level of security because she treats you all like her own brothers and sisters. I do not wish to see anyone betray the Miss's kindness." At this point, his eyes suddenly turned sharp. Anyone who betrays the Alliance or betrays the Miss. The crowd below immediately finished the sentence, shouting in unison, "3 knives, 6 holes. 3 knives, 6 holes." Lily Harper's face was flushed with excitement, shouting along with the crowd. She was actually putting more effort into it than anyone else. Lance raised his hand and made a downward gesture. The entire membership fell silent instantly. "Miss, is there anything else you'd like to say?" I looked out at the sea of black-clad men. Even though the scene looked exactly like a mob gathering, for some reason, it was starting to grow on me. After several months of being together, without even realizing it myself, while I was influencing them, I was also being influenced by them. After a moment, I waved my hand. "That's all. Dismissed. Go back and get some rest." After the crowd dispersed in an orderly fashion, I left the office with Lily Harper. Lance continued his role as my bodyguard and driver. Then, at a star-rated hotel closest to the school, we booked 3 adjacent rooms. After getting Lily Harper settled, I decided to let her start by learning from Mitch, acting as his deputy. The girl was clearly interested in giving orders to people. She probably thought it looked very powerful. In truth, Lily Harper was basically a mascot in the company right now. It didn't really matter which department she went to. On the other side, after Claire Grant returned to the precinct, she immediately reported the night's events to the current commander, Gary Reed. Specifically, she gave a detailed account of the group of men in black she had encountered. The more Gary Reed listened, the more familiar it sounded. This was exactly how Vanessa Miller's crew operated. He hadn't expected Claire Grant to run into them. To tell the truth, he really wanted to catch this group doing something illegal, but he couldn't find a single lead. This group was incredibly cautious, leaving 0 openings. Gary Reed had also looked into the Grand Apex Alliance, knowing it was a company with all its paperwork in order. And as for whichever gang, besides the gray market businesses, which of their subsidiaries wasn't properly registered? The registration didn't prove a thing. "Commander, on the turf under our jurisdiction, a group of gangsters like this has appeared. We have to take this seriously. If it were you, how would you handle them?" "I don't know. I have a file on them here. You can take a look at it first. Tell me if you have any ideas after you've read it." As Gary Reed spoke, he pulled a document from his drawer and handed it to her. "Remember, don't show this to a third party." Claire Grant nodded solemnly. She prepared to leave. "Oh, and by the way, you can consider this a job well done. Catching a group of criminals. I'll arrange for your full status next month, and then I'll apply for that badge number for you." Gary Reed added as he thought of something. Going from intern to full officer in just a month was a privilege that only the children of fallen heroes like Claire Grant could enjoy. Claire Grant's eyes turned red at his words. "Thank you, Commander," she said gratefully. Claire Grant didn't go to sleep immediately when she got home. Instead, she sat up reading the files on me and the Grand Apex Alliance. The more she read, the more shocked she became. This girl, who was 3 or 4 years younger than her, actually possessed such formidable methods. Starting from nothing, in just a few short months, she had built things up to this point. Claire Grant rarely admired people her own age. But after seeing the files, she now truly admired me from the bottom of her heart. If it were her, she knew she could never have developed the Grand Apex Alliance to such a massive scale in such a short time. What she also found fascinating was that the girl's face looked somewhat familiar. Just as Claire Grant finished the file, her phone chimed with a text message. It was from Commander Gary Reed. "Find a way to get on good terms with Vanessa Miller. If necessary, allow yourself to be recruited by her." Claire Grant instantly understood the commander's intent. Against such a cautious group of organized individuals, conventional methods really weren't effective. Therefore, The best way was to infiltrate from the inside. But what she hadn't expected was that this mission would fall to a rookie cop like her. However, she didn't object, because she was indeed becoming increasingly interested in that girl. Early the next morning, Claire Grant specifically changed into her formal uniform, carrying a commendation flag. She walked openly into the Grand Apex Alliance office. If she hadn't been thrilled about bringing the flag before, she didn't feel so conflicted about it now that it was part of her mission. When she arrived at the office, even though she was already mentally prepared, she was still stunned. This was too arrogant. A syndicate headquarters, brazenly opened right in the middle of a snack street, without even trying to hide, especially when she walked inside and saw the statue of Guan Yu, along with the company rules hanging on the left and right walls. She became even more convinced. The Grand Apex Alliance was just a criminal group wearing the skin of a company. At the same time, she finally understood why these guys were so efficient. Their legal concepts were hanging right there on the wall. Be cautious and meticulous. Be bold and know the law. Match your words with your actions. Furthermore, she discovered that the people in the office weren't smoking and playing cards as she had imagined, turning the place into a mess. Instead, most of them were holding a book with a red cover, flipping through the pages and scratching their heads. From time to time, someone would take a pen and make notes. There were even a few people arguing and debating over a legal topic. A dog bites me, and I bite the dog back until it's dead. Is that considered self-defense? Probably not. Dogs haven't studied the law. They don't have a concept of the rule of law. How could that count as self-defense? It should count as emergency necessity, right? How come I remember it as self-defense? Were you not paying attention in class? The premise of self-defense involves a person with legal consciousness. If they use the dog as a tool to attack you, and then you kill the dog, then it's called self-defense. What if I killed the person who set the dog on me instead? Does that count too? Forget it. Didn't Lawyer Vance already cover this? Hey, I suddenly want to know, is being arrogant against the law? Being arrogant isn't a crime, but you might get beaten up. Well, talk about a coincidence. Just in time to qualify for self-defense, Claire Grant listened to that group of men in black as they heatedly discussed legal statutes and specific cases, and her heart sank. As a police officer, the biggest headache is dealing with organized groups and criminals who have a strong sense of legal awareness, because they are far more difficult to handle than ordinary crooks. Who on earth was this Lawyer Vance they just mentioned? She was also curious about just how unscrupulous a lawyer would have to be to train such a bunch of reckless, unbridled guys. Speak of the devil. Just as Claire was about to take out the commendation flag, a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, dressed in a sharp suit, and radiating the aura of a legal outlaw, pushed the door open and walked in. It was none other than Theodore Vance. As soon as Theodore walked through the door, he noticed Claire in the hall wearing her police uniform. His professional instinct made him instantly alert. Are we being targeted? He wondered. However, when he saw that she was holding a commendation flag, he immediately walked over with enthusiasm. He extended his right hand. Hello, hello. I am Theodore Vance, the lead legal counsel for the Grand Apex Alliance. You're a new face, officer. Is this your first time at our office? Are you satisfied with our environment here? Rest assured, our company's procedures are fully compliant and legal, and our employees are extremely proactive, law-abiding, and disciplined. Claire studied the man before her. He was full of confidence and possessed a very unique, sharp shrewdness. She realized that this was the big-shot lawyer the street people were talking about. She politely extended her hand. Hello, I'm Claire Grant. I'm here today to present a commendation flag to thank your company's employees for assisting our precinct in capturing a group of criminals. Theodore Vance put on an expression of sudden realization. Oh, Officer Grant, you're far too kind. As they say, the police and the public are one family. We at the Grand Apex Alliance might not have much, but we have plenty of young men with a strong sense of justice. It's all in a day's work. As he spoke, he gestured to a young man in black. Tyler, come over here and take a photo with the camera. This is our company's very first commendation flag. We must keep it as a memento. Without giving Claire a chance to refuse, he grabbed the camera and started snapping a series of photos. In the photos, several young men in black uniforms were shaking hands and posing with a woman in a police uniform. In front of them was the commendation flag, which had 8 large characters printed on it: courageous Samaritans, paragons of integrity. Theodore Vance looked at the photos and couldn't help but give a big thumbs up. These 8 words perfectly captured the image of the Grand Apex Alliance. Courageous Samaritans, paragons of integrity. Wasn't this the true portrayal of the Grand Apex Alliance? Hurry and get these photos printed. Buy some nice frames too. We need to hang these photos in the most visible spot in the office. This is a manifestation of our corporate culture. Right away, Mr. Vance. Claire Grant tried to open her mouth to stop it several times, but she found she couldn't get a word in edgewise. She was being led completely by the nose. Furthermore, this lawyer's gift of gab was far superior to hers. He gave her zero opportunity to interject. She felt a surge of regret in her heart. If she'd known, she would have left right after delivering the flag. Now she was caught in this guy's trap. If these photos were actually hung up, it wouldn't just look like integrity. It would look like collusion between the law and the streets. Although Claire was disappointed not to see me or the other executives today, and felt some regret, she had still gained a lot. At the very least, she understood why these people had developed such a sense of law. She also felt that she couldn't stay any longer. She offered a quick greeting and left in a hurry. If she didn't leave soon, she was afraid this lead lawyer would trick her again. Take care, I won't see you out. Theodore Vance, a lawyer who frequently dealt with judicial institutions, easily saw through the female officer's thoughts. Still a little green to be going up against me. However, as he looked at the newly hung commendation flag, he suddenly felt that this was indeed an excellent way to handle dealings with the police. When he saw the miss, he would suggest that she organize more Good Samaritan acts, take more photos with police officers, or even just donate a few patrol cars to the precinct. And he'd use the opportunity to connect with their superiors. Then they could take photos with the precinct leadership. They'd hang the whole lobby with those photos and see who still dared to say they weren't legit. Perfect. Over the next few days of the October holiday, things were generally peaceful, with no unexpected issues popping up. However, on the day before school was set to resume, I received some surprising news. Near the Grand Apex Supermarket's University Town location, currently under renovation, another supermarket was also undergoing intensive renovations. Its scale looked only slightly smaller than our Grand Apex location. Furthermore, this supermarket was under Grant Young's former employer, Metro City Trading Company. Metro City Supermarket was now rebranded as Vanguard Metro City Supermarket. In this era, in order to rapidly seize market share, mergers and acquisitions had become the most direct and efficient method. Simply put, it was a case of the big fish eating the little fish. Metro City Trading was a living example. This company, established in '88, started out selling general merchandise. Only later did it pivot to the supermarket business, gradually developing into a prominent local chain in the province. But even so, this veteran enterprise, with nearly 20 years of development, still couldn't escape the fate of being acquired. If you didn't have enough confidence and strength, when faced with those aggressive, massive retail brands, you either sold yourself off obediently or waited to be crushed to death by them. I never expected that the first Grand Apex location in Emerald City would run into such a tough competitor so soon. Forget about the current post-merger Vanguard Metro City, even the old Metro City was not something the current Grand Apex could compare to. Once I confirmed the news was true, I called Grant Young, who was currently away on a business trip for training. As soon as the call connected, I heard Grant's excited voice. "Miss, sending me here was such a brilliant move. It's my first time seeing a supermarket with this kind of service model. It's absolutely incredible. You were right. In the future, we must push our service to the absolute extreme. That way, even against price wars and the impact of online shopping, we will definitely be able to gain a foothold. It looks like you've learned quite a lot. When do you plan on coming back?" "Miss, did something happen?" A few hundred yards from our University Town location, another supermarket has opened. It's currently being renovated, and it looks like they're coming for us. "What? Which one? What's the name of the supermarket?" "The Brothers. Ask the workers there. It's your former employer, Metro City." Grant Young was silent on the other end for a few seconds, before finally speaking. "Miss, I really had no idea. And when I was at Metro City, I never heard of any plan to open a store in University Town. I believe you. I called you because I wanted to ask what you think we should do. With two supermarkets opening in the same spot, A price war is probably unavoidable. Miss, we might need to prepare to not make a profit. Or even take a loss. I can accept not making money or even losing some, but there has to be a time limit on it. Otherwise, we can't afford to drag it out and it won't be worth it. Grant Young thought it over and said, Miss, since you put it that way, then I think we should go all out on enhancing our service. If we can, in the shortest time possible, turn our store into the supermarket everyone loves to visit. Then, we'll have nothing to fear. I'll be back tomorrow morning. Even if Metro City Supermarket is right in our neighborhood, it won't have too much of an effect. Of course, the prerequisite is that we must directly crush Metro City Supermarket first, because building brand reputation is a very long process. If there's a disruptor next door, and if we choose to fight a long-term war of attrition with them, it's very likely we'll fall before we can fully implement our changes. So I think we either don't strike at all, or we just finish them off with one blow. On the other end of the line, Grant Young analyzed the pros and cons in detail, including how to fight the initial battle, as well as the target audience positioning and service details, price strategies, long-term development plans, and so on. At the end of it, he asked in a nervous tone, Miss, what do you think? Grant Young had seen many bosses. Most would back down the moment they heard of potential massive losses, unless they were the kind of big shots with deep pockets and immense power. Few people could accept the continuous losses of a store, or a sudden massive loss in a short period without flinching. Therefore, he wasn't sure if the miss would hesitate. After hearing his analysis, I didn't answer him directly, but instead suddenly shifted the topic. Grant, do you know the revenue situation of each store during the holiday? On the other end of the line, Grant Young, almost without thinking, rattled off the supermarket's revenue data for this period. The Foggy Creek store's revenue for the first 6 days was $158 million. Brooke County was $127 million. Hope County was $1.39 million. And Blackwater Town was $114 million. The total revenue for the 6 days was $5.37 million. Of that, food sales accounted for about 60%. Not counting the costs spent on promotional activities, the gross profit margin is about 18%. The net profit is about 8% to 9%. Even though Grant Young was studying away from home, he still had the operation status of the Grand Apex supermarkets at his fingertips. It showed how strong his sense of responsibility was. Forcing him to stay back then was the right decision. I already knew the data he was reporting. After all, the supermarkets are now the primary source of income for the Grand Apex Alliance. Although the gross margin is currently low due to promotions, the gross profit of nearly $1 million in 6 days is not small. The net profit is about half of that, roughly $500,000, which averages out to about $80,000 a day. This figure might not seem like much, but if we can maintain it, we could earn a net profit of $30 million a year. Of course, this is just an ideal situation. Once the holiday is over, while the gross margin will increase somewhat, sales volume will also drop significantly. Whether we can truly achieve a net profit of $30 million a year will depend on subsequent operations. Our supermarket currently has a weak spot: home appliances and other high-ticket items. Sales growth in this area is very strong right now, but we lack supplier resources in this regard. We need to find suitable suppliers as soon as possible to fill this gap. A few minutes later, after Grant Young finished his report, I finally spoke. Grant, the reason I asked you earlier about our supermarket's current revenue situation was to tell you that I have the confidence to fight them. It's just one supermarket. We can afford to fight this battle. Aside from my trust in you, there's also my trust in our opponent. I believe Vanguard won't give Metro City too much support. I also believe that someone, in order to protect their own position, won't let the supermarket lose too much money. This is basically a common problem in every large corporation. I'll say it again. You are in full charge of the supermarkets. You make the calls. All I can do is give you a little advice and support you. Go ahead and do what you need to do. I believe in your ability and judgment. Grant Young, on the other end of the line, hearing this, was instantly filled with confidence. Since I trusted him so much, if he still lacked confidence, he might as well just pack up and go. Don't worry, miss. I will never let you down. We can definitely win this battle. All right then, that's all. Wait, miss. Just as I was about to hang up the phone, Grant Young suddenly thought of something and called me back. I asked, what is it? It's like this, miss. I've encountered a real talent here. She's a store manager at a Sunrise supermarket here. I've talked with her a few times, and she is definitely a talent. Isn't our supermarket going to move toward a service first philosophy in the future? She just happens to have experience in this area, and can bring a lot to our supermarket in terms of new ideas and methods. I want to poach her over, but her salary is a bit high. If we want to poach her, we might need to offer at least a 20% raise to sway her. Salary is not an issue. The key is she willing to come over? Grant Young also knew very well that talent is key to a supermarket's development. As long as it's a capable talent, it's worth spending more money to poach them. She should come over to see our environment first. Her hometown is Emerald City. That's our advantage. I just don't know if we can keep her once she's back. Grant, you're overthinking it. As long as you can get her over here, there's no way we can't keep her. Grant Young was stunned for a moment. Then he realized that what the Miss said was absolutely correct. What kind of company is our Grand Apex Alliance? It really isn't a place you can just enter and leave as you wish. Wasn't he himself a living example of that? Thinking of this, Grant Young instantly felt empowered. He adjusted his suit collar, gazing intently at the store manager, Janet Quinn, who was inspecting the fresh produce area. This woman was around 27 or 28 years old, with a clean-cut, short haircut, and professional attire. She looked very sharp. Based on his observations over these past few days, Grant Young was completely impressed by her management of this supermarket. This unique model and the mental outlook of the employees was among the best in the country to be a store manager in such an enterprise. Her capability was absolutely beyond question. Through various inquiries, Grant Young had also gained a general understanding of the store manager's income here. A monthly salary of roughly $7,000. That sounds ordinary, but that's take-home pay after health, retirement, and taxes have been deducted. If you include the pre-tax salary and benefits, this package could roughly rival a monthly salary of over $10,000 for an ordinary person. And this was in a mid-sized city, a place where the cost of living itself was low. Even store managers in those major cities might not have such a high income. If you factor in year-end bonuses and profit sharing, a store manager's annual income, compared to his income when he was vice president at Metro City, wasn't all that different. One must realize that he was once the company's vice president. After all, the position itself was much higher than a store manager. Also, the scale of Metro City trading was much larger than this supermarket's scale, and it had more branch stores. To make a more direct comparison, Emerald City is also a mid-sized city, and the cost of living in both places is similar. The salaries for supermarket store managers in Emerald City are generally only $3,000 to $5,000, which is a world away from the store manager here, besides high employee salaries and good benefits. What's even more exaggerated is that supermarkets under this enterprise close for one day every week, and even rest during prime times like New Year's. That's New Year's. They actually rest during the peak consumption period. Closing the store is just absurd. Furthermore, their enterprise employees can rest at least 100 days a year. He had never seen such a dreamlike company. Those who didn't know the inside story might think the owner was running a charity. In the words of Grant Young's former boss, paying such high salaries and giving so much time off was extremely counterproductive to an employee's drive. It would breed laziness, which was never good. Profit margins in the retail industry weren't high to begin with. The labor requirements were heavy, and employee costs took up the lion's share of expenses. To see such a generous enterprise now was truly a rare sight. Of course, his current boss wasn't lacking either. The treatment they provided was no worse than this, especially the benefits for core members. Grant Young was also aware that the company had implemented a dual system model, which meant he was essentially pulling in two salaries. Initially, I gave him a base salary of $20,000, and with the core management benefits, he got an extra $8,000. In reality, he was now making $28,000 a month, which was $10,000 more than when he was the vice president at Metro City. Of course, Grant Young didn't care much about the base salary anymore. What he truly valued were the supermarket shares I'd given him. That was the real recognition of his worth. He would work tirelessly to make Grand Apex Supermarket stronger and more powerful, to repay my trust. Now, Grant Young had personally witnessed the advantages and the local reputation of this supermarket. He fully understood the intention behind sending him on this mission. This supermarket's success was well-deserved. From the minute details of product placement to the staff's service attitude, everything radiated professionalism. There were truly so many things worth learning. In fact, learning this supermarket's model wouldn't be difficult, as long as the company's execution was on point and the benefits were sufficient. Grand Apex Supermarket would certainly be no worse than them. And on that very point, there seemed to be no issue on the Miss's end. The Miss never seemed to run out of ideas. He even felt that the employees of the Grand Apex Alliance, under the Miss's leadership, actually possessed an even stronger drive. Now, as long as he could transplant this supermarket's model completely, and then optimize it based on actual conditions, he could already envision just how glorious the supermarket's future would be. But the most urgent matter right now was poaching a talent. Janet Quinn had also noticed the gaze of this fellow townsman, and being stared at like that made her feel a bit uneasy. Out of professional instinct, she showed no reaction, and continued carefully checking the supermarket's details. Once she finished her floor walk and returned to her office, Grant Young followed her inside, and got straight to the point. Grant said, "Manager Quinn, let me introduce myself first. I'm the head of the supermarket division for the Grand Apex Alliance in Emerald City. I'd like to invite you to join our company, starting as the manager for our new location." Janet Quinn wasn't surprised. She had seen Grant Young frequently over these past few days, and could tell he wasn't just an ordinary customer. Plus, they had briefly chatted a few times. Ms. Quinn said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Young. I'm very happy with my current job, and I don't plan on switching careers for now." She was telling the truth. In the domestic supermarket industry, the treatment the supermarket gave her was absolutely top tier, so naturally, she wouldn't want to leave. "Manager Quinn, don't be so quick to refuse. After all, we're from the same hometown. Your parents are back home too, right? As the saying goes, there's no place like home. Don't you want to spend more time with them? Besides, I guarantee, the package we offer won't be worse than what you have here, and the room for growth is much larger. Here, you might stay a store manager forever. Moving up to corporate management is no easy feat. If you're willing to come to Grand Apex Supermarket, I guarantee you'll be a regional manager by next year. We'll start your base salary at $10,000 post-tax. Think it over carefully. Of course, if you don't believe me, you can come for a site visit first. Grand Apex Supermarket has 4 branches now, and the 5th one will open by the end of this month. You can take a few days off and head back to see for yourself." Grant Young knew very well how difficult it was to poach someone from a company with such great benefits. Sometimes, it wasn't just a matter of more money. After all, too many companies make grand promises when poaching, only to go back on their word once the person is switched over. By then, there's no going back to the old company. Being cautious was only natural. Janet Quinn, hearing Grant's sincere words, felt a spark of interest in her heart. To be honest, if possible, she did want to be closer to her parents. Throughout a person's life, from birth to entering society, one might initially long for far-off places and want to see the world, but once you've actually seen those places, you look back and realize that the place you miss most is the land where you were raised. She had worked here for several years. While she had plenty of time off, she still couldn't visit her parents as often as she liked. Now, she could fully afford to settle down here and bring her parents to live with her. But her parents had lived in that small city their whole lives. They were close with all their neighbors. How could they bear to leave? The last time she went home, seeing her mother happily playing mahjong with her friends, she knew her parents would never leave their hometown. Grant Young saw that Janet Quinn was clearly wavering, but he didn't push too hard. He simply handed over his business card. "You can contact me any time once you've thought it through. My offer stands." After saying that, he left decisively. He didn't linger at all. When dealing with this kind of talent, you can't be like a pest, pestering them until they give you an answer. That would only backfire. Everything that needed to be said was said. He would leave the rest for her to consider. As long as she agreed to go back and check things out, then his mission was accomplished. As for how to keep her there, that wasn't his concern. The October-long holiday ended. Dragging their suitcases back, returning students felt something was off at the school gate. For a moment, they couldn't put their finger on it, until someone realized and shouted, "Holy crap! Where did all those bleached hair thugs at the gate go? Why are they all gone? Isn't it good that they're gone? Do you actually miss them?" "No, it's just a little weird to get used to." Did they get wiped out in a gang crackdown during the holiday? If that's the case, Then, good riddance. I've hated those punks for a long time. Loitering at the school gate every day, staring at our school's girls. Don't they have girls at their own school? Exactly. Even if our school has more girls than guys, we can't have them constantly poaching our classmates. Generally, the ones complaining were the guys, although everyone was an adult, and promoted freedom in dating whenever they saw those bleached hair thugs, with their arms around girls from their own school. Walking down the street, it felt wrong, especially for those single guys in a place like State Finance. The resentment was even stronger. They hadn't expected that in just one holiday break, all those hoodlums would vanish. Of course, most of the girls in the school had similar reactions to the guys, though not as intense. Most were just surprised. Huh, where did all those thugs go? Yeah, it's so strange. Did they turn over a new leaf? This is actually pretty good. Otherwise, every time I left campus, those punks would be staring at me at the gate. It made me so uncomfortable. The school gate had suddenly become clean. Most students had no idea what the reason was. They just enjoyed the peace. Only the students of business administration. Class 2 seemed to have guessed something. On the first day of classes, before the first period had even started, people in the class were already discussing this topic. All those hoodlums outside the school are gone. Could our class president have done it? I heard she didn't even go home over the holiday. Maybe she was busy handling this. Wow. The class president is so responsible. I didn't expect her to actually keep her word. Her family is pretty wealthy. She even drives a high-end Mercedes. Maybe she just used money to settle it? It's possible. It must be nice being rich, someone said enviously. If I had money, I could handle those thugs outside the school too. I think you're just a case of sour grapes. What if the class president is rich? She can spend her money however she wants. Exactly. No matter how she did it, she certainly delivered on her promise. Of course, some people held a different view, chatting about the major event that happened in University Town over the long holiday. Wait, I heard. It was actually done by an outside group. A buddy of mine at another school told me that a syndicate basically cleaned out every thug in the entire University Town. No way. Not counting State Medical and our school. The thugs from the other 3 schools are quite a crowd. There are at least several hundred of them. Who could have the power to take them all down? I only heard rumors, but my buddy was very specific about the details. He said they were all wearing black suits, looked terrifying, and were incredibly ruthless. They, literally, beat the thugs from those schools into submission. And the most important thing is, my buddy also said, the boss of that group seemed to be a woman. A woman? Are you for real? Stop joking around. I think it's true. My buddy said he saw it with his own eyes. Are there really women that tough these days? For some reason, I suddenly really want to know what she looks like. Me too. Hey, do you guys think the boss of those men in black could be related to our class president? Someone suddenly proposed a bold hypothesis. After all, she promised to deal with the thugs outside, and now they really have been dealt with. It was hard not to make that connection. Impossible. Our class president is a top student and so gentle. How could she be part of that life? Don't overthink it. Exactly. She's the goddess of my heart. Can a goddess be a mob boss? Are you kidding? If it's really her, I'll eat my hat. I didn't say she's the mob boss. My point was, maybe she used her money to hire those people. Your suspicion is somewhat reasonable, but I still think it's impossible. Wait. Seeing the conversation drifting further and further off track, I overheard them and felt a bit helpless. However, I didn't plan on explaining anything. They could say whatever they wanted. I stood up and walked over to Liam Stone. Does what you said earlier in class still count? Liam Stone had returned yesterday afternoon, and had already noticed the situation at the gates. He had also guessed that this might be related to me. Although he still felt a bit indignant, he had made a promise, in front of the entire class. If he went back on his word now, his reputation among his classmates would certainly take a major hit. I'm a man of my word, Vanessa. Since you did it, I'll do whatever you ask me to from now on. Of course, as long as it's official business, not personal. And there's one more condition. You have to guarantee that those thugs truly won't show up at the school gates again. If this is only temporary, then I don't think our bet counts. He had also heard the rumors the other students were discussing. He felt that I might have just gotten lucky, and that by sheer coincidence, Those thugs were taught a lesson by some gang. Maybe they'd even make a comeback later. He'd wait to see how I handled it then, but with no evidence right now, he could only agree to my terms. I accept. If you ever see hoodlums at the school gate again, come directly to me. Liam Stone replied, fine, then, just tell me what you need me to do. There actually is something I need your help with. The school is hosting a gala next month. You need to fully cooperate with the class committee's work and go out to secure sponsorships. No problem, right? Although I could easily handle the sponsorship part myself, I couldn't do that. Otherwise, for every future activity, the committee would just hold their hands out to me for money. Should I give it or not? Securing sponsors is a learning experience in itself. If I solved everything, what would be the point of having a committee? They might as well just do nothing. Liam Stone, hearing this task, was actually quite reluctant to do it. Assisting the committee was one thing, but securing sponsorships was a thankless, difficult job. You had to run around under the scorching sun, deal with the attitudes of business owners, and usually only end up with a few cases of bottled water as sponsorship. Giving him this job now was clearly a deliberate attempt to make things difficult for him. But even if he didn't want to, he had to agree. Fine, I'll do my best. I shook my head. Not your best. You must do it, no matter how much you secure. I'll consider the task completed. Liam Stone looked up into my bright eyes. Finally, he gritted his teeth. I will get those sponsorships. Good. Then it's settled. I nodded, then turned to face the rest of the class, taking the chance to promote the gala for the committee. Next month's gala will be the first time for us freshmen. Usually, freshmen rarely perform on stage, but from what I know, the other classes have already submitted their acts. I don't think Class 2 should fall behind. I hope everyone signs up enthusiastically. Those with talent will be prioritized. Let's show the entire school what Class 2 of Business Administration is made of. Perhaps because I had dealt with the hoodlums at the school gate earlier, the atmosphere in the class was notably more positive. People began to state that they would sign up with the committee after class. Of course, a few boys tried to cause a bit of mischief at my words. President, aren't you going to show your face on stage? If you did, our class would definitely become famous school-wide. Yeah, sign up and show your face, President. I have too much on my plate, and not enough time. Besides, I don't have any particular talents, so I won't go up there and embarrass myself. I declined. When the students heard this, they were all secretly disappointed. To be honest, even though those boys were joking, when the others heard it, they actually thought it was a great suggestion. With Vanessa Miller's looks and poise, whatever she did on stage, even as she just sang a song, their class would be the talk of the school. After a brief class meeting, regular lessons began. There were 2 periods this morning, and only 1 in the afternoon. School ended quite early, wrapping up around 3,000 p.m. For the rest of the day, everyone was free to do as they pleased. I planned to leave campus, to handle the matter with Ashton Gray. That guy was simply too cunning. Lance's men had been tailing him for a long time, before discovering that he actually had 3 separate residences. He was like a real-life version of a fox with 3 burrows. But the moment I stepped outside the school gates, I found a massive crowd gathered there. Before I could even figure out what was going on, someone suddenly shouted, "She's here, she's here, she's here. Vanessa Miller is out." The moment I stepped out of the school gates, I saw a massive crowd of students and passersby gathered around the entrance. Every single pair of eyes shifted toward me in unison. Before I could even figure out what was going on, someone suddenly shouted, "Look, Vanessa Miller is out." While I was still trying to process this, the crowd proactively parted to make a way. Immediately after, a yellow Lamborghini appeared right in front of me. Standing before the car was a rather handsome young man, leaning against the door with a bouquet of pink roses in his arms. Directly in front of him, there was a massive star-shaped arrangement made from 999 red roses. In the center of the floral sea, several large characters were spelled out. "Vanessa Miller, I love you." When I saw the scene, my brows furrowed slightly, and I prepared to just walk away. But I had only taken a few steps when the guy with the Lamborghini came jogging off to me. He reached out to grab my wrist and stop me. "Vanessa, don't go. Look, I prepared this gift specifically for you. Do you like it?" I stepped aside to avoid him, my gaze cold. "Sorry, I don't." "Then what do you like? Designer bags? Jewelry? Sports cars? I'll give you whatever you want." Just be my girlfriend. The moment he said that, the surrounding students erupted into a commotion. Holy crap, this guy is way too extra. Rich guys really go all out when they're chasing a girl. He's willing to give her anything, even a sports car. Do you think Vanessa will say yes? I think so. If it were me, I'd say yes. You'd be an idiot not to. Anyone willing to do this much for you is definitely the real deal. It looks like. You guys don't know our campus queen very well. Her family is loaded too. I don't think she'll agree. In an instant, the school gate was buzzing with gossip. I scanned the crowd with an indifferent gaze. I really hated the feeling of being watched like a spectacle, and I hated this self-important way of confessing even more. Besides, this was just too bizarre. We didn't even know each other. The guy probably had a screw loose. Or he was just way too confident in himself. Are you actually stupid, or just acting like it? I don't even know your name. Why would I accept a gift from you? And what century is this? You're still using such cliched tactics to chase girls? The guy scratched his head. Is it tacky? I see a lot of people who seem to like this style. If you don't like it, I can change it. Can you just tell me what you actually like? If I like something, I'll buy it myself. Well, furthermore, I don't like hanging out with people who don't share my interests. Then tell me what your interests are. Maybe our interests are exactly the same. I'm into men. What? You're into men too? What do you mean? The guy didn't catch it at first, but soon his eyes widened in shock. Are you calling me gay? I gave him a look, as if he were an idiot, turned around, and walked away. Just as the guy was about to continue chasing and pestering me, Lance arrived in the car right on time. He grabbed the guy by the shoulder from behind. With a sharp shove, the guy stumbled back several steps, nearly falling over. Stay away from the miss, Lance warned him coldly. After giving the warning, he quickly walked to my side and opened the car door for me. Even after being shoved by Lance, the guy wasn't angry. He still had that smile on his face. He even checked himself out as he straightened his crumpled collar. Then he cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted at my retreating back. My name is Logan Shepard. One day, I'm going to win you over. I'm never giving up. I paused slightly in my tracks. The name Logan Shepard sounded familiar, yet I couldn't quite place it. I really had no clear impression of him. Once we were in the car, Lance looked through the rearview mirror and saw that the miss seemed to still be thinking about that guy. He spoke up directly, Miss. Do you want me to take care of him? I looked out the window at Logan Shepard, who was still standing there. The guy was grinning and waving at me. No need for now. If he actually dares to keep pestering me, it won't be too late to deal with him then. Right now, there was a more important matter to attend to. Ashton Gray likely never would have guessed that despite his extreme secrecy, he had still been exposed. The train station plaza was teeming with people, a chaotic blend of various noises and movement. Ashton Gray was wearing a baseball cap and a mask, as he completed a transaction under a statue in the plaza. This single deal had netted him a cool $200,000. After getting the money, Ashton didn't rush home. First, he went to an old residential area, not far to the east of the train station. He wove through several narrow alleys, turning left and right, and eventually arrived at a secluded fork in the road. He waited until he saw a small, thin figure, and then walked over. It was a boy of about 13 or 14. His clothes were tattered and filthy, and his shoes were worn through with holes, exposing his dirty toes. Ashton Gray walked up and gave him a smack on the back of the head. Scraps, take me to see the goods. The boy ducked his head and said nothing, simply turning around silently to lead the way. The two of them, one behind the other, arrived at an inconspicuous junkyard. Scraps skillfully lifted an iron plate disguised as trash, revealing a hidden entrance to a basement. Ashton Gray narrowed his eyes and followed him inside. The light in the basement was dim, and the damp air was thick, with a variety of foul odors. A bald man was sitting in front of a TV, controller in hand, playing one of those pixelated games typical of this era. Hearing footsteps, the bald man didn't even look back as he cursed. I told you to watch the door, not run around, damn it. Baldy. It's me, Ashton Gray said. Hearing the voice, the man turned and saw Ashton. He immediately put down the controller, grinning broadly, to reveal a row of tobacco-stained yellow teeth. Oh, Mr. Gray, what brings you by today? Ashton Gray said irritably. What do you think? I'm here to inspect the merchandise, obviously. Got anything new? There's definitely new stock. I'll show you right now, Mr. Gray. Baldy stood up, took a ring of keys from his belt, and walked over to open a metal locker in the corner that was about 2 meters high. When the door opened, quite a few items were visible inside. There were phones, watches, and various other miscellaneous things. They were essentially all luxury goods. Ashton Gray used 2 fingers to lift a cloth belt and said with dissatisfaction, "Baldy, who do you think I am? You're trying to insult me with this junk." "Hey now, don't call it junk. Look, if you see something you like, I'll give you an extra discount," Baldy said. "Everything we have is right here." "Is that so?" I heard. "You guys have better stock hidden away somewhere else. Are you hiding it because you don't want me to see it?" Baldy became visibly alert at those words. "Who told you that? Items like those aren't exactly easy to come by. Getting this much is already quite a feat." "Baldy, don't be like that. We're acquaintances after all. We've done business together several times now. Yet you're still so guarded against me. To tell you the truth, I'm heading abroad for a fashion show soon. You can't expect me to wear this junk and embarrass myself. If I didn't see that your stock here is in good condition, and the prices are cheap, I wouldn't even come here. I get it. How about this, Mr. Gray? I'll find a way to get you some high-quality items later. Hurry up, time waits for no man." As Ashton Gray spoke, he directly took a card holder from the cabinet, as well as a Patek Philippe watch. Just these 2 items cost him $60,000. Of course, the actual market value of these 2 items was somewhere upwards of $100,000. After finishing his shopping, Ashton Gray left the place immediately. The boy named Scraps had been following behind him the entire time, as if he had to see him leave with his own eyes. Upon reaching the alley entrance, Ashton Gray turned around suddenly, scaring Scraps into a stumble. A clear look of tension appeared on the boy's dirty little face. "What are you so nervous about, Scraps? You need to help me keep a close eye on the stock here. Tell Baldy that he has to save the good stuff for me." As he spoke, he pulled a lollipop from his pocket and handed it to him. Regardless of whether Scraps wanted it or not, he shoved it into his hand and left. Half an hour later, after returning home, Ashton Gray changed into a tracksuit and headed out with the shopping bag. The guy was exceptionally cautious. He spent a full 20 minutes weaving between the residential buildings in the complex. Finally, he ducked into the stairwell door in the furthest corner and climbed all the way to the 6th floor. The moment he pulled out his keys and inserted them into the lock, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. The sound of rapid footsteps came from downstairs, and 4 or 5 men in black appeared, trapping Ashton Gray at the stairwell landing. Right then, the door to apartment 601 creaked open from the inside. Lance walked out of the room, looking at him with an expressionless face. "Going somewhere?" Ashton Gray completely lost his earlier composure. "How did you find this place?" Halfway through the sentence, he suddenly realized the truth. "You had people tailing me," he roared. Lance didn't offer an explanation. "Come in. The miss is waiting for you inside." Ashton Gray knew that there was no way he was getting away scot-free today. He could only bit the bullet and follow Lance into the apartment. When he saw me standing in a room filled with luxury goods, admiring the dazzling array of high-end items displayed in the cabinets, he nearly snapped. "Do you have any idea that this is trespassing?" I turned to look at him, smiling faintly. "Why don't you try calling the police then?" Ashton Gray was left speechless by my retort. He truly didn't dare call the police, because all the items in his home had come from questionable sources. "I didn't expect you to be so wealthy. With the amount of stuff you have here, you could open a boutique for second-hand luxury goods." As I spoke, Ashton Gray took a deep breath, struggling to calm himself down. "Ms. Miller, what exactly do you want?" I casually tossed an envelope to him. Ashton Gray caught the envelope, and his face changed instantly. A layer of cold sweat broke out on his back. This envelope contained the very intelligence he had sold to the syndicate today. Inside, there was also a photograph. The photo of Claire Grant, but this envelope had clearly been taken by the syndicate's people. How could it have ended up in my hands? Could it be that the person who came for the handoff was a fake? That shouldn't be possible. He had investigated beforehand. That man was a trusted confidant of the syndicate's boss, Patrick. Logically, there shouldn't have been any problems. Could it be? No need to guess. I hadn't originally planned to come looking for you, but by selling those items to the syndicate, you breached our agreement. However, I can give you one more chance. It will all depend on your performance. Ashton Gray's eyes flickered. He gritted his teeth and said, "Ms. Miller, You can pick any items you want from this room. No charge. Consider it my apology to you. I shook my head. I don't want any of this. And I won't touch it. Ashton Gray ground his teeth, his heart full of resentment. I can leave Emerald City and never come back. I remained unmoved. You won't leave. Until your goal is achieved, you won't be able to leave. Ashton Gray was truly shocked this time. Fine beads of sweat broke out on his forehead. Yet he still played dumb. Ms. Miller, I don't understand what you're talking about. I'm just a middleman who sells minor intel. What kind of goal could I possibly have? If I'm not mistaken, you have a connection to a group of human traffickers, don't you? Do you want me to keep going? My voice wasn't loud, yet it carried an invisible sense of oppression. Ashton Gray was so terrified that he collapsed to his knees. Ms. Miller, please, let me go. I truly know I was wrong. I'll never do it again. He was genuinely afraid now, and filled with immense regret. He regretted collecting and selling information on me, and he regretted provoking this woman even more. How could this woman be human? She was a complete monster. She even gave him the illusion. Which one of them was the actual information broker? It was true. Ashton Gray did indeed have a connection to a group of human traffickers. In fact, he himself had once been an abducted child. He had even done something back then that he regretted for the rest of his life. He never thought. Whenever he heard the screams of that girl, just a year younger than him, as she was taken away by the traffickers, the girl's terrified and helpless eyes would flash before him. That image was like a nightmare that made it impossible for him to sleep. He often had night terrors because of it. Later, after he escaped from that hellish place, he eventually made his way to Emerald City. Actually, besides avoiding being hunted by that group, he had an obsession in his heart. He wanted to know what had happened to that girl. Was she dead? Or had she, like other children, been brutally mistreated? In short, he only had one goal now, to find that girl and save her. Only then could he find peace, even though he knew the hope was incredibly slim. As for why he was so obsessed with luxury goods, to a point that was almost pathological, it was also related to his past experiences. He felt that by owning these things, he could become one of the elite, integrate into high society, and become someone who controlled the fates of others. Naturally, he had never told a single soul about these life experiences. So, how could I have known? He truly couldn't wrap his head around it. Ms. Miller, I want to know, how did you find out about my background? I naturally wasn't going to say I'd seen it in his case files. I didn't answer him. I can help you find the person you're looking for. But before that, you must obey me. You have no choice. Then I turned to Lance and ordered, take photos of everything for evidence. Yes, miss. Lance accepted the order. Ashton Gray wanted to stop them, but he simply couldn't. He originally thought about tricking us and leaving, then moving all the luxury goods out of the apartment. But he didn't expect the other party to have already considered that. They took photos and videos directly, even including him in the footage. Even worse, to prevent him from fleeing, they had even collected his fingerprints and DNA. Surveillance wasn't as widespread in this era as it would be in the future. Without DNA or photos, catching someone was truly no easy feat. But once they had complete biological data, that changed everything. Just like in the future, many criminals who remained anonymous for years were eventually caught. It was because future investigative methods were more advanced, allowing them to cross-reference with even fragmented information. Ashton Gray was completely stunned. He really hadn't expected these people to be so cautious. They had completely blocked off any way out for him. Damn it. As expected, having a lawyer on the payroll is disgusting. They're way too meticulous and ruthless in their work. Once the evidence was collected, I prepared to leave. Keep an eye on the syndicate and gather intelligence. Don't say I didn't warn you, if I find out that you're doing anything against me or the Grand Apex Alliance. I won't mind sending you to a safe place. As I spoke, I once again scanned the room filled with luxury goods. A rough estimate suggested 10 years or more wouldn't be an issue. Ms. Miller, does what you said earlier still count? It counts. If you need anything, you can contact Lance. Just as I reached the door, I suddenly stopped. I gave Ashton Gray a piece of advice. There's good stuff in your room, but I suggest you keep it all and don't sell it. It might give you some room to negotiate at a critical moment. After saying that, I left with the rest of the group. Ashton Gray stood by the 6th floor window. It wasn't until he saw my motorcade leave the complex that he finally snapped out of it. Only then did he realize that his back was already soaked with cold sweat. It felt sticky and uncomfortable. He returned to the room again, looking at the luxury goods filling the space. He knew all too well how much trouble these items could bring. But if he were truly asked to get rid of them, he really couldn't bear to do it. I'll just take it one step at a time. I can only bet on Vanessa Miller keeping her word. If she really can find that girl. Ashton Gray looked at the fruits of his labor in the room, gritted his teeth, and cursed. About 20 minutes later, Ashton Gray left this hideout and headed to his second residence. He was now carrying some food, including 2 roast ducks. This residence was a world apart from the place where he usually lived. The decoration was as simple as it could possibly be. It was basically an unfinished concrete apartment. There was no furniture or appliances, only a few sets of bunk beds. The bedding on the beds was extremely ragged, filthy, and emitting a foul, pungent odor. Ashton Gray's designer clothes looked particularly jarring in this environment. It created a sharp contrast. After walking around the room, he pulled up a plastic stool and sat down. He was waiting for something. Who knows how much time passed, but movement finally came from outside the door. 5 boys in rags entered one after another. Seeing Ashton Gray in the room, they visibly ducked their heads. One gave a small greeting, "Brother Ashton." Ashton Gray looked at them and asked, "How was the harvest today? Bring it out." The boys hesitated for a moment, then pulled from their respective pockets crumpled bills and coins. They placed it all on the broken wooden table. It added up to about $80, mixed with some small change. Ashton Gray, seeing that they had only begged for such a small amount of money today, saw his face turn dark instantly. "Only this much? What the hell are you all good for? Can't you cry? When you see one of those wealthy marks, just throw yourself at them, grab their legs, and wail. Can't you even do something that simple? With this kind of performance, I think you might as well stop eating from now on. Just starve to death then." After Ashton Gray's harsh, face-to-face scolding, none of the boys dared to even take a loud breath. They all kept their heads down, saying nothing. Ashton Gray scolded them for a full few minutes, before his anger subsided slightly. Only then did he take the steamed buns and the 2 roast ducks and toss them onto the wooden table with a thud. "Eat, damn it." What a massive loss. The boys saw the roast ducks, and their eyes lit up instantly. They couldn't help but swallow their saliva, but no one dared to move. "Well, what are you just standing there for? If you don't eat, I'll take it out and feed it to the dogs." Hearing Ashton Gray say this, they swarmed the wooden table all at once. They used their hands to tear the ducks apart and began devouring them greedily. Rare smiles finally appeared on their faces. Ashton Gray sat to the side, pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, took one out and lit it. He took a deep drag. After exhaling a puff of smoke, he saw how fast the little runts were eating. He couldn't help but curse, "Slow down. You're like starving ghosts, reborn. Have you no shame?" The boys hummed vaguely in response, but the movements of their hands and mouths didn't slow down at all. While they were eating heartily, Ashton Gray suddenly spoke again. "I have something to tell you. After this meal, I'm sending you all away. The arrangements have already been made. Damn it. I spent so much money to buy you, and I haven't even made back my initial investment." Hearing these words from Ashton Gray, the boys froze instantly. In unison, they put the roast duck meat back down. The leader, a boy with a head full of thick hair, couldn't help but speak. "Brother Ashton, we won't eat meat anymore. Could you please not send us away? Brother Ashton, we were wrong. We'll work harder to make money for you. Brother Ashton, we don't want to leave." Ashton Gray's narrow, fox-like eyes widened in a glare. "Damn it, whether you leave or stay isn't up to you. All of you, shut up. If I count on you useless trash to make me money, I'll lose even the shirt on my back. Relax. I'm not sending you back to where you came from. Now you have 2 choices. One is to go to an orphanage. The other is for me to arrange something else. I'm not negotiating with you. I've already made my decision." Hearing this, some of the boys started crying immediately, even though they had been out on the streets crying all day today. The tears still flowed uncontrollably. Ashton Gray heard their crying and irritably cursed about his bad luck. He turned around and went downstairs. Standing below the building, the night breeze blew past. For some reason, his eyes suddenly felt a bit hot. Then, he pulled a bank card from his pocket. There was about $58,000 in here. It was all clean, money begged by those little runts upstairs. He hadn't touched a single cent of it. Ashton Gray finished a whole pack of cigarettes downstairs. Before heading back up, he pushed open the door. Those little runts were still sitting at the table. The roast duck was still there, unfinished. Every single pair of eyes was dim and lifeless. In some of their eyes, there was even a trace of fear for the future. Have you decided? Follow my arrangement, or go to the orphanage? The leader, a boy named Ty, looked up. They voiced their decision. Brother Ashton, we've made up our minds. We'll do whatever you arrange. Ashton Gray was surprised. You really thought it through? The boys nodded in unison. Who knows if they were just numb from everything they'd been through, or if they truly trusted Ashton Gray. But not a single one of them chose the orphanage. Fine. Once the decision is made, there's no going back. Don't go out to work tomorrow. Wait for my word. Ashton Gray gave one last instruction before leaving. Those 2 ducks cost me $36. If you dare waste them, I'll beat you to death when I get back. With that, he left immediately. He didn't go back to his residence, but hailed a cab and headed straight for the Grand Apex Alliance. By the time Ashton Gray reached the entrance, his palms were already covered in a thin layer of sweat. He pushed the door open and went inside. Sure enough, I was sitting in the lobby reviewing documents, as if I had expected his arrival. Under the lights, my profile looked incredibly refined, despite the girl before him being exceptionally beautiful. Every time Ashton Gray saw me, he didn't have a single impure thought. Instead, his skin crawled. The more beautiful the woman, the more dangerous she is. That saying was absolutely true. Ashton Gray pulled out a bank card and placed it on the table, sliding it toward me. I didn't even lift my eyes. Trying to buy peace of mind? I'm not taking your money. Ashton Gray hurriedly explained, it's clean money. I was surprised. Clean money, Ms. Miller? I'm sure you already know that I have a few boys who handle begging for me. To be honest, I bought those runts from human traffickers. The money on this card is everything they earned from begging. I haven't touched a cent of it. I'm giving this to you because I hope you can take them in. This money can cover their meals. It might not be much, but they're just survivors. They don't need fancy food. As long as they don't starve, it's fine, Ashton Gray said. I shook my head slightly. Sorry. According to the law, the company cannot hire child labor. Ashton Gray got anxious. They're all over 16. Some are already 17. Still no. Ashton Gray felt a wave of disappointment at my refusal. He prepared to leave and try to figure out another plan. Just as he reached the door, a voice drifted from behind him. However, they can come here to study for free. I can find a teacher for them. The next day, Ashton Gray brought the 5 boys over. He dropped his usual harsh attitude, repeatedly instructing them that under the new boss, they must remember 2 words, be obedient. Be obedient, and then be obedient some more. Brother Ashton, that's 4 words, shut up, or I'll sell you to a brothel. You must be obedient. Do you hear me? Ty and the others nodded frantically. They might fail at doing anything else, but when it came to being obedient, they were experts. Because the ones who weren't usually ended up missing a hand or a foot. After getting out of the car, they followed Ashton Gray to the 2nd floor stairwell. On the west side of the snack street, Ashton Gray took a deep breath before leading them upstairs. Though Ty and the others were terrified, they followed obediently. When they reached the 2nd floor and saw 4 or 5 young men in black suits who looked like serious street toughs smoking by the door, they lowered their heads in fear, especially when they entered the office and saw a whole crowd of men in black inside, all of whom turned to stare at them. Ty and the boys' bodies began to tremble uncontrollably. They'd imagined many scenarios for the new boss, but they never expected Ashton Gray to send them to a place like this. Back when they were making money for the traffickers, they had seen their share of vicious faces. But this group looked even more menacing than those traffickers. They looked like they were part of something much deeper. What made their skin crawl even more was seeing a few men in black in the corner of the office, gesturing toward a dummy model. They were discussing things like force and angles. One was even using a fruit knife for a simulation, plunging it into the dummy. This way, you can avoid the liver and other vital organs. That won't work. The angle is still off. You'll hit an artery. Too much blood loss is a problem. Forget about Ty and the kids. Even Ashton Gray was horrified hearing this. What were they doing? Had the Grand Apex Alliance expanded into the organ trade? If he hadn't, gathered information on the Grand Apex Alliance before, and concluded they wouldn't do anything that insane. He probably would have bolted right then and there. With the sound of heavy footsteps, a chubby young man accompanied by a massive, fierce-looking giant walked over. Ty and the children froze instantly, tears welling in their eyes. "Brother Ashton, can we please go back?" Ashton Gray's brow furrowed. "Shut up," he barked. "Now that you're here, just listen and behave. I've already taken the money. There's no way you're going back." The boys' faces turned as white as sheets. Their trust had been misplaced. They should have chosen the orphanage. It was over. Everything was over. Mitch walked up to Ty and the others. Scanning the 5 boys, he looked dissatisfied, even though they had changed into relatively clean clothes. They still felt filthy. They were thin and short, and they looked way too young. "Ashton Gray, what is this? Didn't you say yesterday the boys you were sending were 16 or 17? These runts look like they're barely 13 or 14. Are you trying to play us, you bastard?" "Absolutely not, Mr. Madden. They're just late bloomers. They're definitely of age," Ashton Gray guaranteed hurriedly. "Where are their IDs? Let me see them." Mitch reached out a hand. Ashton Gray looked awkward. Well, they don't have IDs. None? And you still say you aren't playing us?" Mitch flared up. "Mr. Madden, they were all abducted by traffickers. They're undocumented. Where would they even get IDs from?" Ashton Gray had no choice but to tell the truth. Hearing this, Mitch's expression softened slightly. "Fine, I'll handle the identity issue later." Ashton Gray, perhaps fearing that Mitch and the others would dislike the boys, tried to talk them up. "Mr. Madden, don't let their size fool you. They're solid when it comes to work. They're all very hard-working, and they each have a special skill." He said this, hoping the Grand Apex Alliance would take better care of them, rather than seeing them as useless and throwing them back out to fend for themselves. Mitch's curiosity was indeed piqued. He turned to look at Ty and the other boys. "Special skills? What kind of special skills? Show me." Ty and the others looked at each other, confused and uncertain. They had no idea what kind of special skill they were supposed to have. They just stood there like statues, not moving a muscle. "Come on, show me what you've got," Mitch urged. "What are you all just standing there dazed for?" Ashton Gray quickly stepped forward and spoke up. "Hurry and show Mr. Madden what you can do." Then he turned back to Mitch and said, "Mr. Madden, these boys worked as pickpockets for a few years. Their fingers are incredibly fast. Thieves, huh?" Mitch's interest was suddenly piqued, and his eyes lit up. "In all the years I've been alive, I've never actually been robbed before. If any of you can steal something off me, without me noticing, I'll reward you with a massive feast today. But if you can't, I'll send every last one of you to a safe place." The boys were startled by his words. They instinctively looked toward the corner, at the anatomical dummy. This safe place? Surely they weren't being sent to a place to have their organs harvested, right? Ashton Gray saw them cowering and gave them a direct kick. "Hurry up. It's too late to back out now. You chose this path yourselves." Among the 5 boys, the one with the thick head of hair, named Ty, hesitated for a moment, but then his gaze gradually turned determined. He was the first to step out and walk up to Mitch. He extended his right hand. Mitch was taken aback. He thought this theft technique was far too direct and amateurish. If this was all they had, he would be very disappointed. Despite his thoughts, he cooperatively reached out to shake the boy's hand. At the same time, he was secretly on guard for a sudden move. After all, Ashton Gray had said, these boys had very fast hands. Sure enough, the moment their hands met, Mitch clearly felt a hand reach toward his inner suit jacket pocket. The target was exactly the wallet inside. Mitch reacted instantly, using his other free hand to grab at Ty's wrist. But before he could catch him, Ty had already skipped back several steps, opening up some distance between them. Mitch patted his inner pocket and pulled out a black wallet, waving it in front of them. The wallet is still here. He intended to use this to show that Ty's skills weren't quite up to par yet, but he was only halfway through his sentence when he suddenly felt a chill in his lower body. He looked down and saw that his pants had suddenly slid to the floor, revealing a pair of boxers, printed with extra-large SpongeBob SquarePants. The entire office fell silent for exactly 1 second. Immediately after, pfft, ha! Mitch, what a choice in style. Haha. At the same time, Ty held his hand high. and a black leather belt was suddenly visible in his grip. Mitch hurriedly yanked up his pants and roared at the crowd, "Nobody laugh. Can't a guy buy pants that are a little too big?" Then he snatched the belt back from Ty's hand and strapped it back on. Once it was secure, he studied the thick-haired boy once more. "How did you do that?" Ty made a small gesture with his hand and explained that during the handshake, he faked the pickpocket move to draw Mitch's attention. Then, taking advantage of the split-second distraction, he slipped the belt right off him. He had just used a little special sleight of hand. Mitch nodded. His hands were indeed very fast. Then, he shouted directly to the Grand Apex men in black, "Someone take them down and handle them properly." "Yes, Mr. Madden." Instantly, 7 or 8 men in black walked over. Under Ty and the others' terrified gazes, they were roughly led away. Ashton Gray panicked when he saw the display. He hurriedly asked, "Mr. Madden, where are you taking them?" Mitch gave him a sideways glance. "Since they've joined my Grand Apex Alliance, they are now our people. Where I take them is none of your damn business." "Why? Do you have an objection?" Ashton Gray quickly waved his hands. "No objection, none at all." Though he said it out loud, he was incredibly anxious in his heart. He had revealed Ty and the others, passed as pickpockets, and came clean about their background, specifically to test these people from the Grand Apex Alliance, or to see if they sincerely wanted to take the children in. Furthermore, saying it was a way to show his own honesty, he also wanted to take the chance to remind Ty that the skills they had learned in the past couldn't be foolishly used on members of the Grand Apex Alliance, especially not on these street professionals. But he never expected Mitch to be so petty. Losing meant he'd just play dirty and have them handled immediately. This was it. It was over. Ty and the boys would be lucky to keep their skin, let alone their lives. Just then, Mitch remembered something. With hands as good as these, why didn't you keep them in that line of work? Why have them out begging instead? Ashton Gray really wanted to snap back at him. "That's a question you should ask your own Theodore Vance. Stealing is a crime, but begging isn't against the law. Mr. Madden, that line of work is all about territory. If these kids accidentally crossed into someone else's turf and got caught, having their hands or legs broken would be considered a light punishment. Besides, they're all over 16 now." "What do you mean by that?" Mitch didn't follow. "Mitch, at 16, they can be charged as adults," a nearby Grand Apex member reminded him. Only then did Mitch realize the truth. His gaze toward Ashton Gray was no longer as hostile as it had been. Initially, he found the guy particularly annoying, especially since he was audacious enough to collect and sell information on the miss. But now, after learning this, he actually found him a lot more tolerable. At the very least, this guy hadn't completely ruined those children. "Fine, you can leave now," Ashton Gray stammered. "About the boys, they—" Mitch narrowed his eyes. "Don't trust the Alliance?" "I trust you. I trust you." Ashton Gray didn't dare say another word as he left. Once he had seen him off, Mitch plopped down on the sofa, crossing his legs. Then he pulled out his phone and dialed a subordinate's number. "Make sure you clean those little runts up well. Get them looking decent." After hanging up, he checked the time and dialed my number. He asked me how exactly we should handle the children. While we were talking, Lance walked over with a ring of keys. Mitch saw the keys and asked curiously, "Lance, what are those for?" Lance replied, "The place next door. Remember that Taekwondo dojo? It's vacant now. The miss and I decided to turn it into a martial arts gym. Those kids will be enrolled there as students." "A martial arts gym? That's a good idea. Those kids are way too scrawny. Some physical training will do them good." A few hours later, the boys returned. Each of them had changed into a set of clean clothes, and their hair had been cut into neat, short styles. Their once sallow faces were now flushed with color, and they looked significantly more energetic. Mitch studied them once more, nodding with satisfaction. "You look a lot better now." Ty and the others, seeing this bleached hair man again, the one who had nearly scared them to death, had a completely different look in their eyes. They had originally thought their lives were over, spending the entire time in a state of terror and anxiety. Ty, in particular, was filled with extreme regret. If only he hadn't pulled Mitch's belt out, maybe then it wouldn't involve the others. Just like that, just as the little runts thought they were finished, they suddenly found themselves taken to a bathhouse. As soon as they entered the bathhouse, they became targets that the scrubbers fought to handle. Man, How many years has it been since you washed? My chance to break a Guinness World Record is finally here. For these little runts, the grime scrubbed off each of them was measured by the pound. They nearly clogged up the place's drains. Mostly, it was because they didn't have the habit of bathing. To be precise, the traffickers who controlled them simply didn't allow them to bathe at all. After all, looking filthy made it easier to earn money for them, because they hadn't bathed in so long. The skin on their bodies had actually cracked. When they were being scrubbed, they even started to bleed. However, none of them made a single sound, as long as they weren't on an operating table getting their kidneys cut out, and weren't as terrified. Their endurance was actually quite strong. Pain was just pain. It was better than losing their lives. After the bath, the Grand Apex members gave them a set of new clothes, took them to a clinic to apply some medicine, gave them haircuts after that, and finally brought them back. Through this series of experiences, Ty and the others gradually shifted from their initial paralyzing fear to an indescribable feeling in their hearts. They were overwhelmed by the favor. Ty looked at the clean, tidy clothes on his back, then at the surrounding Grand Apex members who, despite looking professional, at this moment, were treating them with kindness and warmth. His heart was a whirlwind of emotions. So this is what it feels like to be treated like a human being? Mitch looked at them and asked, "What are your names?" The 5 boys immediately replied, "Ty, Jax, Rex, Tank, and Hunter." Mitch chuckled at that. "It's like a whole zoo in here. What about your real names? What are you called?" Ty and the others looked at each other, then shook their heads. "We don't have real names." They had been treated like livestock by those traffickers. Since they were children, no one would ever give them formal names. Mitch and Lance, who had just returned from the law firm next door, both fell silent. "It's fine. You'll have real names from now on," Mitch said, patting Ty's shoulder to comfort him. Then he pointed to the stern young man beside him. "This is your martial arts master, Lance. Brother Lance, from today on, you are his disciples." He wasn't wrong in saying that. Lance was indeed the head of the new martial arts gym, teaching professional fighting and combat skills. These boys would also become students there. Calling Lance master made perfect sense. Ty and the others froze for a moment. Once it sank in, they all suddenly knelt on the ground and shouted "Master" with the utmost respect. Seeing this, a hint of emotion flickered on Lance's stern face. "Get up. There's no need for such a grand gesture." Only then did Ty and the others stand up. In their previously dull, lifeless eyes, a faint spark of light gradually began to shine. Mitch took Ty and the boys on a quick tour of the office, then waved his hand. "Let's go. I'm taking you all out for a massive feast." They got into a car and found a seafood buffet where they ate until they were stuffed. Mitch was a big eater himself, but every time he went to a buffet, he felt like he didn't get his money's worth. It felt like a total loss. Until now, he felt that bringing Ty and the boys to the buffet was the right move. If nothing else, just in terms of the king prawns alone, their table managed to polish off over 50 plates. By the time they walked out of the restaurant, the server's eyes were wide with shock. The restaurant manager even pulled out a small notebook. On the first page, 3 words were written: "The Blacklist." On the way back, Mitch picked his teeth with a toothpick, as he said proudly, "You all performed quite well today. You certainly taught that restaurant a lesson. This is how you have to eat from now on. How else are you going to put some meat on those bones? Next time, I'll take you to hit another place. We aren't leaving until the owner kneels and calls us Grandpa." Ty and the boys heard this and replied in unison, "Yes, Mr. Madden." Mitch then thought of something and added, "Oh, right. You have to train in martial arts, but you can't neglect your education either. Read more books whenever you have free time." Ty scratched his head and asked, "Mr. Madden, what kind of books should we read?" Mitch casually reached into the car and pulled out a book with a red cover, tossing it to them. "Study this." Ty and the boys were essentially illiterate. Though they knew a few words, they had never properly attended school. However, their learning and practical abilities were quite strong. After all, if their learning ability had been poor, they would have had their limbs broken and been thrown out as beggars long ago. They wouldn't be standing here with all their limbs intact. Sitting in the car, Ty and the boys opened the book which had the words "Criminal Law" printed on the cover. The book was a very difficult read for them. Since they hadn't had a formal education, they could recognize some characters, but the content was hard to grasp. In reality, even many university graduates might not fully understand legal texts. Understanding here mainly refers to the interpretation of the law. But even if Ty and the boys couldn't understand it, the words in the book still made their skin crawl as they read. The copy they were reading had annotations in it. Someone had circled key points, and the points that were circled were all exclusively criminal methods, things like poisoning, intentional homicide, dismemberment, body disposal, arson, and so on. What does Mr. Madden mean by this? Is he trying to hint at something by circling these things? Ty and the others then remembered the master Mitch had introduced them to. Combined with this book and its special notes, they seemed to realize something. Mr. Madden, is he planning to train them to become professional assassins? For some reason, even though they suspected Mitch wanted to turn them into lethal killers, they didn't feel much resistance in their hearts. Perhaps it was because this was the first time they had ever felt the feeling of being truly cared for. Mr. Madden was really good to them. Even if they had to pay back this debt with their lives, they were willing to do it. Of course, that's what they thought, but they still had to ask to be sure. Mr. Madden, can we ask about the content that was circled in this book? Oh, you have to memorize those points I marked. This concerns the future of each and every one of you. You might find it useful one day. Mitch replied without a second thought. His original intention was that those circled points were crimes that normal people might commit in a fit of rage. He wanted them to memorize those methods, so that, at a critical moment, they would remember that breaking these laws would lead to specific sentences, preventing them from ruining their lives over an impulse. But to Ty and the boys, it didn't sound like that at all. It directly confirmed the suspicion in their hearts. As expected, this annotated book was meant for them, a way to prepare them in advance. He'll probably have us use these methods to take out enemies in the future. Look, the book even has them marked in order, from how to kill someone to then using arson to destroy the evidence. It creates a complete step-by-step process. Although Ty and the others felt a heavy weight in their hearts, they still made a solemn promise. Mr. Madden, we will definitely study hard. We won't fail to live up to your expectations. Mitch nodded with satisfaction. Good boys. He suddenly realized that he was starting to like these kids more and more. They were sensible and obedient. Unlike the guys in the company who were a massive pain in the ass, they just did whatever they were told. Instead of constantly debating about absolutely nothing. In the following days, Mitch followed the Mrs. instructions and found a place for Ty and the others to stay. Then he took them to the precinct to register them. They collected their DNA to keep for matching with their families later. They also got ID cards made for all of them. Once all these matters were handled, the martial arts gym opened for business. The gym's renovation was relatively simple. As long as there was enough space, it was fine. Every day, Ty and the boys exercised their bodies with Lance and learned how to fight, while also studying the law with Theodore Vance. However, their foundation was too poor. They were mostly taught by Theodore Vance's assistants. The lawyers taught them some basic knowledge. Ashton Gray also came to visit the children during this time. Seeing the clear changes in the boys at first, he felt quite relieved in his heart. He felt he had sent them to the right place. Ty and the others had clearly put on some weight. Their spirits were much higher as well. Most importantly, they seemed to have grown a bit taller. It seemed life was going well, however, when he, unintentionally, saw the study notes Ty had recorded. His heart instantly turned to ice. The Grand Apex Alliance is really training secret enforcers and assassins. Recorded in the notebook were detailed accounts of various criminal methods. Thinking about the fact that Ty and the others were in the Grand Apex Alliance learning how to fight and kill, he felt that Vanessa Miller was truly training assassins. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many coincidences. He even tried to probe Ty and the boys on purpose, but Ty and the others' gazes flickered as they avoided him, not answering his questions at all. In fact, he didn't know that Ty and the others' habit of taking notes was learned from Mitch. Mitch liked to record things this way, because recording them like this left a deeper impression. The more Ashton Gray thought about it, the more he regretted it. He slapped his thigh. I've harmed them. My trust was misplaced after all. If I'd known, I would have been better off sending Ty and the others to an orphanage. But it was too late for regrets now. Ashton Gray could guess my purpose for doing this. After all, the syndicate had professional assassins, who specifically did the dirty work. Of course, in most cases, the gang members would draw lots to decide who would do it. They would only have professional assassins step in when they couldn't handle it. Ashton Gray left, feeling dejected. In truth, he couldn't even criticize me. And he certainly didn't dare to question me. For one, he wasn't exactly a good person himself. His original purpose for buying Tai and the others was because he intended to plant them in the human trafficking rings in Emerald City to gather information for him. It was just that his heart had softened later and he didn't do it. Second, he didn't dare to question Vanessa Miller. Among all the people he had ever seen, she was the first one he completely couldn't see through. She was terrifying. Time flew by, and soon it was October 22nd. Yvonne Fisher's first chain store opened for business. Because I had classes during the day, I didn't go for the ribbon cutting. I asked Lance to represent me at the ceremony. Before the first class of the afternoon, my counselor, Ruby Reed, called me to her office. When I arrived at the office, Ruby Reed was organizing some documents. Seeing me arrive, she looked up. "Vanessa, your class's programs have already been submitted. The students are quite dedicated to their rehearsals. You've done well on that front. However, how are you progressing with the sponsorships?" I was slightly taken aback. "Ms. Reed, the committee is handling the sponsorships. I even had Sloan Woods help out. Did they not manage to secure any?" Ruby Reed sighed. "The committee just told me. They've approached many merchants, but haven't reached any agreements. There are only one or two who are willing to sponsor some bottled water or something. It's simply not enough." Hearing this, I understood what Ruby Reed meant. "Ms. Reed, do you want me to find the sponsors?" "That's not a problem. As class president, it's only right that I help with class concerns. But the committee went to you without saying a word to me. That doesn't seem quite right, does it? Those who don't know the situation would think I, the class president, was staying out of it." A trace of awkwardness flashed across Ruby Reed's face. "It's nothing like that. I was the one who approached the committee to check on things. Seeing as the gala is almost here, I thought I'd talk it over with you. By the way, many famous alumni will be attending this gala, and some high-level leaders will be coming down to attend as well. To tell you the truth, whether I get my promotion this year is partly tied to our class's performance." My heart skipped a beat at her words. I hadn't expected the counselor to be so frank. If I could help with this, then she would definitely owe me a favor. Of course, a favor from a counselor was not all that important to me. What was important were the famous alumni and leaders that the counselor had mentioned earlier. I casually tucked a loose strand of hair behind my ear, thought for a moment, and asked, "Ms. Reed, can I ask specifically which alumni will be attending?" "The ones I know so far include Victor Cheng, chairman of Skyreach Investment, and Adrian Lin, vice president of Merchants Bank." Ruby Reed rattled off 4 or 5 names in a row, all of whom were extremely famous figures. Many were high-ranking leaders with significant power. Although State Finance wasn't a top-tier university like the Ivy League, it was still a key provincial university. There were quite a few prominent figures in politics and business who had graduated from here. Why Ruby Reed was willing to tell me all this was precisely because of my family background. Children from business families would naturally be more interested in these types of political and business networking resources. If I were an ordinary student, she wouldn't have mentioned them at all. I traveled in luxury cars worth millions and had a private driver to take me everywhere. From this, it was clear that my family background couldn't be bad. Although Ruby Reed had seen my student records, the home address on them didn't prove anything. Nowadays, many bosses worth tens of millions or more still had their ancestral home address on their ID cards. Once you possessed a certain amount of wealth, where you were originally from no longer mattered. Ruby Reed had never imagined that I had built all of this through my own hard work. While student entrepreneurship wasn't rare, it was mostly concentrated among juniors and seniors who were starting their internships. Based on my age, if I had truly earned this wealth myself, wouldn't that mean I started my business in high school? And that I'd already accumulated a significant amount of wealth? It seemed quite impossible when you thought about it. High school studies are so intense. How could a normal person have the energy to start a business while studying? To have truly started from scratch while in high school, that would be truly monstrous. I listened carefully to the names the counselor mentioned. I had heard of basically all of them, but the only one who truly caught my attention was Adrian Lin, the vice president of Merchants Bank. The surname Lin, a thought suddenly flashed through my mind. Of that annoying guy, Logan Shepard. That guy had been waiting for me at the school gates every day lately. He showed up with a huge bouquet of flowers every single day. During this period, he probably wasted tens of thousands of flowers. He acted as if since I was ignoring him, he would just pester me at the school gates forever. He was like a piece of gum stuck to the bottom of my shoe. If I didn't know exactly who Logan Shepard was before, hearing the name Adrian Lin instantly brought back some information. Adrian Lin, the famous state finance alumnus. I had heard of him in my past life as well. He was a renowned iron-fisted powerhouse in the financial world. He became the VP of Merchants Bank at the age of 38. However, his ending didn't seem to be very good. At the peak of his career, a financial investment project he was involved in crashed. He was held accountable and forced to resign. I didn't know the exact details, but a bold hypothesis was already forming in my heart. But before that, I had to confirm. If Logan Shepard and this senior alumnus, Adrian Lin, really shared that kind of relationship. With that in mind, I spoke up. Ms. Reed, can I help out with the gala? I'd like to be a volunteer for the outreach department. Ruby Reed smiled and nodded. Of course you can. I'll give the head of outreach a heads up in a bit. Thank you, Ms. Reed, I said gratefully. When I returned to the classroom from the office, Lily Harper waved at me vigorously. Vanessa, I've been waiting for you to come over. Lily Harper mysteriously pulled an envelope folded into a heart shape from her textbook and handed it to me. She said gossipy, that Logan Shepard guy is here again. This time he even found someone to deliver a love letter. Do you want to read it? The way Lily Harper addressed me had completely changed. She had gotten used to adding a respectful title. She looked exactly like my little sidekick. However, her fangirl behavior was looked down upon by certain people. Sloane Woods felt that Lily Harper was just a massive brown-noser, sucking up to me only because my family was rich. I took the envelope and threw it directly into the trash. Then I said to Lily Harper, don't bring me things like this anymore. Just throw them away. Seeing how cold I was, Lily Harper said a bit regretfully, all right then, but that guy seems quite devoted. It's been almost half a month, and he sends gifts every single day. Vanessa, aren't you even a little moved? One more word, and I'm firing you. Lily Harper quickly begged for mercy. Don't! Vanessa, I'm sorry. From now on, I'll drive that kid away the moment I see him. I shook my head. Lily, you can't judge people by appearances. I don't know him at all. What do you think he's after with all this persistence? Lily Harper suddenly realized. I get it now, Vanessa. He's just obsessed with your body. He really is a total scumbag. I was speechless. If you don't speak, no one will think you're a mute. Lily Harper quickly made a zipping motion over her mouth, then obediently looked down at her phone. I turned and walked over to Sloane Woods. Seeing me approach, Sloane looked visibly uncomfortable. How is the sponsorship going? It's still in negotiation. Seeing Sloane's hesitating manner, I understood everything in an instant. She must have said something to the class committee, and that's why they went directly to the counselor. They were clearly supposed to be out looking for sponsors together lately, since they hadn't approached me for so long. I assumed they had already found some and didn't ask. I didn't expect that not only had they failed to secure any, but they were also playing little games behind my back with the counselor. I glanced at her and didn't say anything more. I just said calmly, I'll handle the sponsorship issue. After that, I turned and went back to my seat. As soon as I sat down, I saw that Lily Harper was looking visibly panicked. She kept muttering to herself, oh no, this is it. It's over. What's wrong? Seeing her so tense, I asked. Lily Harper looked up with a miserable expression. My dad is coming to school next month. She didn't know if her father had found out about her Underworld activities, which was why he was coming so suddenly. My eyes flickered at those words. I hadn't expected that Lily Harper's father would be coming too. When the counselor asked me about the sponsorship earlier, she didn't mention that Lily Harper's father would be attending. It seemed very likely that this was a spur-of-the-moment decision. Vanessa, tell me, is there any way to escape my dad's judgment? The thought of her father coming filled Lily Harper with a sense of despair. Her father was notoriously strict, and maybe because he had been a leader for so long, he loved to lecture people. For the naturally rebellious Lily Harper, it was no different from a monk's endless chanting, and she was the unruly monkey under his spell. Just then, a boy sitting behind them suddenly chimed in. Just pull the plug on his oxygen tank. Lily Harper turned and cursed. Get lost! Felix Foster leaned on his desk with a cheeky grin, completely ignoring Lily Harper's words. This guy was the class clown who had said at the first class meeting that he'd been breathing independently since he was a kid. He was always talking nonsense. Lily Harper waved him off dismissively. Men and women should keep their distance, didn't you know? Get away from us. Felix Foster didn't just stay. He shamelessly leaned his head closer. President, my dorm is going out for dinner tonight. How about you do us the honor of joining? A new place called Yvonne Fisher's just opened outside. I saw the menu, it's 20% off today. Why don't we go try something new together? Then he added another line. President, it'd be best if you brought everyone from your dorm too. How could I not hear what he was really after? He just wanted to have a group mixer for our dorms. If anyone hit it off, they could solve their single status. As for why he chose our dorm, it was probably because the overall beauty level in our dorm was quite high. I didn't even need to mention myself, the state finance freshman campus queen. Even though Lily Harper had a bit of a rebel girl vibe, her looks were far from low. Sloane Woods was quite pretty too. She always gave off a very gentle and refined vibe. Of course, that was only on the surface. And Leah Simmons? The petite and cute type was also very popular. Initially, when Felix Foster and the other guys found out who exactly were living in Vanessa Miller's dorm, they almost thought the school assigned dorms based on looks. Of course, even though they all had some ulterior motives regarding their class president, Vanessa Miller, they also understood she was unlikely to be interested in them. For one thing, the list of suitors Vanessa Miller had rejected could form an entire reinforced platoon. She clearly had no interest in dating. Secondly, just looking at her family background was enough to make many people hesitate. She didn't even care for that rich heir, Logan Shepard. So how could she be interested in them? Felix Foster and the others still had that much self-awareness. They're real targets. In reality, they were looking at the other girls in the dorm. For example, Felix Foster himself had his eye on the seemingly gentle Sloane Woods. I'm not interested. I decisively rejected Felix Foster's invitation, mainly because I actually had plans tonight. I'd already booked a private room and skipped the grand opening, but, as the owner, the first day's operations of the new store still needed to be inspected. Incidentally, I wanted to meet the supermarket manager George Young recommended, Janet Quinn. I valued the talent coming over from Fawdy Creek. After all, that supermarket was very successful in my past life. Felix Foster didn't give up. Don't be like that, President. I heard Yvonne Fisher's signature dish, small fish pot stickers, is delicious. Even though I haven't tried it, I have plans. I rejected him again. If Vanessa isn't going, I'm not going either. Lily Harper naturally stuck by me. Felix Foster was clearly disappointed. But there was nothing he could do. Afterward, he went to find Leah Simmons and the other girls in the class. Leah Simmons and the others accepted readily. Although with their student allowance, eating at a restaurant was a bit of a luxury. Once in a while was fine. Anyway, it was Dutch treat. Of course, it was mainly because the boys in Felix Foster's dorm would cover the lion's share. But when Felix Foster went to find Sloane Woods to invite her to the dinner, Sloane Woods suddenly stood up and left the classroom ahead of everyone. Felix Foster didn't even have time to open his mouth, so he had to drop it for now. Sloane Woods left the classroom and went straight out the school gates. When she saw Logan Shepard was indeed outside, she hesitated for a moment but walked directly over. Logan Shepard was leaning against his car playing on his phone. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a girl wearing a floral dress walking toward him. With a casual smile, he said, "Can I help you, beautiful?" He had seen plenty of girls coming up to flirt lately. He was long used to it. Some girls who didn't know the situation, seeing him waiting at the gate with a sports car, the more confident ones would come strike up a conversation, but they were all rejected by him. Logan Shepard, you and Vanessa Miller are impossible. She doesn't like you at all. You shouldn't pin all your hopes on one person. Logan Shepard raised an eyebrow. Who are you? I'm Vanessa's classmate. Sloane Woods pulled out her phone. She pulled up a video. See for yourself. As she spoke, she showed the video she'd recorded to Logan Shepard. It showed the scene where Vanessa Miller tossed his love letter directly into the trash. This was something she'd secretly filmed in class. Normally, if a guy saw his gift treated this way, he would be angry or discouraged. Sloane Woods thought so too. That's why she filmed it on purpose, wanting Logan Shepard to see Vanessa's arrogant and aloof side. Of course, she had her own little calculations. If she could get his contact info or something, that would be even better. Logan Shepard was good-looking, and he was rich. These buffs made him stand out quite a bit to ordinary girls. In fact, many girls at school felt Vanessa Miller's standards were were too high, rejecting such a high-quality guy. They wondered what kind of man she would actually like. And Logan Shepherd was so devoted. A wealthy heir, coming to the gate every day with flowers, rain or shine. In their eyes, this was a display of deep devotion. Some even felt it was a shame. Why couldn't they meet such a devoted guy? Sloane Woods was jealous too. Plus, she felt Logan Shepherd was different from other trust fund kids, which is why she wanted to get close to him. Actually, regarding who in the dorm had the strongest plans for the future, besides me, it was Sloane Woods. She was an extremely realistic person. Sloane Woods thought Logan Shepherd would be humiliated and angry seeing the video. To her surprise, he actually started laughing. Is that it? It's normal for a confession to end in tragedy. If she were that easy to win over, I'd actually be disappointed. The more she rejects me, the more excited and motivated I get. Sloane Woods was full of question marks. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. She felt stifled. After returning her phone, Logan Shepherd directly opened his car door and got in. Before leaving, he said, "Thanks. You can film more videos of Vanessa Miller next time. I love her cold, icy vibe." Then he stepped on the gas and left. Sloane Woods was completely crushed. What a psycho. She suddenly felt all men were gluttons for punishment, preferring the ones who are hard to get. She never expected that her carefully prepared evidence wouldn't make Logan Shepherd give up, but would instead spark an even stronger desire to conquer her. What frustrated her most was that from beginning to end, the guy hadn't even asked for her name. When Sloane Woods returned to the classroom, Felix Foster immediately went over. "Sloane, we're just missing you for the dinner tonight. Oh, come with us." He'd specifically saved the last spot, waiting for her. Seeing Felix Foster's eager behavior, Sloane Woods felt a bit better. She agreed. Felix Foster was clearly excited. A big step forward. After classes in the afternoon, their group 5 guys and 5 girls marched toward the restaurant. Lily Harper and I went straight to the Grand Apex Supermarket's University Town location, because Janet Quinn had arrived in Emerald City and is currently at the supermarket. I could hear her opinions. After all, she'd worked in supermarkets in Foggy Creek for many years. Her opinion was quite important for Grand Apex. Also, meeting her in person showed how much I valued her. On the other side, Yuna also didn't go back to the dorm after class. She gave her books to her roommates to take back, and hurried to the restaurant. At noon, she had been busy at the restaurant all through lunch. She only rushed back for her afternoon class. She always remembered my words. Start from the bottom and work your way up. So she was exceptionally dedicated to the restaurant opening. During this period before the grand opening, she often visited farmers markets and wholesale markets to check prices and familiarize herself with the market. Incidentally, she practiced her bargaining skills and thickened her skin. Of course, she paid the most attention to the seafood market. After all, Yvonne Fishers mainly served seafood dishes. Emerald City had many waterways, with rivers crisscrossing everywhere. Whether at the markets in University Town or the meat processing plants, there were many seafood wholesalers, especially now as it was hairy crab season. Now many seafood shops would set up stalls by the road to sell hairy crabs. Though the signature dish of Yvonne Fishers was small fish pot stickers, hairy crabs could also be sold as a seasonal item. There were several large lakes nearby for raising crabs, which were quite famous locally. On her way to the restaurant, Yuna happened to see several seafood shops, where they had many newly arrived hairy crabs on display. Green shells and white bellies flailed about in red plastic scrap sets. She instinctively stopped to look, asking about the price out of habit. Bargaining, of course, though she often haggled without buying. Time truly changes a person. This was perfectly evident in Yuna. She had originally been a very introverted girl, but now she could negotiate with seafood vendors without so much as flinching. Even if some of the owners looked like they belonged to a gang, she never showed even a hint of intimidation. Even I hadn't fully noticed this transformation. After starting college, because we weren't on the same campus, we saw each other much less frequently. Combined with the heavy course load of freshman year, and the fact that Yuna spent all her free time at farmers markets and processing plants, our time together had dwindled even further. However, I knew exactly what Yuna was doing, and I never interfered. Yuna was never the type of person who needed me to worry about her. This girl had a streak of stubbornness in her bones. Once she set her mind on something, she would go all out to achieve it. The ride to the restaurant should have only taken about 10 minutes by bike, but Yuna spent nearly half an hour. Just as she finished checking the prices at the seafood shops in University Town and was preparing to leave, she suddenly saw a shop with a lakeside laborer's sign. They had just received a fresh batch of hairy crabs. This batch was visibly plump, larger and better than any hairy crabs she had seen earlier. Without a second thought, she went over to ask the price. If it was right, she'd talk to Vanessa about stocking a batch for the restaurant. Arriving at the entrance, Yuna leaned down to inspect the newly arrived hairy crabs. She asked the owner, "Boss, how much for these crabs? What's the wholesale price per pound?" The shop owner was a young man with bleached hair, dangling a cigarette from his mouth. At that moment, he was leering down Yuna's slightly open collar, completely ignoring her question. Seeing no response, Yuna was about to ask again, when she caught the owner staring at her with a sleazy gaze. The owner was quite arrogant. Even after being caught, he didn't back off. Instead, he deliberately let out a whistle. Yuna stood up and turned to leave immediately. Although she was furious, she remained rational. She had to get to work at the restaurant and wasn't going to waste time with this kind of trash. The shop owner was relentless, shouting after her on purpose, "Hey, beautiful, why are you leaving? Not buying crabs anymore? I'll give you a discount." His tone carried a blatant note of harassment. Yuna suddenly stopped in her tracks. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, and she turned back with a bright smile. "Sure, how much per pound? Weigh out 2 pounds for me." Seeing that she wasn't angry, but was returning with a smile, the bleached hair owner beamed with joy. "One moment," he said. Then he quickly picked out a few crabs for her, skillfully tying them up with a rope as thick as a thumb. Yuna didn't even need to use the scale to know that the thick rope on these 2 pounds of crabs weighed at least 1/4 of a pound on its own. When she took the bag, she hefted it in her hand, confirming her suspicion. This was definitely an 80% scale. Yuna trusted her sense of weight. She hadn't been running around markets for nothing lately. Before the restaurant opened, her main focus was learning the market trends, practicing bargaining, and judging weight by feel. Every time she went grocery shopping, she would weigh the items by hand, and then check them with her own portable scale to see if her judgment was accurate. Naturally, every time she ran into a dishonest vendor, she would simply refuse to buy. Sometimes she'd even throw the produce back at them. The vendors near campus had learned their lesson. They would all calibrate their scales correctly when they saw her, because she was someone who really would throw produce at your head. Now that Yuna knew the score, she said directly to the bleached hair owner, "Boss, is your scale accurate? You wouldn't be shortchanging me, right? And you're not including the weight of the rope, are you?" The owner beat his chest and said, "Of course it's accurate. Don't you worry, beautiful. If it's off, I'll pay you back 10 times the difference." Yuna smirked. "Is that so? You're really honest, boss. So, how many of these fresh crabs do you have? I want all of them." Originally, the bleached hair owner wanted to take the chance to ask for Yuna's number. After all, he thought the girl seemed easy to talk to, not even getting angry after he leered at her. He figured she was an open-minded girl and wanted to see if he could develop a special relationship. He never expected her to open her mouth and ask for his entire stock. He was stunned by the request. "All of them? Beautiful, you aren't pulling my leg, are you?" "Boss, look at me. How could a weak little girl like me pull your leg?" "To be honest, I'm a purchasing agent for a restaurant. I saw how honest you are. Plus your crabs look very fresh. So I want to buy wholesale. By the way, boss, let's exchange numbers. It'll be easier to stay in touch." As she spoke, Yuna deliberately gave him a suggestive wink. The bleached hair guy felt his blood rush to his head. It was like a fire had been lit in his heart. He didn't know what kind of luck he'd stumbled into today. Both money and a beautiful woman were coming his way. He hurriedly pulled out his phone to record her number, while saying eagerly, "No problem, sister. Don't you worry. I'll definitely give you a deep discount. Of course, we can write the official market price on the invoice. How's that sound?" "Sounds great." Yuna's smile became even sweeter. Now it wasn't just his heart that was racing. The guy's brain was fried. After saving her number, he frantically ordered his staff to start weighing the crabs. What he failed to notice, however, was that everything he had just said had been secretly recorded by Yuna on her phone. Hairy crabs from the lakes were never cheap. Even back in 2007, the wholesale price for female and male crabs. Weighing about 0.2 pounds was $25 and $20 per pound. It wasn't much cheaper than it would be in the future. A 0.3 pound female crab was about $35 a pound, and a male was about $28. If they reached 0.4 or 0.5 pounds, especially the 0.5 pound ones, the online prices were basically over $100 each. The bleached hair owner's shop had received quite a lot of stock today, roughly 600 pounds. Calculated out, taking it all would require nearly $30,000. But there was definitely some water in those figures. The actual weight was certainly not 600 pounds. Even with his brain fried, the owner didn't forget to use his rigged scale to screw Yuna over. He really wanted his cake, and to eat it too. Because there were so many crabs, they weren't tying each one with rope individually. However, the guy still intentionally added some water to the plastic crates. Yuna simply acted as if she hadn't seen a thing. Adding a little water, so what? Once everything was weighed, the bleached hair owner, cigarette in mouth, tapped his rough fingers on a calculator. Tapping away rapidly, he occasionally glanced up to steal a look at Yuna's long legs, wondering what kind of inappropriate thoughts were playing in his head. All weighed out, gorgeous. It comes to $27,937. How about I write you an invoice for $30,000? Sure, $30,000 isn't much, but $50,000 is plenty. It would be even better if you're willing to write it for more, handsome. That's too much. I have to pay taxes on this too, you know. $30,000 is my limit. Then how about this? Just write me a receipt with your signature and stamp. We'll skip the official invoice. What do you say, handsome? Wow, gorgeous. You're quite the greedy one. A receipt is no problem. I'll be generous for once today and write you a receipt for $50,000. Thank you, handsome. You're so kind. I'll definitely bring more business your way next time. Yuna gave him a sweet smile, her dimples faintly visible. Hey, no need to be so polite with me. Taking care of a beautiful girl like you is exactly what I should be doing. Then, under Yuna's specific guidance, the bleached hair owner wrote out an extremely detailed receipt. Written amounts, figures, signature, and stamp. He didn't miss a single thing. Once the receipt was finished, Yuna took several photos of it with her phone. Seeing the owner's curious look, Yuna waved her phone, gave him a wink, and explained, "The photos are for my boss. Everything has to be documented properly. That way, he won't think I'm pocketing a kickback." The owner suddenly realized and gave her a thumbs up. Very professional. Do you want me to have someone deliver these crabs for you? Yuna waved her hand. No need. I've already made a call. The people from the shop will be here shortly to pick them up. Then how are we settling the payment? The owner asked again. I had them bring the cash along. I'll give it to you all at once. While waiting for the vehicles to arrive, the two of them stood at the shop entrance, chatting idly. Although the bleached hair owner was a bit of a creep, he actually knew how to tell a good joke. Yuna giggled at his stories, and her charming demeanor made the owner feel even more restless. About 10 minutes later, a black sedan pulled up in front of the seafood shop. The door opened, and a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses stepped out. 3 vans followed closely behind the black sedan. The smile on Yuna's face gradually faded as the man approached. After receiving the cash, she handed it over to the owner. The money. Count it and see if the amount is correct. The owner immediately licked his thumb and started counting with a beaming face. After confirming the amount, he nodded. Right. The count is correct. Exactly $27,937. You're a real straight shooter. Gorgeous. Yuna suddenly interrupted him. Wait, that's not right. Shouldn't it be 50,000? It's written crystal clear on the receipt. The owner finally noticed the man in the gold-rimmed glasses standing behind Yuna. He caught on instantly, hurriedly slapping his own mouth. Oh, look at my memory. I misspoke just now. It's 50,000, you're right. See, the receipt is right here. When he said that last sentence, he deliberately raised his voice, clearly, intending for the man behind Yuna to hear it. So, we're all settled then? All settled. Settled. Yuna suddenly snapped her fingers. Good. Let's begin. As soon as the words left her mouth, the doors of the 3 vans flew open, and several young men in work uniforms stepped out. The owner thought they were there to load the goods, and was prepared to help. But when he saw those young men unloading a heavy-duty floor scale from one of the vans, he was instantly stunned. What are you doing? Yuna gave a cold laugh. Reweighing everything, obviously. As she spoke, she gave instructions to the restaurant's logistics staff, who had gotten out of the vehicles. Make sure the weights are exact. Don't make any mistakes. The employees nodded immediately and started working. Yuna stood to the side, recording the process on video. The owner finally realized exactly what they were planning to do. His face changed instantly. Wait a minute, we're already settled. What's with the reweighing? Stop right now, or don't blame me for being nasty. At that moment, Theodore Vance, the lead lawyer who had been waiting nearby, crushed his cigarette under his shoe, walked over, and blocked the owner. He casually handed him a document. Stop shouting. Listen up, you little punk. Take this. The owner instinctively grabbed it. What is this? Theodore Vance replied, It's a claim for damages. You previously promised that if the hairy crabs sold to Ms. Yuna were short-weighted in any way, you would pay 10 times the difference in compensation. We are currently securing the evidence. By the way, the Bureau of Industry and Commerce will be here shortly. The owner's face turned a deathly shade of pale. Damn it. You guys conspired to set me up? Do you have any idea who Jackson Flint rolls with? Have you ever heard of Big Head from Academic Row? He's my boss. No one on this street dares to mess with me. Now stop this and get lost. Believe it or not, I'll call my boss over to kill every last one of you. Theodore Vance shook his head. I don't believe you. Yuna was standing by, watching the staff tally the weights, confirming that the goods were indeed short-weighted, and by a significant margin. She looked up at Jackson Flint. Handsome. Doing business this way is really underhanded. You're clearly bullying a weak little girl like me. Based on your wholesale price, you actually had the nerve to short us by over 500 pounds of stock. This is beyond a simple mistake. It's insane. What? 500 pounds short? Jackson Flint's eyes widened, and he roared in a fit of rage. You bitch! You're trying to blackmail me, aren't you? How could I possibly be 500 pounds short? My scale is an 80% scale. Even if it's short, it's only 100 pounds at most. How could it be 500? The moment the words left his mouth, he realized he had slipped up, and quickly covered his mouth. Oh, an 80% scale. Handsome, you just admitted it yourself. A dangerous curve appeared on Yuna's red lips. She continued, Furthermore, it seems you have a very short memory for such an important man. Your own receipt says you sold $50,000 worth of goods at the prices listed in your shop. You should have given me 1,100 pounds. Why did you only give me less than 500? Where's the rest of the stock? Don't tell me you were just joking. And you ate it all yourself? Jackson Flint was furious. Nonsense. There's nothing wrong with my scale. You guys are trying to screw me over today. If you don't give me an explanation, none of you are leaving. As he spoke, he dialed a number right in front of them. Big Head, I've got some people here looking for trouble. Yeah, bring as many guys as you can. You can bring over a dozen brothers? That's enough. Hanging up the phone, Jackson Flint glared viciously at Yuna and the others. He snarled, Backup is on the way. You're all dead meat. Before he could even finish his threat, he suddenly noticed that behind Yuna and the man in glasses, over 30 men had appeared. They were men in black suits radiating a heavy street aura. Each one looked dangerous, their gazes ice cold. Especially when this group appeared, the other shop owners nearby who were watching the commotion, terrified, they immediately pulled down their rolling shutters and slammed their doors shut, fearing they might be caught in the crossfire. They had never seen such hardened street professionals before. They were a carbon copy of a mob organization in the movies. Yuna lightly toyed with the ends of her hair, saying in a flirtatious tone, Handsome, are a dozen or so guys really enough? Why don't you call a few more? I just happen to adore dominant men like you. Jackson Flint swallowed hard, his face turning a deathly pale. Looking at the woman with the charming smile before him, he couldn't muster even a single impure thought. He finally understood exactly what kind of person he had provoked. This was no easy-to-bully little bunny. She was clearly a venomous, beautiful viper. Jackson Flint pulled out his phone with trembling hands. His fingers fumbled with the keypad several times before he unlocked it. To tell Big Head not to come, because coming here would just be a suicide mission. Street thugs were no match for these real-deal professionals. He wasn't an idiot. After hanging up, he dropped to his knees with a thud and slapped himself. Big bro. Big sis, I was wrong. Please, forgive me just this once. I promise, I'll do business honestly from now on. I'll never dare to short-weight anyone again. Seeing that Jackson Flint was completely cowed, Theodore Vance turned to Yuna and said, "Leave this to me. Go ahead and get back to work." Before Yuna left, she didn't forget to make a face at Jackson Flint. Bleh. Then she skipped away playfully. That version of her was a far cry from the quiet, introverted Yuna she used to be. Theodore Vance pushed up his glasses, his gaze falling back onto Jackson Flint. The corners of his mouth curled slightly, revealing a sinister smile. "Let me introduce myself. I'm Theodore Vance, a lead counsel." Seeing Theodore's smile, Jackson Flint couldn't help but shudder. The man's eyes looked like they were glowing red. It was absolutely terrifying to look at. 8 words instinctively flashed through his mind. When Theodore smiles, your fate is sealed. "Hello, Mr. Vance." "Correction, lead counsel." Don't get it wrong next time. Yes, of course, lead counsel Vance. In this era, the Consumer Protection Act didn't yet have specific regulations regarding merchant fraud that mandated triple or tenfold compensation. Under normal circumstances, getting a merchant to refund and pay triple damages was a bit difficult to achieve in this period. That law wasn't formally revised until around 2013 to mandate triple damages or tenfold for selling counterfeits. Fortunately, however, they had evidence of Jackson Flint's own promise to pay tenfold for short waiting. When the officials from the Bureau arrived, Theodore Vance had already organized all the materials. After the enforcement officers reviewed the receipt, video footage, and weight records, they looked at Jackson Flint. Their faces were full of disbelief. "Seriously, man? This is way too crooked." They had seen plenty of shady merchants, but someone as brazenly crooked as Jackson Flint was truly a rare sight. The customer bought $50,000 worth of hairy crabs. Shorting them by a few or even a few dozen pounds is one thing, but you shorted them by more than half. This is practically daylight robbery. He must be severely punished. Business suspension, fines, and a whole battery of penalties were issued. Jackson Flint's face turned ashen. He didn't dare argue at all. Not only was this lead counsel not to be trifled with, but he also had no evidence to prove. The other party had only actually bought $30,000 worth of stock. Meanwhile, the other party had ample evidence, proving he had taken $50,000, and then short-weighted them. He could only swallow his bitterness in silence. Ultimately, through negotiation, Jackson Flint agreed to pay triple damages, which was $150,000. Furthermore, the crabs didn't have to be returned. This was already a relatively good outcome. Otherwise, even if they took the guy to court, they might not have successfully secured tenfold damages. Most importantly, it would have been a waste of time and energy. Giving him a lesson was enough. Add to that a $50,000 fine from the Bureau, and Jackson Flint was out a total of $200,000. Basically, he'd worked a whole year for nothing. After Theodore Vance led his men away, Jackson Flint looked at his shop with the official seal on the door, and couldn't help but give himself a hard slap across the face. He was drowning in regret. Just because he stole one look down that girl's collar, $200,000 was gone just like that. $200,000. Think of how many beautiful girls he could have found with that. At the same time, the neighboring vendors only dared to open their doors. Once they saw Theodore Vance and the others leave, they all started asking about the background of that group. Those guys in black looked terrifying. Does anyone know which group they roll with? I think I've seen the logo on their chests before. I think they're a syndicate from Snack Street. The Grand Apex Alliance, I think. The people in there are really ruthless. I've heard of them too. They say as soon as this group appeared in University Town, they cleaned out all the local thugs. We'd better keep our eyes peeled in the future. The people from the Grand Apex Alliance look way more dangerous than those old protection money goons. Boss Flint really had some bad luck. Just because he took an extra look at that girl. Not only are his fresh crabs gone, but he's out $150,000 in damages, and his shop is shut down. Good Lord, those people are way too aggressive. Why does it suddenly feel like the atmosphere on our street has turned a bit dark? The surrounding vendors only knew the beginning, that Jackson Flint had deliberately harassed the girl. They didn't know the whole story, because they had all hidden themselves afterward. Who would dare to stand around and watch in that situation? Therefore, they essentially only saw the start and the end. The start was the girl asking for prices at Jackson's stall, Jackson leering at her and whistling to harass her, and then the girl going back to say something to him. Immediately after, a group of gangsters arrived. and surrounded Jackson Flint's shop. Finally, Jackson Flint paid up, and the shop was sealed. Although they felt Jackson Flint got what he deserved, most felt that the gang was way too domineering and exceptionally ruthless, crushing people without mercy. They would have to be careful from now on. You can't just leer at people like that. Because Yvonne Fisher's was having its grand opening today, along with the discount promotion, both the main hall and the private rooms were completely packed. Yuna headed straight for the prep area after returning to the restaurant. She changed into her uniform and started her shift. In the furthest private room on the second floor, I was currently hosting Janet Quinn, who had returned from her vacation in Foggy Creek. Since she was the manager George Young had handpicked, it was necessary for me to show her some attention. George Young was indeed working very hard right now. Every single matter concerning the supermarkets, large and small, was resting almost entirely on his shoulders. After all, among the brothers below him, for the time being, there wasn't anyone who could truly help shoulder the load. Everyone was basically an amateur. Currently, the 4 store managers were all thrown in at the deep end. Fortunately, they were loyal enough and had strong enough drive that no major problems had occurred, but this definitely wouldn't work in the long run. Right now, we really needed someone like Janet Quinn, an experienced store manager, to show them the ropes, to pass on some experience in managing supermarkets. Previously, Janet Quinn and I had already met over at the Grand Apex supermarket near the university, which was nearly finished with its renovations. When Janet Quinn first met me, she was indeed quite shocked. She never could have imagined that George Young's boss would be so young, only 18 years old, yet already having such a career. Even this bustling restaurant right now belonged to me. It was truly incredible. Thinking back, at 18, she had just gotten into college. It wasn't until 3 years after her university graduation that she finally became a supermarket manager. Of course, she was quite satisfied with her current situation. After all, whether it was the salary, benefits, or other aspects, everything was quite good. Several people sat around eating and chatting, the atmosphere harmonious. This was the first time Janet Quinn had ever eaten such authentic small fish pot stickers. The moment the server lifted the lid, her eyes lit up instantly. A circle of crispy dough cakes lined the pot, with bubbling sauce underneath. The rich aroma of fresh small fish was enticing. After taking a bite, she narrowed her eyes. The fish was flavorful and fragrant, with a faint hint of wood fire smoke. Ms. Miller, these small fish pot stickers are absolutely delicious. They're so authentic. It immediately reminds me of the flavors of my childhood. When I was at my grandmother's, the pot stickers I ate had exactly this same feeling. The dish of small fish pot stickers is actually only famous in the river-heavy regions around the delta. The cooking method is similar to a rural stew, but it uses fresh small fish instead, paired with unleavened dough cakes stuck to the side of the pot. It tastes absolutely amazing. Janet Quinn never expected that as soon as she returned to her hometown, she would taste such delicious food. It instantly awakened her taste buds. Though Janet had stayed in Foggy Creek for several years, food cultures differ between regions, and there were still variations in taste. Sometimes, having not eaten hometown food for a long time, she really missed it in her heart. Getting to eat such authentic hometown food now was a wonderful surprise. She finally understood why the young girl before her, who was nearly 10 years younger than her, could build something like this from scratch. You could see from this restaurant that she was an extreme perfectionist. The signature dish was prepared with such heart. Normally, other restaurants making these types of stews would use pre-prepared dough or semi-finished products to improve efficiency when making the pot stickers, but it was different here. They actually preserved the traditional method of using naturally fermented dough for the cakes, even though it was more labor-intensive. The final product definitely tasted better. It was delicious. Aside from the signature dish, every home-style dish brought out afterward was beautifully plated. Most importantly, the flavors were all excellent, and the portions were generous. It would be strange if a restaurant like this wasn't a hit. Of course, Janet's main focus was still the service here. This was entirely out of her professional instinct as a manager. Business at the restaurant today was booming. There were a lot of customers. While the servers occasionally made minor mistakes, most were just related to customers asking for their food faster. That was understandable. Overall, the service was quite good. Also, the servers here gave her a very familiar feeling, just like the staff in her supermarket. Everyone had a spark in their eyes, and their execution was exceptionally strong. However, some of the servers seemed to have a slightly unique vibe about them. It was as if you changed their clothes, they would immediately look like they belonged on the streets. In short, whether it was the flavor of the food or the quality of service, everything was quite impressive. Any minor flaws in service were simply because the store had just opened. Things would naturally improve once they became familiar with the workflow. I said with a smile, "Manager Quinn, it's good that you like our dishes. If we work together in the future, you can eat here every day." My words had basically made my intentions clear. I was just short of telling Janet Quinn directly to come work for me. "The benefits are all negotiable." George Young chimed in from the side. "I'll take the initiative here. In the future, Janet, whenever you want to eat at Yvonne Fisher's, just put it on the company tab." He was indeed in desperate need of a capable talent like Janet Quinn to act as his deputy and help share the burden on his shoulders. That's why he was being so proactive. Janet Quinn was indeed moved by their words, but she hadn't resigned yet, and her handover hadn't been done. More importantly, she still had a troublesome matter to resolve back in her hometown. If that man continued to pester her, she wouldn't be able to work in peace here. Janet Quinn actually had an existing engagement. At her current age, she was already considered to be marrying late for this era. She had a fiancé introduced by relatives. The fiancé's family was well off, and she was quite satisfied with him at first. Later, they got engaged. However, after the engagement, she unexpectedly discovered one thing. Her fiancé loved to gamble. This was something she absolutely could not accept, because she had seen what happened before. One of her cousins-in-law had nearly ruined his whole family because of gambling. Because of this, she later decisively proposed a breakup and called off the wedding. But her fiancé refused to agree no matter what. Every time she came back, he would run to her house to find her, even swearing solemn oaths that he would never gamble again. Janet Quinn, as a young woman who had been out in the world for years and was considered successful in her career, was not as easily fooled as she was during her school days. She wouldn't believe a gambler's word. She knew better than to trust a promise like that. Her cousin had also believed her husband's lies about changing, only to end up in her current miserable state, barely even human anymore. She had even developed mental health issues, so she still insisted on calling off the engagement. Her fiancé realized that no amount of sweet talk or oaths would work, so in his rage, he completely changed his tune. Not only did he demand she return the dowry, but he also wanted $50,000 in compensation, claiming it was for emotional distress. His reasoning was that all his relatives had been notified and were just waiting for the wedding to celebrate. Now that she suddenly didn't want to marry, it had made him lose face in the area. He threatened her if she didn't pay. How could Janet Quinn agree to that? She could return the dowry from the engagement, but paying compensation was absolutely out of the question. The two sides had been at a stalemate for 2 years. Janet Quinn sometimes didn't even dare to come home on holidays, fearing her fiancé would come to cause trouble. The reason she came back this time was primarily because her mother was ill and hospitalized. Her health was quite poor, and she did indeed want to be closer to her parents, so she could take care of them. For her parents' sake, she had to consider moving back, even if it meant facing that fiancé again. Of course, the prerequisite was that she could find a decent job here. Otherwise, it would be hard for her to make the decision to quit such a good job in Foggy Creek until she met George Young. His boss was also willing to offer her a better package. Her interest became even stronger. Just as Janet Quinn opened her mouth to discuss the specific compensation with me, the door to the private room was pushed open from the outside. A waitress wearing a very beautiful traditional Chinese outfit walked in carrying a platter of hairy crabs. With a sweet smile on her face, she said, "Vanessa, George, Janet, I hope I'm not interrupting. Here are some hairy crabs for you. I specifically picked the 0.5-pound females and 0.6-pound males. The kitchen steamed them with 10-year-aged Shaoxing wine. They're perfect to eat right now." Seeing it was Yuna. I gestured for her to come sit by my side. "You've worked hard, Yuna. Have a bite with us." Yuna waved her hand and declined. "Vanessa, the restaurant is so busy. How could I slack off and quit early? Maybe next time. I'm sure I'll be seeing a lot of Janet in the future. We'll have plenty of time to eat together." Seeing Yuna's current state, my heart was full of pride. I felt that Yuna really had grown quite a bit. She was becoming more and more mature. "All right then, get back to it. Don't overwork yourself. You have classes tomorrow, So head back to school early when you're done. Thanks for the concern, Vanessa. Enjoy your meal, everyone. As Yuna spoke, she prepared to leave. I suddenly thought of something and called her back. By the way, I don't think we have crabs on the menu yet. Where did these come from? Yuna explained with a smile. I ran into a Big Brother's on my way to the restaurant. He was very kind-hearted and just gave us several £100 of hairy crabs. Hearing this, I immediately guessed that there was definitely more to the story. I didn't ask further, simply smiling and saying, "That's good. Kind people like that are indeed rare. We should return the favor with more business next time." Yuna replied, "Got it. Vanessa, George, Janet, I'll get back to work now." Janet Quinn listened to the conversation from the side, completely bewildered. She was incredibly astonished. Since when did the moral standards in Emerald City become so high? Were there really this many generous, good people, giving away hundreds of pounds of hairy crabs just like that? How generous would someone have to be? On the contrary, George Young heard the subtext. In the story, some unlucky bastard had definitely provoked Yuna, and got handled. Based on his understanding of the Grand Apex Alliance, it likely wasn't as simple as just paying some crabs in damages. He knew all too well the fate of those who had offended the Miss or the Alliance in the past. He was very clear about the outcomes. On the light side, you'd pay hundreds of thousands in damages. The restaurant would be forced into a low-price transfer. On the heavy side, you'd be eating government meals behind bars, or even getting a lead pill. A few £100 of hairy crabs were far from enough to satisfy the Grand Apex Alliance's appetite. Janet Quinn took a deep breath and said, "Ms. Miller, let's talk about the package." Only now had she truly made up her mind. It wasn't just because of this meal. It was also because she saw in Vanessa Miller the same kind of approachable charisma that her current boss possessed, truly treating employees like family. To show such high regard and care for a simple waitress, even addressing her as a sister, a boss like this would certainly not be bad. I said with a smile, "Good. Then I'll outline the general terms. George has already told you the basics, so I won't repeat them. A base salary of 10,000 post-tax." Once George and I had finalized the package for Janet Quinn, she accepted without a hint of hesitation. She also stated she would handle her resignation tomorrow. She'd return to start work formally once the handover was complete, aiming to be back before the Grand Apex Supermarket's University Town location opened its doors. Seeing that I'd gained another talent for the team, I was very pleased. Just as I prepared to say more, my phone suddenly rang. It was a call from one of my classmates. After picking up, hearing the anxious report on the other end, my expression gradually turned cold. "Tell them not to do anything impulsive. I'm heading over right now. George, please look after Manager Quinn for me. I need to go handle something at the school first." "Of course, miss. Leave things here to me. Don't worry. Safe travels." Ms. Miller, miss. After I left, George Young looked at Janet Quinn and smiled. "Actually, you don't have to follow my lead in calling her Mrs. You can just call her whatever you're comfortable with." After all, Janet Quinn wasn't a core member of the Grand Apex Alliance. Even if she was a talent he had worked hard to poach, she could only be considered an outer-tier member for now. Because nowadays, to become a core member, one had to pass an evaluation. This evaluation didn't just look at ability, it also looked at whether one could grasp the Grand Apex philosophy. To put it bluntly, you had to have savvy. Those without savvy could not become core members. Currently, among the employees of the Alliance's subsidiaries, not all were core members. According to current proportions, core members only accounted for about half, and in the future, the ratio between core and outer members would likely see an even wider gap. As evaluations became more standardized and strict, even executives poached from other companies might not necessarily become core members of the Alliance. Janet Quinn was a prime example. In George Young's words, she had arrived at a good time. Unlike him, who had become a core member for no apparent reason, unable to quit even if he wanted to. "George, then why do you call Ms. Miller Mrs.?" Janet Quinn asked curiously. Actually, she had wanted to ask this question for a while. When she first heard the title Miss from George Young's mouth, she thought Vanessa Miller was the woman of some big boss. Only later did she learn that wasn't the case at all. The Miss George referred to was the boss herself. In the Grand Apex Alliance, the titles boss and miss were interchangeable. Furthermore, this miss didn't come from some wealthy family. She had started entirely from scratch. Well, it's just a habit. Consider it part of our corporate culture. George Young thought for a moment and explained. Our company is roughly divided into two parts. One part calls her that, just like I do. The other part just uses normal titles. It's hard for me to explain. Anyway, it's quite complicated. Janet Quinn understood his meaning instantly. Wasn't this just one faction of confidants? And another faction of outsiders? It seemed that even though she'd been poached, she still had a long way to go to become a confidant. But one thing still puzzled her. Logically speaking, the new boss held absolute controlling interest. Why would she still create factions? Wasn't that a self-contradiction? Usually, in those massive corporations, those with founders and investors, people would pull executives to create factions and maintain balance. The Grand Apex Alliance hadn't reached that stage yet. There was absolutely no need for it. Could it be a case of preparing for the future? But regardless, although she didn't like this factional approach, she had to integrate and become a confidant. At this thought, Janet Quinn suddenly sat up straight, a fighting spirit igniting in her eyes. George, I will work hard to earn Ms. Miller's recognition. George Young saw that she had misunderstood. He said, actually, you just need to do your job well. Some things might not be suitable for you. George, do you not believe in my ability? Janet Quinn said, I can definitely do it. George Young didn't know what else to say. Fine, I'll just stop talking then. He'll understand eventually. On the pavement of Academic Row, two groups were locked in a tense standoff. One side was my classmates, including Felix Foster, while the other was Jackson Flint, who'd had the worst luck today, having just been scammed out of $200,000. Right now, Jackson Flint was clutching his bleeding forehead, glaring viciously at the students from State Finance. Standing behind him were 7 or 8 thugs armed with weapons, all looking fierce and menacing. Just then, a thug with an exceptionally large head and a face full of scars walked up from the back. Jackson Flint immediately stepped forward, pointing at Felix Foster's group of students. Big Head, these are the little brats who hit me. Big Head took one look at Jackson's pathetic state and couldn't help but click his tongue. In mockery, Flint, what the hell happened? How did you end up in such a sorry state? Even a few green students managed to beat you like this? As he spoke, he pointed toward the shop. Behind Jackson Flint with the official seal on the door. And what's the deal with your shop? Why is it sealed up? Jackson Flint didn't know how to explain, so he could only mutter vaguely, I accidentally offended someone, so I've been shut down for rectification for a while. Big Head furrowed his brows. Was it that group who called you earlier? The ones you told me not to mess with? Jackson Flint nodded quickly. Yeah, that's them. But that's over and done with. Big Head, let's not talk about them for now. These students not only hit me, but they had the damn nerve to laugh at me too. I have to give them a lesson they'll never forget. Fine. They're just a bunch of wet behind-the-ears runts. Big Head finally turned his gaze toward the group, whose expressions had turned visibly nervous, especially when he saw the terrified girls. Cowering behind the boys, he couldn't help but lick his lips. Tonight was looking like it wouldn't be boring after all. Where are you punks from? Hitting my brother on my turf? Tell me, how do you want to handle this? Felix Foster looked at him warily and asked, What do you want? Big Head held up one hand and said leisurely, Since you beat my brother into this state, start with $50,000 for medical bills. Then, get on your knees and apologize to him. And as for the rest of you, have those little sisters behind you? Keep us company at karaoke tonight. Then we'll consider this matter settled. Hearing such harsh conditions, the faces of Felix Foster and the others changed instantly. Especially the 5 girls behind them. Their faces turned white as sheets. They couldn't accept a single one of those 3 conditions. $50,000? Even if they pooled everything they had, they couldn't come close to that amount. And asking the girls to pay for them? It was clear they had malicious intentions. Felix Foster and the other boys actually showed quite a bit of character. They were the ones who organized this dinner, so it was their group outing. No matter what, they had to protect the girls from their class. Look, sir, we won't accept a single one of your terms. Furthermore, this wasn't our fault. We didn't start the trouble. We were just walking down the street, minding our own business. When your brother here came looking for a fight, we were forced to defend ourselves. Exactly. We were forced to fight back. It was self-defense. The others chimed in one after another. Felix Foster was telling the truth. They were having a great time chatting on the way back, when they somehow provoked this bleached hair guy. A verbal argument broke out between the two sides, and Felix's group ended up hitting the guy. Consequently, the guy called in this group of professional thugs. Is that how it went? Big Head frowned and looked at Jackson Flint. Jackson Flint shouted angrily, Big Head! They're full of crap. They're the ones who provoked me first, and started insulting me. Felix Foster countered, When did we ever insult you? Stop lying, all right? Jackson Flint looked dismissive. Still acting? I asked you where those free crabs came from, and what did you say? A good person gave them to us. Do I look like a good person to you? Who the hell are you trying to look down on? Felix Foster and the others were stunned by his words. They got into a fight just because of that? Setting aside whether good person was an insult, they hadn't even said that to his face. The good person they were talking about referred to something that happened at the restaurant. Earlier, Felix Foster and his group of 10 were dining at Yvonne Fisher's because business was so good tonight. They'd been waiting for their food for quite a while, and some of them had whispered a few complaints. It just so happened that a waitress overheard them. A waitress about their own age brought over a platter of crabs as a complimentary tasting for them. Exactly 10 crabs, one for each person. Later, they found out that the waitress was also a student at State Finance, working part-time from the North Campus. Since they were all schoolmates, they ended up chatting for a bit. Out of concern, Felix Foster asked, Giving us these hairy crabs. Won't your boss get mad at you? These can't be cheap, right? The classmate, Yuna, said jokingly, It's fine. These crabs were a gift from a very good person. They're grand opening gifts, so they didn't cost the restaurant a cent. Felix Foster and the others knew she was joking. However, after this, their impression of this classmate and the restaurant improved. Not only was the food delicious, but they were so generous, giving away a platter of hairy crabs just like that. After finishing their meal, on their way back, they, naturally, started talking about the classmate working part-time. They were all impressed with Yuna's hard work, finding a job like that as a freshman. While they were on the subject, they happened to walk onto Academic Row. At that moment, Jackson Flint was standing by his door, feeling incredibly conflicted. He wanted to tear the seal off, but the loss from being shut down for a while was huge. Yet he worried about getting caught and fined again if he did. It was exactly then that Felix Foster and a group of students passed by, laughing and talking. Naturally, for a group of young men and women, their voices were quite loud, and Jackson Flint happened to overhear their conversation. The small fish pot stickers at that place were divine, and the hairy crabs too. There's so much roe in them this season. I already want to go back for more. Let's go again next time then. I'd love to, but I wonder if the restaurant will still have those crabs from that good person then. If only someone gave them gifts like that every time. You're dreaming. Yuna was clearly joking about that. How could someone give them out every day? They'd go out of business. You never know. Maybe some sucker really did have a brain freeze and gave the restaurant hundreds of pounds of crabs. Maybe we can benefit from it again. Ha ha ha. Who on earth could be that stupid? Felix Foster and the others were just chatting back and forth. It was pure normal banter among classmates. Who could have known Jackson Flint would overhear it? He instantly felt personally insulted. Good person. Sucker. Idiot. Every word felt like a slap in the face. Consumed by humiliation and rage, he walked right over and blocked their path. He asked viciously, Who the hell are you calling a good person? Felix Foster and the others were taken aback by this random bleached hair guy who had suddenly appeared. Every face was full of question marks. Having no idea what the man was talking about, Sloane Woods instinctively muttered, What a psycho. That phrase acted like a lit fuse, completely detonating Jackson Flint's explosive temper. Things had been going terribly for him all day, and he had a stomach full of rage with nowhere to vent. This was the perfect excuse. Consumed by humiliation and fury, he raised his hand and gave Sloane Woods a massive slap. Following a sharp crack, 5 red fingerprints immediately appeared on Sloane's pale cheek. The air froze for a second. Once Felix Foster and the other boys realized what happened, they swarmed him at once, instantly pinning Jackson Flint to the ground and giving him a brutal beating. Afterward, Sloane Woods, clutching her stinging cheek, picked up a brick. Taking advantage of the fact that Jackson Flint couldn't resist, she smashed it right down onto his head. That single brick scared the life out of Felix Foster, the other boys, and Leah Simmons's group of girls. They only intended to teach the guy a lesson, but this changed everything. Once a brick was involved, the nature of the crime changed. If things got out of hand, they might all end up behind bars for a while. Felix Foster already had a crush on Sloane Woods, so without a second thought, he stepped forward to take the blame. If the police come, tell them I was the one who hit him. Fortunately, Jackson Flint didn't choose to call the cops. People in that life rarely reported things to the police. Having his head cracked open by a woman was embarrassing enough. If his street associates found out he'd called the cops, he'd never be able to show his face on the street again. But not calling the police didn't mean he was letting them go. He immediately called for backup. Big Head and his crew happened to be nearby. Hearing that there were only 5 boys, he took a few of his lackeys and roared over on their motorcycles. This conflict was, in fact, a total coincidence. Even Yuna likely never imagined that her simple act of kindness, giving a platter of crabs to these classmates, would cause such massive trouble. As the kingpin of the academic row area, Big Head had to stand firmly by his brother's side when he got beaten. After all, Jackson Flint often treated him to foot massages. Now that his brother's head had been cracked open, Big Head had to support him, regardless of whether Jackson had started the trouble or not. And hearing Jackson Flint's side of the story, he felt his brother really had been wronged. Not only was his shop sealed up, but he was also called a good person. Wasn't that a blatant insult? How could a good person survive on the streets? Listen up, you runts. I don't care who started it or who threw the first punch. Touching my brother is touching me. You have my 3 conditions. If you miss even one, none of you are leaving this street in one piece tonight. Jackson Flint seized the chance to push forward, glaring viciously at Sloane Woods hiding behind the group. And that bitch too. I've never had my head cracked open by a woman in my life. If you don't keep me satisfied tonight, I'll kill you. I'm warning you. We're students from state finance. If you don't let us go, we'll tell our teacher. One of the girls stammered in fear. The moment she said that, Big Head and his crew erupted into mocking laughter. Oh man, tell the teacher? Do you think your teacher can control us? Little girl, you really are adorably naive. Besides, you're the ones who cracked my brother's head. Forget about the teacher. Even if you call the police, guess who they'll be arresting first? Hearing those words, Leah Simmons and the others who intended to call the police scaredly tucked their phones away. They were all well-behaved, good students, so they naturally feared being taken by the police. If they were arrested for calling the cops and then got suspended or expelled, their lives would be ruined. Since calling the police was out, they could only rely on the boys beside them. Felix, what do we do? I want to go back to school. I never should have come out to eat. The more the girls thought about it, the more terrified they became. And some even started crying. They were now caught in a complete dilemma. The other side clearly had the upper hand. Even though Jackson Flint had started the trouble, the final outcome was looking extremely bad for them. As the leader of this outing, Felix Foster had to force himself to stay calm. Don't be afraid. They're betting we won't call the police, but they won't call them either. Street people like them care most about face. Besides, I've already messaged the other guys from class. They're bringing people over right now. They had been in school for nearly 2 months now, so the classmates all knew each other well. Plus, the guys in class 2 of business administration all got along quite well. If anything happened, they were usually willing to help out at a moment's notice, while they wouldn't dare have a real, violent fight. With these professional street thugs showing up for backup and bolstering their presence was no problem. These thugs were currently just relying on having more people than Felix Foster's initial group. Once the rest of the class arrived, if the other side still wanted to get physical, they would have to think twice. By then, they could proactively apologize to the bleached hair guy, giving him a way to save face, and pay a few $100s in medical bills to settle it. Hearing Felix Foster's plan, everyone felt a bit more at ease. Although their class had more girls than boys, they still had over 15 guys in total. At the very least, they would outnumber the thugs. Just then, someone suddenly thought of something. We've caused such a mess. Should we tell the class president? Are you kidding? How can we have the class president, a girl, come to a place like this? Someone immediately objected. This kind of thing has to be handled by us guys. We can't let the class president take such a risk. However, when Sloane Woods heard this, her eyes flickered. This was a great chance to drag Vanessa Miller into the mess. Wasn't she supposed to be so capable? Then let her come out and solve this. to see if she actually has the skills she claims. To this day, Sloane still didn't believe Vanessa Miller was the one who dealt with the thugs at the school gate. I disagree. Didn't the class president say before that we could come to her for anything, whether it's on or off campus? Those were her own words. If she has the confidence to say that, she must have a way to handle it. Besides, Felix, didn't you call all the guys from class here? With all of us here, they won't dare touch us. And they definitely won't dare touch the class president. It's better than her finding out later and telling the counselor what we did, right? Felix Foster and the others were torn. After hearing Sloane's argument, she has a point. Our whole class is having a conflict with a group of thugs. If the class president finds out afterward, we'll definitely get a lecture. They knew a bit about the class president's style. She was someone who meant what she said, just like before, when she promised to deal with the hoodlums at the gate, and they really did disappear. Whether she paid them off or used some other method, everyone could see that the class president was indeed extraordinary. While they were hesitating about whether to notify the class president, Jackson Flint suddenly let out a loud shout. Big Head! They're trying to call for help. Big Head was already at the end of his patience. He stubbed out his cigarette. So you're choosing to do this the hard way, huh? Beat them up. Beat them until even their own parents won't recognize them. As soon as the command was given, the thugs charged forward, wielding clubs and pipes. Felix Foster and the other 4 boys were forced to defend themselves. Chaos erupted in an instant. 5 unarmed college freshmen from state finance versus 7 or 8 street-hardened thugs with weapons. The outcome was a foregone conclusion. In less than 3 minutes, all 5 boys were down. They instinctively shielded their heads, taking the blows passively. By the time they were in too much pain to even stand, Jackson Flint walked straight up to Felix Foster. He stepped on Felix's head, spat on the ground, and cursed, "Damn it. Weren't you boys acting all tough just a second ago? I'm going to teach you a lesson today. If you ever dare to mess with me again, I'll make sure grass grows over your graves." As he spoke, he delivered a brutal kick to Felix Foster's stomach. Felix's body immediately curled up in agony. His face turned a deep, angry red. After finishing with the boys, Jackson Flint, Big Head, and the others smirked wickedly and walked toward the group of girls, who were already sobbing in terror. "Don't come any closer. Stay away from us. If you take another step, we're calling the police. Don't come over here." Leah Simmons and the others were truly frightened. Even Sloane Woods' face was now filled with sheer horror. She secretly regretted not taking the chance to run earlier. If she could have reached the school gates, there might have been a chance at rescue. Before she could even retreat a few steps, Jackson Flint arrived in front of her. He raised his hand and gave her a massive, stinging slap. "You bitch, you had the nerve to crack my head open? Get over here and crawl for your forgiveness." Then he reached out and grabbed Sloane Woods by the hair, dragging her out from the crowd with raw force. "Ah!" Sloane let out a sharp scream as she was yanked to the ground by her hair. He began dragging her toward a pitch-black alley nearby. His intentions were clear to everyone watching. No matter how Sloane struggled, she was powerless against his violent strength. Although Leah Simmons usually didn't get along with his roommate, her instincts wouldn't let her just watch a friend be assaulted without trying to help. She charged forward without a second thought. Let her go. But she had overestimated her own strength. As soon as she got close, Jackson Flint kicked her to the ground. Immediately after, another thug walked over with a leering grin. He reached for her collar, intending to follow Jackson's lead and drag Leah into the alley. The other 3 girls weren't spared either. They were seized by the thugs and dragged toward the darkness, the men laughing loudly as they taunted them. Felix Foster and the boys saw the girls from their class about to be violated. Their eyes turned bloodshot with rage. Gritting their teeth, they leaned on each other to stand back up, even though they were battered, bloodied, and looked incredibly pathetic. Their gazes were filled with fierce determination. "Stop right there." Big Head and his crew heard the voices and turned back to look at the 5 boys, feeling somewhat surprised. They hadn't expected them to have the guts to stand up again. He was about to say, "You want another round, huh?" Suddenly, the sound of rapid, heavy footsteps came from the distance, cutting him off. It was accompanied by a thunderous roar. "Hey, what the hell do you think you're doing? You want to fight?" Around 20 or so students from state finance, half of whom were boys wearing glasses, came marching over in a massive wave. Among them were the boys from my class too, as well as boys from other dorms on the same floor. Originally, Felix Foster had only contacted the boys from his own class. However, when they were gathering together, boys from other classes happened to see them and curiously asked what was going on. As soon as they heard that students from their school were being bullied and needed someone to have their backs, those boys followed along without a single hesitation. In reality, state finance had been looked down upon by other schools for a long time, with thugs frequently coming to the campus to stir up trouble and stalking the female students. Many people had been harboring a lot of suppressed anger. Now that they heard their fellow students were being targeted, everyone decided to go and see for themselves. Anyway, they just intended to bolster the numbers. It wasn't like they were looking for a real brawl. Besides, the other side didn't have many people. They just wanted to intimidate them. As long as they could make the thugs back down, it would be a way to vent their frustration. But what they hadn't expected was that as soon as they arrived, they saw Felix Foster and the others beaten black and blue, especially seeing the girls looking so distraught and tearful. That was a direct trigger for them. Their anger flared up instantly. If they had just been bullying the guys, the students might not have been this enraged. But bullying girls like this, no boy with a shred of backbone could tolerate it. Big Head saw the other side had brought over 20 people. He looked dismissive. What? You little brats actually think you can take us? You've got some nerve. If they were students from the big 3 schools, he might have been a bit more cautious. But this group, it was obvious they weren't from those schools. Not a single one had bleached hair. They all looked like typical good students. How would they ever dare to fight? They were just a bunch of cowards. A little intimidation, and they probably wouldn't even dare to breathe. But this time, they had miscalculated. Felix Foster and the others had also reached their breaking point. Though they were good students in everyone's eyes, that didn't matter now. Once their tempers flared, their courage grew alongside it. Especially when they saw these thugs, still gripping Sloane Woods' and the other girl's hair, refusing to let go. A surge of adrenaline hit them. Screw you. Let's take them down. With Felix Foster and his group leading the charge, the newly arrived students instantly revolted. They all charged forward together. This time, the tables were turned. Big Head and his crew never expected that good students from state finance would actually dare to fight. Caught off guard, they were beaten back and forced into a retreat. Several were knocked flat on the ground. Big Head in particular. He was raising a club, getting ready to swing it at a student in front of him, when he suddenly felt a chill behind his back. Standing directly behind him, a boy with thick glasses appeared. This boy clearly wasn't much of a fighter, but when he saw the opening at Big Head's backside, he suddenly remembered how his roommate had pranked him today, and how his butt had been sore for a long time. Instinctively, he pressed his palms together, forming a gun-like gesture with his fingers, and shoved with all his might. Big Head felt his backside explode with pain. His entire body froze in an instant. He let out a blood-curdling scream. Ah! Immediately after, he fell straight to the ground, clutching his butt and kicking his legs wildly. He was completely out of the fight. The boy saw that he had incapacitated the enemy boss in one move, and was a little stunned himself. Once he snapped out of it, a look of triumph crossed his face. He thought to himself, this move is actually pretty damn effective in a brawl. Then, a predatory light seemed to glow behind his thick glasses. As he shifted his target toward the other enemies, he crept toward them in a stealthy manner. Ah, damn it, my ass! In an instant, several thugs fell victim to it. Clutching his butt, he instantly lost his ability to fight. As more and more people fell, Felix Foster and his group of students completely took the upper hand and knocked down all the remaining thugs. But before they could celebrate for long, Big Head, who had recovered a bit, immediately shouted ferociously, "Call the men! Call the men! I'm going to kill all these pieces of trash." In an instant, several factions in University Town received the news. The kingpin of Academic Row wanted to take down a group of state finance students, and was willing to pay double for backup. This included the big 3 colleges. A massive number of thugs began to gather. After Felix Foster and the others finally knocked down Big Head and his crew, they stood there, panting heavily. As the adrenaline coursing through their bodies from the intense fight began to fade, they gradually snapped out of it. Looking at the street thugs lying everywhere on the ground, wailing in pain, many of the boys couldn't help but shudder. Was this really their doing? They had actually managed to knock out a group of street thugs. It was unbelievable. Honestly, in all these years, students from state finance had never done anything so adrenaline-pumping. State finance students, like the medical students next door, were always well-behaved. In the eyes of the thugs outside the school, they were just a bunch of good kids who wouldn't fight back. Whether it was the student thugs from the big three colleges, or these street thugs from outside, the students never dared to provoke either. But today, they had actually shattered that record for the first time. For the first time, they had had a real brawl with street thugs. So, after the fight was over, many of the boys on the scene, along with Leah Simmons, and the other girls, felt a bit of lingering fear. They almost couldn't believe that they were the ones who had done all this. Felix Foster had been holding a grudge in his heart. But now, seeing the pathetic state of these thugs, he felt significantly better. Then he looked toward the boy with thick glasses from their class, and gave him a thumbs up. Although they had more people on their side, facing these street thugs had still been very difficult. To his surprise, Miles Vance had taken an unconventional path by launching sneak attacks, going straight for the weak spots. He'd taken down 4 people all at once, which had eased the pressure on everyone else. He was a real talent. Just a bit rude. After this experience, Felix Foster finally realized why students from the big three colleges liked the street life so much. If you don't want to be bullied, you have to be more ruthless than the other guy. Of course, he also knew in his heart that doing this once was enough. There likely wouldn't be a second time. The students at their school weren't cut out for the streets. After all, they were students at a top-tier university, and they all had bright futures ahead of them. Living the thug life was definitely the worst possible path for them. It was just too unwise. And just after the fight ended, some people began to worry, fearing retaliation from these thugs. What if they left campus in the future and ran into this group again? However, before they had a chance to think it through, someone suddenly shouted, "This is bad. They've called for backup." The hearts of the state finance students skipped a beat, and they immediately grew tense. Then someone, no one knew who, shouted, "Okay, let's head back to school first. Once we're at school, they won't dare to do anything to us." As soon as the words were out, Felix Foster and the others immediately gestured to their companions to start running. For those who were slower, others would lend a hand, especially for Leah Simmons and the other girls. Big Head, seeing they were trying to flee, didn't care about his burning backside anymore. Gritting his teeth, he barely managed to stand up. "Chase them. You absolutely cannot let them get away. Especially that Four Eyes. I'm going to take care of him myself." However, his subordinates couldn't give chase. Quite a few of them had been poked in the backside by that little snake from state finance. They were doing well just to stand up now, let alone have the strength to chase anyone. One of the lackeys with green hair walked over with a strange posture, moving sideways like a crab with his legs pinched together. He said to Big Head, "Boss, they won't get far. I've already called for backup as you ordered. Just 2 intersections away. There are a few pool halls over there." Mickey and his crew happened to be there playing pool. "Boss, if we only rely on Mickey and his guys, we might not be able to stop all these students. Have you contacted anyone else?" Big Head asked the lackey. Counting on his fingers, the lackey listed them: Vocational, Layton Tech Institute, and Internet Cafe Row. When Big Head heard the lackey had notified so many street bosses, he felt a sudden sense of dread. "Wait a second. How many people did you damn well call over here?" The lackey stammered. "The situation was urgent just now. And I got anxious, so I called several groups." Big Head slapped him right on the head. "Are you an idiot?" he cursed. "Does taking down a few students require that many people? What did you tell them about the fee?" For those in a certain area, many people actually knew each other. At the very least, the bosses certainly knew each other. Whether the relationship was good or not, it was always beneficial to know one another. If their underlings got into a conflict, they could easily reach out to the other guy's boss. Aside from that, if something happened to them one day, and they didn't have enough men, it was convenient to call other bosses for help. It was just a matter of paying. Under normal circumstances, if it was just for intimidation, a war of words where both sides just showed off their numbers, the market price was about $50 to $80 a person. But if they had to actually get physical, then the price started at $200 a person. For Big Head and his crew, it would have been fine if they'd just called their own brothers. But this time, they had called in all the factions. With a bit of a reputation in University Town, if each group sent 50 men, there would be at least 4 groups coming this time. That meant at least 200 people. The appearance fee alone would be over $10,000. And if they actually fought, the fee would quadruple. In other words, it wouldn't be less than $40,000 or $50,000. This kind of money, for loitering thugs like Big Head, who spent all day doing nothing, was already a massive sum. That's why Big Head was so angry. What did you tell them the fee was? Rubbing his head, the lackey looked aggrieved, and slowly held up 2 fingers. 20. That cheap? Well, that's not too bad. The lackey shook his head quickly. 200. The lackey shook his head again, and cautiously said, double. Big Head's vision went black. He raised his hand and slapped the lackey several times. Are you a damn idiot? He cursed. Are you stupid? Do you think I'm running a damn bank? At the normal price, they could easily call over 200 people. If it was double, without a doubt, those guys would definitely call every single lackey they could find. To make up the numbers, the total probably wouldn't be less than 300 people. If you calculated based on the price of fighting, that would be at least $200,000. Where the hell was he going to get that much money? The protection money they usually collected was basically all squandered away. For a group of street thugs, it was impossible to save any money. Big Head really felt like kicking this lackey's ass into next week. Just then, the lackey who knew he'd caused trouble thought of something. He weakly pointed at Jackson Flint and said, Big Head, didn't that guy start this whole mess? Why should we be the ones to pay? After Big Head realized this, his eyes instantly lit up. You're right. I almost forgot in the heat of the moment. I almost overlooked that part. They were here to settle things for Jackson Flint. Naturally, Jackson Flint should be the one paying. Then he gestured to Jackson Flint, who had just caught his breath. He beckoned him over. Flint, get over here. The guy's forehead was still bleeding. Although it hadn't hit an artery, he was suffering from a bit of blood loss. His mind was starting to feel a bit hazy. What is it, Big Head? Hey, where are those students? Did they run? They won't get far. I've already called for backup. Big Head threw an arm around Jackson Flint's shoulder. I've called in quite a few outsiders this time. According to the rules, we need to pay for the backup. Shouldn't you be the one to cover that? Of course, of course. Jackson Flint nodded repeatedly. Good then. Just have 200,000 ready. What? Jackson Flint's eyes snapped wide. He was instantly sobered. He said excitedly, Do you think I'm some damn rich kid? Clicking my black high heels, I strode into the Grand Apex Alliance office and called the number back. However, the call didn't go through this time. I frowned. Then I dialed my roommate Leah Simmons's number. After ringing for over 10 seconds, it finally connected. Leah Simmons's voice on the other end was intermittent, sounding like she was crying. It was mixed with heavy breathing and the sound of wind. Class president, the boys from our class came. They rescued us. How many of them came? All the boys from our class are here, along with boys from some other classes. There are more than 20 of them. I was very surprised to hear this. I hadn't expected that the boys at our school would be so responsible. It completely shattered my stereotype of state finance students. You must not do anything impulsive. Head back to the school first. Leave the rest to me. Hearing my words, Leah Simmons felt a strange sense of relief. Okay, I understand, class president. So, what's the situation now? Felix Foster and the others knocked those thugs down, but they seem to have called for more people. We're running toward the school now. They're coming. There are so many of them. Class president. Immediately after, a burst of noise came from the other end, followed by a dial tone. The call was suddenly cut off. My expression instantly darkened. It didn't take a genius to figure out that they must have been cornered before they could make it back to the school. At this moment, Mitch was gathering the men downstairs. Almost everyone was about to arrive. Even Ethan had rushed over. He was originally planning to report on the situation in Foggy Creek today, but he happened to run into this mess. Now, the 3 major combat powers of the Grand Apex Alliance were all gathered and ready. Ethan, Lance, and Grizzly, who held a shield, a disability certificate. Yeah, besides them, there were about 100 core members of the Alliance, along with 70 or 80 outer members. In total, nearly 200 people had gathered. Last time, after the Alliance straightened out the big 3 of the colleges, especially the vocational students, once they learned that such a professional syndicate was hidden in their school, their eyes lit up. The Grand Apex Alliance was their ideal place for the street life. It was just like in the movies. It was so cool and domineering. Consequently, many people chose to follow and join. However, they could only start from the outer circle for now, and they had to pass a preliminary screening to become outer members. Even so, 70 or 80 people had successfully become outer members. Now, Xavier Thorne, one of the 3 college giants, only existed in name, although he still had some brothers around him. Since Mitch and the others appeared, Xavier Thorne had been completely replaced. But since he was a junior, he didn't have any classes. With his status taken away, he didn't even bother going back to school. He just hung around outside with other juniors. Soon, Mitch came up to report, "Miss, everyone is gathered. Should we leave now?" I didn't give the order immediately, but asked, "What's the status with Theodore Vance?" Theodore Vance was in the law firm next door, with his 2 assistants, frantically preparing some legal contingencies, in case things didn't end well. Simply put, he was thinking of how to punish the thugs, while ensuring his brothers wouldn't end up behind bars. A short while later, Theodore Vance hurried over, with a notebook in hand. He pushed up his glasses that had slipped down slightly. With a serious face, he said, "Miss, after careful study, we still feel it's not quite secure. It's fine if there's no fight. But once hands are laid, it'll be hard for our brothers to avoid a criminal record, because this inherently exceeds the scope of self-defense, even if we are doing it to rescue your classmates. However, if one thing is handled well, there's still some room for negotiation." I furrowed my brow and said, "Get to the point." Theodore Vance then leaned into my ear and whispered his plan. Only after finishing did he say seriously, "Miss, this is the only way to ensure everything is foolproof." I nodded. Then I looked at Lily Harper, who was eager to get started. The girl hadn't gone out to eat with me, but had come to the office instead, to suck up to Mitch and the others. Since she felt like a newcomer, she wanted to make more appearances in front of the key figures in the alliance and show off so they would recommend her as a branch leader. She had never forgotten Mitch's original promise. I didn't expect that while she was chatting with Mitch and the others, she would suddenly get my call to gather the men. Lily Harper immediately guessed that something must have happened. However, instead of being afraid, she was exceptionally excited. A big scene. Ooh, there's going to be another big scene. The most important thing was that she was no longer a spectator this time, but a part of it. Just thinking about the majestic sight of a group of men in black excited her. While Lily Harper was daydreaming, she noticed me looking at her. She hurriedly wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth and asked, "Vanessa, what is it, Lily? What do you think of our company? What do you think of everyone? It's great. I super love it here. Everyone is so manly. Well, if we all run into trouble, would you be willing to help?" Hearing my words, Lily Harper's previously excited little face turned serious. She knew that Vanessa was about to give her an assignment. This was a golden opportunity. "Vanessa, is there anything you need me to do?" "I won't hesitate, as long as you give me a branch leader position later. Actually, even if you don't, I do have something. If you handle this well, I can make you Mitch's deputy." Lily Harper's eyes widened instantly as she thought to herself, "Mitch's deputy? Wouldn't that make me an associate branch leader? Does that mean everyone will have to call me Sister Lily's from now on?" She didn't hesitate for a single second. She nodded immediately, as if she were afraid I might suddenly take the offer back. "Don't you worry, Vanessa. Leave it to me. I'll definitely get the job done." I then had Theodore Vance explain his plan to Lily Harper. When Lily Harper heard that her task was to find the counselor and secure a temporary employment contract, she let out a surprised, "Huh?" She was a bit disappointed. This was a far cry from the adrenaline-pumping scene she had imagined. If she was just doing paperwork, wouldn't she miss her chance to look cool? Mitch, reading the room well, led Lily Harper to the balcony railing outside the second-floor office. He cleared his throat and shouted, "Sister Lily!" Below them, the nearly 200 men standing in tight formation immediately roared in unison, "Greetings, Sister Lily." Lily Harper was already shocked and excited by the sight of so many brothers gathered below. Now, seeing everyone acknowledge her like that, she was so moved she could barely contain herself. At this moment, she felt as if her very blood were boiling. "Mitch, please tell Vanessa that I guarantee the mission will be a success." Immediately after, she marched off with the determination of a female general heading into a decisive battle, leaving with her head held high and her spirit soaring. Neither I, nor the high-ranking members of the Grand Apex Alliance who knew Lily Harper's true identity doubted her for a second. No one thought she would fail at this. After all, her background was powerful. As long as she spoke up, the school would definitely give her the face she needed. Getting a temporary security contract for the Grand Apex Alliance was just a piece of paper anyway. The school didn't even have to pay them. Once they had that employment contract from the school, they could legally and rightfully take down those thugs, one by one, all without having to worry about trouble from the police. If the school students were being beaten by outside hoodlums, regardless of the reason, they, as security personnel hired by state finance, couldn't just stand by and watch, could they? That would violate the spirit of the contract. Otherwise, why would state finance hire them for free? In short, with that school certification in hand, it was like the Alliance had been granted an extra layer of protection. In truth, I didn't necessarily need Lily Harper to get that document. As long as I showed up with my men, most of those thugs would likely back down. With the current scale of the Grand Apex Alliance, few people would actually dare to cross them. But this time, I didn't want to just scare them. Last time, even though they had intimidated the thugs from the Big Three, my classmates were still beaten shortly after. Moreover, I had people reporting to me in real time, saying that those bosses from the Big Three were already heading this way with their own reinforcements. It was obvious that the hoodlums had called them in. Since they had completely ignored my warning and were only paying me lip service, I would give them a lesson they'd never forget. Fedor, go find Claire Grant directly in a bit. I want to deliver a special gift to her. Theodore Vance pushed up his glasses. Understood, miss. Once all the instructions were given, and I was sure there were no loopholes, I turned and walked out of the office. As I walked down the stairs, over 200 pairs of eyes shifted toward me in unison, following the movement of my figure. The moment I reached the ground floor, every single member of the Grand Apex Alliance bowed their heads in a disciplined greeting. Miss, miss, miss. The core members of the Alliance remained mostly expressionless, but the outer members were incredibly excited. For one, they were finally seeing the legendary Miss with their own eyes. Secondly, with such a massive mobilization tonight, it was clear they were heading for a real fight. This was a golden opportunity to prove their worth. If they performed well, they might be promoted to core members. By now, they all knew what kind of treatment core members of the Alliance received. To be honest, when they first heard about the benefits, their eyes had turned red with envy. What kind of god-tier syndicate was this? The treatment was even better than a stable government job. Many young people today, influenced by the older generation, actually believed that a guaranteed career, an iron rice bowl, was best, because it provided security. Even in the future, many people would fight tooth and nail for a guaranteed career, but unfortunately, most weren't cut out for it, and could never secure one. But now, things were different. A new opportunity for a guaranteed future had arrived. I walked through the crowd without looking left or right, the hem of my black trench coat swaying slightly. With every step I took, I didn't give any sort of motivational speech. I simply headed straight toward the alleyways near State Finance. Move out, Mitch shouted immediately. In an instant, the sea of black-suited men moved like a tide, pouring out toward Academic Road. Once they were gone, the vendors on the snack street who hadn't packed up finally dared to poke their heads out. Every single face was pale, with lingering fear. This was the first time they'd ever seen such a terrifying spectacle. It had the same overwhelming impact as seeing mobsters from a movie appearing in real life. Good heavens! That display just now scared the life out of me. I thought they were going to level our snack street. Didn't you guys say the Grand Apex Alliance wasn't a gang? What the hell was that? I don't know, but it was absolutely terrifying. Yeah, when those men in black came out just now, my vision went dark. I almost thought the sun had set early. What are you talking about? It's already night, isn't it? Well, we have streetlights, don't we? I honestly thought the lights had gone out. The Grand Apex Alliance was located on the second floor of a relatively secluded west side of the snack street. They hadn't really drawn the attention of the local vendors before. Initially, some people worried that this group would collect protection money or bully people. But as time passed, they found that these men in black didn't cause any trouble, so they had set their minds at ease. But seeing such a massive mobilization now, it was only natural for them to be afraid. Over 200 people marching in perfect formation, a dense black mass. Under the streetlights, you couldn't even see the beginning or the end. Looking like a black dragon snaking through the streets, it was truly a terrifying sight. On the other side, Felix Foster and his group of over 30 students had just reached the last intersection of the street when bleached-hair thugs suddenly poured out from every direction. In the blink of an eye, they were completely surrounded. Someone recognized that many of them were thugs from the big 3 colleges. The total number definitely exceeded 300. The scene was absolutely horrifying. Leah Simmons and the other girls began crying on the spot. After all, they had never seen such a menacing display in their lives. They were walled in by a sea of bleached-hair hoodlums. Fortunately, however, those thugs only surrounded them. Without taking action, they looked as if they were waiting for someone. Not long after, Big Head and his crew, still clutching their sore backsides, arrived from the back with a strange, awkward gait. Even they were taken aback when they saw the scale of the crowd around them. How long had it been since University Town saw such a massive scene? Amidst his shock, Big Head patted Jackson Flint's shoulder and said proudly to the surrounding thugs, "See that? This is the level of your Big Head's power." Jackson Flint's heart was bleeding. In his eyes, these swarming thugs weren't even people anymore. They were just walking dollar signs. He forced a smile that looked worse than a crying face. "Big Head, you're the man. I'm really going bankrupt this time." Big Head then exchanged a few brief pleasantries with the bosses of these other thugs. Then he began to close in, step by step, on the huddling students from State Finance. "Run. Why aren't you guys running now? Which piece of trash poked me back there? Step forward." 2 thugs immediately charged into the crowd and dragged out Miles Vance, the guy with the glasses. The other students were too terrified to even breathe. A few of the girls had already burst into tears. No one dared to help. They were nearly scared out of their wits by now, their faces filled with fear and despair. Did someone call the police? No. So why didn't you guys call them? Why didn't you call them? I was too scared. I want to go home. In reality, this was because the students from State Finance easily fell into a logic trap. Fearing disciplinary action that would affect their academic records, they hadn't called the police. Of course, it was also because they had the upper hand earlier. Only now that they were at a disadvantage did they think of it. But even if they wanted to call the police now, with hundreds of eyes staring them down, they didn't dare to move a muscle. Mostly, they were so panicked they'd lost all sense of judgment, terrified that any move would trigger a mob beating. "Someone, please save us." One of the boys finally broke down and wailed. Big Head was currently ordering 2 of his lackeys to hold down the guy who had launched that sneak attack on his backside. He was preparing to give the boy a taste of his own medicine. Hearing someone shout so naively, he turned his head and mocked, "Stop your stupid yelling. With this many of us here, it won't matter who you call for help." Before he could even finish his sentence, a beer bottle suddenly came flying from behind the crowd. With a sharp crash, it smashed right in front of Big Head, creating a thunderous sound. Immediately after, a booming voice echoed through a megaphone, "I'd like to see which one of you bastards dares to move." The sudden, unannounced appearance of the beer bottle sent a jolt of fear through everyone present. Every single pair of eyes was simultaneously drawn toward the source. Out of all the people there, not one person had noticed the bottle as it flew toward them. To be precise, no one saw it until the bottle was right over their heads. Only then did someone spot it. The distance was at least 70 yards. When they turned their heads to look, they saw someone 70 yards away. A tall, lean, and stern-looking young man was, nonchalantly, tossing a second beer bottle in his hand. Then, under their shocked gazes, he hurled it directly toward them. Crash! The bottle hit with pinpoint accuracy, smashing in front of Big Head once again. Both impacts landed in almost the exact same spot. The little thugs couldn't help but swallow hard. Is this guy even human? How much strength does it take to do that? What shocked them even more was the sight behind the stern young man, a massive, dense crowd of professionals, marching toward them step by step. Their disciplined footsteps hit the pavement in unison, sounding like the thunderous roll of war drums. Combined with their matching black uniforms, it made the hearts of everyone present race, especially for Xavier Thorne, Victor Hale, and Adrian Blake, the Big 3. Seeing these familiar men in black, their bodies tensed instantly at the all-too-familiar sight. Last time, Miles Vance had tried to take over the other 2 colleges, only to fail because of these very same men in black. He had even come close to being slapped into the afterlife by that massive giant. That scene was still vivid in his mind. So, seeing this group appear once again, Victor instinctively rubbed his faintly aching cheek. God knows what was going through his head. Among the lackeys standing behind him, 2 young men radiating a ruthless aura stared intently at the stern young man from the Grand Apex Alliance, Lance. I didn't expect us to meet again so soon. According to their boss's orders, the task for the 2 of them was to tie down Lance, and that big oaf. As for the girl suspected to be the miss, she would be left to the others to handle. It would be best to kidnap her during the chaos. If that didn't work, then they would just cripple her. She could not be allowed to threaten the boss's position. Some elders in the syndicate had already heard rumors that the miss had returned. Some people were already planning to use the miss as a ladder to climb higher. So now, regardless of whether that girl was truly the miss, she had to be dealt with. Adrian Blake was also staring fixedly at the group of men in black, his palms beginning to sweat. He was also one of the witnesses from that time. However, compared to Miles Vance and Xavier Thorne, he didn't harbor much hostility toward this group. Among the big 3, his ambition had always been the smallest. He only cared about how to make money. Xavier Thorne's eyes, meanwhile, were full of hatred. By now, his title as one of the big 3 existed in name only. Neither Miles Vance nor Adrian Blake showed him any respect anymore. It was all because he'd lost his status as the boss of the college. He took a quick look around at everyone present, licking his dry lips. He figured that if he could incite everyone to charge at once, they might actually be able to defeat these men in black. Aside from that giant grizzly, the combat strength of the rest of those black-clad men might not be all that impressive. After all, he had a decent understanding of what these men in black were really made of. Most of them came from the same school as him. In short, as long as he could find a way to drag everyone there into it and defeat this group of men in black together, he would be able to return to his school and reclaim his position as the boss. Not even I expected that at least 2 of the big 3 wanted to have a head-on confrontation with my Grand Apex Alliance. But that was normal. Back then, I'd only sent Grizzly to set them straight. Though Grizzly's strength was monstrous, it didn't mean the other brothers would seem just as formidable in their eyes. Of course, I wanted to clash with them once as well. I felt it was necessary to make it clear to everyone that state finance was off limits to them. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had Lily Harper handle that matter. Once Mitch, Lance, and the others reached the thugs with their subordinates, those hoodlums instinctively backed away. They retreated all the way to Big Head's side. This created a massive standoff between 300 motley thugs and nearly 200 men in black, along with some of the outer circle members. Caught in the middle were over 30 terrified students from state finance, huddled together and scared out of their minds. They had never seen such an extreme scene in their entire lives. There were over 500 people in total from both sides. Is that the Grand Apex Alliance? Those street professionals from the snack street? Yeah, I've seen that logo on them at the snack street. Oh no, oh no! Another group of even more professional gangsters is here. Are we going to die here? I want my mom. Sob. Several students finally lost control of their emotions and began to cry out loud. The more they thought about it, the more hopeless they felt. They never could have imagined that the world outside the campus could be this dark. All they did was get into a conflict with one group of thugs. They never expected 500 people to show up to corner them. They were just a group of ordinary college students. Was it really worth such a massive mobilization? Just as the group's emotions were on the verge of collapsing, the crowd of men in black suddenly parted to both sides in unison, clearing a path. Click, clack, click. The sharp sound of high heels striking the pavement echoed through the air. A young girl dressed in a black trench coat walked forward slowly, coming to a halt at the front of the group of men in black. Felix Foster, take them back to school. Hearing that voice, Felix Foster snapped his head up, looking at the girl with the calm expression. His eyes widened in an instant. Class president. When the others heard those 2 words, they all turned their heads in shock, especially the students of Business Administration Class 2. They stood frozen in collective disbelief when they saw it was truly me. See, class president, is it really you? President, you need to... They instinctively wanted to warn me to run, but when they saw the crowd of men in black standing in respectful, stern silence behind the young girl, the words died in their throats. Their hearts were filled with extreme shock and awe. Leah Simmons, in particular, couldn't help but cover her mouth, her face full of disbelief. Was this young girl radiating such an overwhelming aura? Truly the same class president they knew as Vanessa Miller? Their class president was actually the legendary boss of the Grand Apex Alliance. How was this even possible? In their minds, her image had always been that of a beautiful, poised, and gentle young woman from a wealthy family. They couldn't see even a hint of a connection between her and the underworld. Never in their wildest dreams did they imagine she had this kind of background. What are you just standing there for? My brows furrowed slightly. There's nothing left for you to do here. Head back to school immediately. As soon as the words left my mouth, the men in black parted once more with disciplined precision, forming a human corridor for the state finance students to leave through, Felix Foster and the others. Only then managed to snap out of the intense state of shock they were in. They scrambled to their feet and began walking through the corridor. Of course, there was still Miles Vance, whose limbs were being pinned down by two thugs. The one Big Head had almost humiliated. He was still in their grasp. That was until the man with the staggering physique, looking like a human tank, Grizzly, strode over. The two thugs were so terrified they let go of Miles instantly. Only then did Miles Vance break free. Seeing this, Felix Foster hurried forward to support the weak-kneed Miles Vance, leading him to join the group. The group of state finance students walked through the corridor, trembling with fear. It was their first time being in such close contact with real-deal street professionals. Even knowing these people were under my command, they were still so nervous they barely dared to breathe. And it wasn't until this moment that they truly realized just how terrifying the scale of my power actually was. On both sides, rows of men in black stood in solemn silence, their silence carrying a heavy, oppressive weight. With their matching uniforms, under the cover of night, they looked like two menacing black dragons, sending shivers down everyone's spines. Jackson Flint saw these familiar men in black, and he immediately began grinding his teeth in rage. It was because of these very men that he had been driven to total bankruptcy today, perhaps relying on the numbers behind him. His courage flared up as well. He pointed at the other side and roared, "It's you guys again, Big Head. They're the ones who got my shop sealed. They scammed me out of $200,000 too." Big Head was currently feeling incredibly conflicted. To be honest, this was also his first time seeing a syndicate with such a professional display. Matching uniforms, that aura, was not inferior in the slightest to the gangs he'd seen in Hong Kong action films or foreign mob movies. Compared to them, the handful of men he had wouldn't even be enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. It was true that they had a lot of people right now, but the vast majority were just hired help. Even if they managed to fight to a standstill tonight, what about afterward? If the other side came looking for revenge, would he be able to survive it? Among all the local thugs present, not one was a match for the Grand Apex Alliance in a one-on-one fight. This was also why he had just stood by and watched, as that little snake who had poked his backside was taken away, remaining completely indifferent. He was truly afraid of being targeted for retaliation. On the contrary, his lackey Jackson Flint had far more guts than he did right now. Get revenge on this group of men in black. After which he would just pack up and flee. Worst case, he'd just never show his face in this area again. "Big Head," Jackson Flint shouted anxiously when he saw no reaction, while Big Head was contemplating how to settle this peacefully. Victor Hale walked over with a sinister look. "Big Head, don't tell me you're getting cold feet. You might not have many men, but you still have me, don't you? You really think you can negotiate a settlement now? It's too late. The Grand Apex Alliance is clearly an outsider, who's come here specifically to seize territory. If you let them off today, they'll just swallow us up one by one tomorrow. You aren't naive enough to think they'll just leave you alone, are you?" Big Head understood his meaning instantly. "Victor, you're saying they want to annex all the territory in University Town? It seems you aren't completely stupid after all. As long as you pay, we'll risk it all to help you get your revenge tonight. And we'll eliminate the threat of the Grand Apex Alliance while we're at it. Otherwise, none of us will have a good life from now on." Victor Hale turned to the other bosses and shouted, "Gentlemen, you've been in University Town for years. Are you content to let some newcomer walk all over you?" The moment he said that, Adrian Blake, Xavier Thorne, and several other bosses from the surrounding streets, as well as Leo West, who was hiding at the very back, all felt their resolve waver. Leo West, in particular, agreed wholeheartedly with Victor's words. Hadn't his own subordinates been annexed by the Grand Apex Alliance already? Soon, Victor Hale had convinced the majority of them. Only Adrian Blake hesitated after thinking it over, ultimately taking his men and withdrawing from the battlefield. This made Leo West feel even more conflicted. Should he run, or should he fight? Right then, my phone vibrated. I glanced at the text, my gaze turning sharp. I immediately whispered a few words to Lance. Lance understood. His eyes scanned the crowd behind Victor Hale like a hawk, searching for familiar faces. Ashton Gray had just sent intelligence. The syndicate had secretly planted 2 Red Pole enforcers within the crowd, along with a dozen other members. Their goal was clear. They were targeting me. The 2 Red Pole enforcers were aimed at Lance and Grizzly. As long as they kept those 2 occupied, the others could move in on me during the chaos. After receiving this information, I made a quick calculation. Apparently, the syndicate didn't know that I actually had another hidden combatant, Ethan. That was why I ordered Lance and Grizzly to the front, while having Ethan stay by my side. "Don't worry, miss, leave it to me. I won't let anyone lay a finger on you," Ethan said, patting his chest. Lance nodded. He had full confidence in Ethan's strength. Mitch then stepped forward at the right time, holding a megaphone. Screech! Following several sharp bursts of static, Mitch raised the megaphone and tested the volume. Testing. Once he confirmed it was working, he suddenly aimed the megaphone at the opposing side and roared, "Take them down!" Snap, snap, snap. Almost simultaneously, every member of the Grand Apex Alliance pulled out an expandable baton. The sight of nearly 200 men drawing their batons at once was an overwhelming spectacle, sending a shockwave through the 300 thubs on the other side. "We can't let them have the final word." Victor Hale immediately roared, "Charge!" In an instant, the group in mismatched clothing and the group in uniform black collided like 2 raging tidal waves. The battle had begun. Instantly, the battle cries were deafening. The entire street turned into a boiling bloodbath. Everything became extremely chaotic. Lance and Grizzly also met their respective opponents. They were currently facing the Red Pole enforcers sent by the Syndicate, the top-tier combat power of Syndicate boss Patrick, Shane, the Wolf, and Dante, the Panther, Vane. Shane Wolf's opponent was Lance. The moment he saw Lance, the blood in his body began to boil. A bloodthirsty light flickered in his eyes. "Lance, I've been waiting for this day for a long time. The Syndicate says you're the strongest Red Pole of the new generation. Today, I'm going to test your mettle and prove who the strongest Red Pole really is." Lance didn't acknowledge him, simply lowering his stance into a fighting position. As Shane Wolf charged, Lance didn't hold back, directly swinging his expandable baton. As they locked in combat, after over a dozen rounds of fierce fighting, the 2 were in a stalemate for the moment. However, upon closer inspection, one would find that Lance's breathing was still steady, while Shane's was already becoming erratic. Shane Wolf forced a sneer. "I didn't expect someone with your skills to be content being a woman's dog. You talk too much." Lance's gaze sharpened as he launched another attack. Shane Wolf and Lance were relatively evenly matched, but when Dante Vane faced Grizzly, he was completely stunned. His steel pipe clearly struck Grizzly's body, yet Grizzly had no reaction at all. He even scratched his back where he'd been hit, a look of confusion on his honest face. "What's the deal? My mom has more strength when she rubs my back than you do." Dante Vane had never suffered such an insult. His face turned red with rage as he attacked again. He was only about 5'7", looking tiny compared to Grizzly's massive physique. However, he relied on his agility, and Grizzly found it difficult to land a hit on him initially. Grizzly even took several hits first, but to him, these strikes were nothing more than an itch. On the contrary, if Dante failed to dodge Grizzly's fist even once, the outcome would be catastrophic. Just as Dante circled behind Grizzly to launch another sneak attack, Grizzly finally reacted. He spun around and threw a punch. Even though Dante blocked it with his baton, the terrifying force instantly snapped the steel pipe in half and sent him flying backward. Shane Wolf grew frantic, seeing his partner's state. He roared at the other Syndicate members, "Forget the others. Take down that woman first." The Syndicate members immediately charged toward me. Since it was a massive brawl involving hundreds, it was relatively easy to get close to me. But when they were only 5 steps away from their target, every single one of them froze in their tracks. The young girl, who had remained perfectly still, actually flashed a faint smile at them. Before they could react, they saw someone beside the girl. A man with white hair and a determined face appeared. In such a hurry to meet your end? Then let me give you a hand, I said indifferently. Don't let them get away. Ethan nodded. Understood, miss. His body suddenly dropped low, into a standard combat stance. The next second, the man with muscles like tempered steel lunged forward like a pouncing tiger. The dozen or so syndicate members who'd managed to surround me saw their faces pale. Oh no! Thud, thud, thud. The sound of fists hitting flesh rang out continuously. Dealing with these ordinary small fry, even if they were syndicate members, didn't take much effort from Ethan. In the blink of an eye, he'd taken down half a dozen men. 2 or 3 minutes later, with the help of some alliance members, he completely finished the group off. Afterward, some other thugs who didn't know any better charged in, but almost all of them were blocked by Ethan alone. Working with the alliance members around him, not a single person could get within 5 steps of me. On the other side, as Lance kicked Shane Wolf down and Grizzly sent Dante Vane flying with a single punch, the tide of the battle turned completely one-sided. Whether it was Lance, Grizzly, or Ethan, the combat power they displayed was simply terrifying. Each of them was a one-man army. They truly illustrated the saying, a few strikes are enough to shatter a hoodlum's ego. The originally aggressive coalition of thugs began to scatter. Some even dropped their weapons and fled in terror. Felix Foster and the others, watching from afar, instinctively held their breath, swallowing hard with difficulty. The fight they'd had earlier, compared to this, was basically like kids playing house. Will the class president be okay? Probably. I think her people are way more skilled. They weren't in the mood to worry about Vanessa Miller being a mob boss, or an underworld princess. They just looked at the battlefield with concern. Suddenly, someone caught a glimpse of her in the middle of the chaos. That tall, slender figure in black. Their eyes glazed over. She just stood there calmly, radiating an aura of absolute authority that discouraged anyone from crossing her. She looked like an underworld queen in total control. Leah Simmons couldn't help but exclaim, "Look at the president. She's so incredibly cool." Leah's voice was literally trembling with excitement. She had never imagined that a girl could be so cool it would make your legs go weak. What do I do? I'm starting to get a crush. The boys were no exception. Their feelings were much the same as the girls. They had never seen such a fierce girl before, and their hearts were pounding in their chests. They suddenly had a feeling. State finance was rising. After being looked down upon for so long in University Town, it was finally their turn to stand tall. And all of this was because of Vanessa Miller. Someone, it was unclear who, finally couldn't help shouting, "The president is awesome." The others joined in, "The president is awesome." Immediately after, his blood pumping once again, Felix Foster roared at the other boys, "The president is risking her life against these thugs for us. The school is definitely going to hold us accountable later. Can we let her shoulder the blame alone?" "No," everyone shouted in unison. "Then let's charge back in." Felix Foster waved his hand. "Stand with the president. Stand with the president." Those 20-plus boys didn't hesitate for a second, immediately following him back into the fray. Although the scene was chaotic, the Alliance clearly had the upper hand. These students joining in weren't at risk of being swarmed anymore. Perhaps influenced by Miles Vance, this group of unarmed students somehow instinctively learned Miles's signature move, target the weak spot. For a moment, the battlefield became even more brutal. Many thugs were clutching their butts, wailing on the ground. This scene even stunned Mitch, who was using a megaphone to command the field. Holy crap, what a bunch of sneaky bastards. Mitch immediately turned his megaphone toward his own men and roared, "Take notes, everyone. Look at the tactical prowess of these college students. Don't be like those brainless idiots who just hit people blindly. Hey you? The one in the blue hoodie. Yeah, you guy. Have you only been in the outer circle for a few days? Don't you know how to show some restraint? Whatever you do, don't aim for the head. Hitting the head leads to serious injuries. And that's an easy way to end up behind bars. Think about the consequences. The food in the slammer is nothing but watery soup every day. You won't even get a single chicken leg. If you want to keep eating meat, stay away from the head. Where should you hit? The butt. There's plenty of meat on the back side. A few smacks won't kill anyone. At most, they'll just be sore for a few days. But if you actually cripple someone and get a 10-year sentence, do you still think you'll be picking up girls and clubbing? You have zero savvy. You're even worse than those kids from state finance. Under Mitch's professional guidance, the outer tier members quickly mastered the essence of the tactic. Ha ha ha, I took down the boss from Layton, right in the ass. I hit Big Head's backside too. This guy's butt is so huge. There's definitely no chance of a permanent injury. The vibe of the battlefield suddenly became bizarre. The originally bloody brawl had been forcibly transformed into a specialized, butt-slapping competition. Victor Hale and the other bosses, hearing their conversation, nearly coughed up blood in pure rage. Damn it, do you people even count as street professionals? This is too shameless. First, the butt-slapping, and then the sneak attacks on the weak spots. It was simply too despicable. On the other side, Lance and Grizzly both managed to take down the syndicates, 2 Red Pole enforcers. At this point, the battlefield was littered with fallen thugs. Of course, there were casualties on both sides, but the number of men down from the Grand Apex Alliance was significantly lower. Some of the thugs from the coalition couldn't care less about the code anymore. They turned tail and bolted, but they hadn't run far when the piercing wail of sirens suddenly tore through the night sky. Over 20 police cruisers roared onto the scene, and hundreds of officers quickly surrounded the area. Police, everyone, hands on your heads. Don't move. Nobody move. Stay where you are. Hands on your heads, everyone. The battlefield seemed to hit the pause button in that instant. Some thugs were still wailing on the ground. Some were fleeing in panic, and others were obediently putting their hands on their heads. Felix Foster and the students from State Finance were no exception. They obediently crouched down with their hands behind their heads, but their hearts had already sunk. It's over. The police are here. Do you think the class president will get in trouble? Their moods instantly turned heavy. The fight had felt great while it lasted, but someone would have to take responsibility for a riot this size. That someone would likely be the class president. She was the leader of the men in black, after all. She would definitely be the first one arrested. However, what happened next left everyone utterly dumbfounded. Vanessa and the Grand Apex members didn't crouch down. Instead, they proactively assisted the police in detaining the thugs who were attempting to flee. The officers were stunned by the sight. Wait a minute. Are these gang members really this arrogant? We told you to crouch with your hands on your heads. Not only are you ignoring the order, but you're acting like you're our auxiliary police? Helping us control suspects? Do you think we're blind to the fight that just happened? A police captain immediately shouted at my group, "What do you think you're doing? Didn't you hear the order to crouch down?" I said with a composed expression, "Officer, we are law-abiding citizens acting as good Samaritans. Why on earth should we crouch down?" Before the captain could argue, I called out toward the back of the police line, "Chief, don't you think I'm right?" Gary Reed, seeing he'd been called out, stopped hiding. He walked out from behind the crowd with Claire Grant, his expression complex as he said, "You're right. You don't need to crouch down." The moment he spoke, the scene erupted into a roar of disbelief. The thugs crouching on the ground were stunned. Is University Town really this corrupt now? This is blatant collusion. Even Felix Foster and the others were staring in awe. The class president's background must be insane. Normally, in such a large-scale mass brawl, the police wouldn't just arrest one side. Usually, both parties would be taken in for investigation. However, a single sentence from Gary Reed made everyone's jaw drop. This group of men in black was held blameless. Are you kidding me? Big Head and his crew, who had already been detained, were completely losing it. They had already lost the fight, making them the biggest losers of the brawl. And now, to top it off, they were the only ones heading to jail. Meanwhile, the group of men in black, who clearly looked more gangster, walked away scot-free. If this wasn't blatant collusion, what was? Is there no justice left in this world? Big Head stood up, wanting to protest. I object. But the moment he rose, he was slammed back down by an officer. Objection overruled. Take them all away. Of the 300 thugs, nearly 200 were caught on the spot, excluding those who escaped. They were caught red-handed. There weren't nearly enough police cars to transport them. In the end, I kindly provided assistance by letting them cram dozens of people into 2 of our vans. Overcapacity? Precinct Chief Gary Reed very tactfully looked the other way. It was better than having to make several more trips. Claire Grant had been the first to receive the notification, But because the commotion was so massive, she had gone straight to Chief Reed after a moment of hesitation, calling in every available officer in the precinct. But when she arrived at the scene, the sight still made her gasp in shock. In all her years, she had never seen such an exaggerated scene. The ground was covered in a sea of fallen, bleached-hair thugs. When she saw me standing in the center of the battlefield, her initial shock instantly turned into a grim realization. This wasn't her first time dealing with me. She hadn't expected my Grand Apex Alliance to be this ruthless. With our own strength, we had essentially taken down every thug in the entire university town. Most importantly, the arrogance was off the charts. We didn't even run when the police arrived. It was as if we treated the officers like thin air. Of course, being too arrogant gave them the perfect opening. Claire Grant had initially thought that no matter what, I would definitely be arrested. After all, in a riot like this, it was impossible for one side to be deemed as acting in self-defense and held completely blameless. Normally, both sides would be punished equally. She had even wanted to be the first one to rush forward, arrest me, and use reality to teach me a harsh lesson about the consequences of a life on the streets, but she never expected that I would be the one giving her a lesson. The chief actually admitted personally that the other party didn't have to bear any responsibility. Claire's first reaction was that there was something wrong with the chief. He must be a mole. But remembering the files the chief had given her before, she forcibly suppressed her doubts. Still, she felt incredibly frustrated. As the daughter of a fallen hero, she couldn't stand even a speck of dust in her eyes, even if that speck was a bit large. After returning to the precinct, Gary Reed finished instructing the officers on processing the reports and statements. Then, he called Claire Grant into his office. Feeling frustrated? Want to ask me why I let that girl off the hook? Claire Grant stood at attention, speaking her mind directly. Chief, this is a dereliction of duty. She felt that doing this would send a very bad signal. Those who didn't know the truth would truly believe that their precinct had some unspeakable connection with the Grand Apex Alliance. Ha ha ha. Gary Reed didn't get angry at Claire's blunt words. After all, she was still young and had just started her career. You think that girl is just reckless? The reason she contacted you proactively was because she was certain we couldn't touch her. From the moment you came to find me, I knew that she was doing this because she had nothing to fear. It was, quite possibly, a deliberate move on her part. But whether she did it on purpose or not, what she did is still against the law, and we should still arrest her. Gary Reed shook his head. You still don't understand that girl well enough. Just as he was about to explain, the desk phone suddenly rang. Good. Have them come up. After hanging up the phone, he looked back at Claire Grant. The explanation you're looking for is here. Let them tell you themselves. As soon as the words left his mouth, there was a knock on the office door. Dressed in a crisp suit, Theodore Vance walked in with his assistants. Theodore Vance walked up to Gary Reed's desk, pushed up his glasses, and took a folder and a USB drive from the assistant lawyer behind him, placing them on Gary Reed's desk. Chief Reed, this is our signed explanatory material regarding this incident. The preparations were incredibly thorough. A security employment contract issued by state finance, a school authorization letter, and photos and videos of hundreds of thugs cornering the students. The chain of evidence was disturbingly perfect. Taking photos and recording videos was practically standard operating procedure for the Grand Apex Alliance now. No matter the situation, they would always arrange for someone to record it. The evidence and contracts submitted here were more than enough to prove that the Grand Apex Alliance's actions were legal. Faced with hundreds of thugs beating a group of innocent students from state finance, the Alliance, under the school's authorization, could only do their utmost to send everyone available to protect the students. In short, the Alliance's actions were completely legal and compliant. Once everything was fully explained, Theodore Vance left with his assistants. Claire Grant, who had been watching from the side the entire time, was shocked beyond words. This was way too meticulous. They hadn't left a single loophole for the police. Of course, with Theodore Vance, the defense lawyer who had been renowned in my past life, overseeing everything, nothing would be missed. Trying to find a loophole would be harder than reaching the heavens. Gary Reed saw her standing there in silence and asked with a smile, Claire, how are you feeling right now? Claire Grant remained silent. She suddenly remembered something her grandfather had once said. When criminals understand the law better than the police, that is the worst of eras. Chief, in front of her. I feel like a total rookie, she said with a hint of shame. Gary Reed stood up and sighed. It's not just you. Sometimes, even I can't see through her. Every single thing she does, in my eyes, is both unexpected and perfectly logical. That kind of talent is the most terrifying. Claire Grant nodded, fully agreeing with the chief's words. Gary Reed then asked, do you feel the pressure now? Do you still have confidence? Claire Grant took a deep breath. Just as she was about to say yes, there was another knock on the door. Theodore Vance had actually returned. Lead Counsel Vance, is there something else? Gary Reed asked. Theodore Vance smiled and said, Chief Reed, our Grand Apex Alliance assisted the police today in successfully stopping a group of organized criminals from committing violence against students. Because of this, many in our company were injured. Don't you think? You could award us a commemorative banner? The precinct has always valued police-community relations. For an act that demonstrates corporate responsibility like this, being awarded an Advanced Collective for Good Samaritans banner would surely be a massive boost to our employees' morale and encourage everyone to act as good Samaritans in the future. Chief Reed, surely you won't be stingy with a single banner? I'll have that arranged later. Thank you, Chief Reed. I'll take my leave then. After Theodore Vance left, Claire Grant couldn't help but complain. Chief, that was beyond shameless. She really didn't know how else to describe it. Gary Reed chuckled. A person who cares about face can't survive as a lawyer. All right, that's enough. Go ahead and get back to work. Claire Grant was about to leave when her phone suddenly rang. She saw it was a call from Vanessa Miller. She looked at Gary Reed, hesitating on whether to answer. Answer it. Gary Reed gestured for her to pick up. Claire Grant nodded and answered the call, putting it on speaker. The content was simple. Vanessa was inviting her to state finance. After hanging up, she asked, Chief, should I go over there? Why wouldn't you? Having more contact with her won't do you any harm. Claire Grant immediately thought of the phrase from before, entering the game personally. At this moment, she truly realized how deep my thoughts ran. It was hard to imagine an 18-year-old girl having such a meticulous mind. Conventional methods simply couldn't touch me. Since that was the case, she would have more contact with me and build a relationship. It was best to act as if she were easy to win over, getting close to search for an opportunity. Otherwise, letting me grow unchecked would be far too terrifying. On the other side, the students of state finance, along with some passers-by, were still immersed in the shocking scene from earlier, unable to pull themselves out. The men in black hadn't completely dispersed yet. Most were still gathered at the gates of state finance. I had just confirmed that aside from the 100-plus thugs who fled, Xavier Thorne from Vocational had escaped. Victor Hale from Tech Institute hadn't personally joined the fray. Leo West had started to participate, but the moment he saw the situation was bad, he ran faster than a rabbit. So far, only the two bosses, Xavier Thorne and Leo West, had gotten away. Should we send people to catch them? Mitch asked. In this era, for a large-scale mass brawl like this, with so many participants, as long as it didn't lead to extremely serious consequences, those who escaped were basically off the hook. The police usually wouldn't go to great lengths to issue warrants, because the numbers were just too high. Investigating exactly who had fled was simply a waste of time and effort. As for those who didn't escape, it was usually 7 or 14 days of detention. Of course, if there were too many people, they might be released that same night, after paying fines or bail. The lead bosses, however, were an exception. I shook my head. No, there's no need to catch them now. First, arrange for the injured brothers to go to the hospital. Give each core member 1,000 for their trouble, and 500 for the outer members. Those who performed exceptionally well get an extra bonus. Yes, miss. Mitch immediately accepted the order to arrange it. The students of state finance still hadn't dispersed, watching from around the gate, as I gave instructions to the men in black. Immediately after, they saw another scene. That left them dumbfounded. A fleet of over a dozen black sedans slowly drove up, pulling over at the roadside in perfect formation. In all their lives, they had never seen such a display. They were truly shaken. The class president's family is so rich. Even the lackeys drive matching cars. Isn't that a waste of money? What do you know? That's called prestige. Do you guys think the president is really the boss of the alliance? But why do those people call her Mrs.? It must be a family business. How could an 18-year-old build a syndicate that big? It's impossible when you think about it. To be honest, I'm quite worried about the president. Being born into a family like that, you really can't choose your path. Yeah, the president's life must be so hard. These words immediately sparked a wave of resonance. The gazes the students directed toward me gradually shifted from awe to sympathy. In the hearts of my classmates right now, I had become a tragic heiress, forced to inherit an underworld empire. Otherwise, a girl as beautiful and kind as the president would never choose such a dark path. Though they were just college students, many instinctively believed that the street life offered no future. You never knew when you'd end up behind bars. The president shouldn't be that foolish, so she must have been forced into it. Sloane Woods had returned to the main gate by now. She had witnessed firsthand how I could turn the tide and command the situation at will. Even after causing such a massive scene, I was completely untouched by the consequences. This left a bitter taste in her mouth. Why wasn't she arrested? Everyone involved in the gang should be locked up. They should all be sent to rot in a cell. When I first appeared with that massive crowd of men in black, Sloane, just like the other students, was struck with absolute shock. That was followed by a deep sense of horror and fear. She never could have imagined that her roommate, who shared the same room with her, would have such a complex and dark background. Later on, her fear of being retaliated against had far surpassed the initial terror she felt when facing the thugs. When she, Felix Foster, and the others fled the battlefield, she ran straight back to the school to report the situation to the counselor. She claimed that their class president was actually a mobster. Initially, she thought the counselor would be shocked, and the counselor was indeed shocked. But she was shocked by Lily Harper's identity instead, with Lily Harper vouching for her. The counselor naturally didn't take Sloane's words to heart. Given Lily Harper's background, how could the company she worked for be a gang? It was a joke. Furthermore, she only just learned that the Grand Apex Alliance was a company I had founded myself, between a student with a powerful background and a class president who was a startup owner. The combined credibility of those two was far more believable than Sloane's one-sided claim. Counselor Ruby Reed immediately gave Sloane a harsh scolding, asking her how she could slander her own classmate. Frustrated by the counselor's dismissal, Sloane steeled herself and called the police directly, reporting a massive gang fight involving criminal groups. The police did eventually arrive, and they came in large numbers. Just as Sloane thought I would finally be taken away, she witnessed a scene that she would never forget for the rest of her life. After I spoke just a few words to the precinct chief, the officers let us go without a second thought. It completely shattered her worldview. She had never felt, until now, that the world could be so dark. Can money really let you do whatever you want? Sloane was even more afraid of me now, though she still harbored a sense of resentment. As the members of the Grand Apex Alliance gradually withdrew, peace finally returned to the school gate. Leah Simmons and the others, after hesitating several times, finally gathered the courage to walk over to me. "President, thank you for saving us." "Yeah, President." The students chimed in one after another. To be honest, the fear they felt toward me right now outweighed their gratitude. After all, in their eyes, the president was dark, to an absurd degree. Not only was her style of handling things ruthless, but her background was unfathomably deep. It gave them the feeling of a movie coming to life. In the films they had seen before, syndicates and organizations like this always had backgrounds that were impossibly powerful. They used to think that was just artistic fiction, but now art had become reality. Otherwise, there was no way to explain why all those thugs were arrested, while the president remained untouched. But no matter how much they feared her background, they knew they had to leave a good impression on her. "Are you all right? If anyone needs to go to the hospital, I can have my men take you there." The students looked at the men in black who were getting into their cars, looking every bit like mobsters, and immediately shook their heads like rattlesnakes. No, we're fine. These are just superficial injuries. We'll just head to the school clinic to get them patched up." "All right then, if you need anything, just come find me." Sloane Woods stood on the edge of the crowd, torn over whether to try and make peace with me. Everyone else had thanked me. If she didn't at least keep up appearances, would she truly be targeted for retaliation? Just as she painfully made her way to me to speak, someone suddenly reported that Officer Claire Grant was almost there. Furthermore, Adrian Blake from Tech Institute had arrived, wanting to clear up the misunderstanding. After all, among the big three, he was the only one who didn't join in, and had withdrawn early. To everyone's surprise, I simply said, I'm not seeing him. Handle it according to the rules. My meaning was to follow the old routine and hand Adrian Blake over to the police. Of course, this was meant as a gift for Claire Grant. The one I failed to deliver earlier would be replaced by this one. After all, I already held evidence of Adrian Blake's illegal criminal activities. Immediately after, Adrian Blake, who still had a sycophantic smile, didn't even realize what was happening before. Filled with terror, he was shoved into a car by several men in black and hauled away. The school gate instantly fell into a deathly silence. Adrian Blake. His name was well known among the students of state finance. The kingpin boss of Tech Institute. He hadn't participated in the fight today. One could say that, although the guy was a thug, he was innocent in this specific instance, and anyone with eyes could see that Adrian Blake came here to back down or even to surrender. He didn't have any malicious intent. In fact, he had come alone with full sincerity. A normal person wouldn't go out of their way to make things difficult for someone who came to surrender. But what did the president do? She just had her men solve him directly. Solve? Looking at the way those men in black were dressed and acting, it certainly wouldn't be a friendly conversation. It was likely meant to be deathly heartless and cold-blooded. Initially, they still harbored a sliver of hope for the president, thinking that, perhaps, it was only because she was born into such a family that she was surrounded by darkness. They thought she wasn't actually a bad person and didn't truly want to be part of that world, but was simply forced by circumstances. They believed her nature was kind. They felt it could be seen from her usual behavior. She really seemed like a good person. She took care of the class and had even saved them. But now, it seemed it was all just an illusion. Unaware of their thoughts, I turned to look at Sloane Woods, who was about to speak. Sloane instantly felt as if she had been plunged into an ice cellar. Her body froze. The words at the tip of her tongue simply wouldn't come out, only after I had left. Did Sloane gradually recover? Her body went limp as she collapsed to the ground. The news of the Grand Apex Alliance's battle spread through University Town almost overnight. Even those at other campuses had heard the rumors and knew the name of the Grand Apex Alliance, seizing all the territory in University Town single-handedly and nearly wiping out every opposing faction. That kind of record was truly terrifying. With this one battle, the Grand Apex Alliance had risen completely, its reputation soaring. State finance also transformed, becoming the one place among the 5 major campuses that no one dared to provoke. Who could have thought that state finance, a place always seen as a gathering spot for good students, would actually produce a ruthless and cold-blooded underworld heiress? Naturally, as the Alliance's fame grew, my reputation within the school skyrocketed even further. In the past, I was famous for my stunning beauty. Now, I was famous because of my status as an underworld heiress. I could clearly feel the shift in my classmates' attitudes. Before, those boys would always steal extra glances at me. Now, no matter who saw me, they would lower their heads and scurry away as if they'd been shocked, terrified that a single look would bring disaster upon them. When I went to the cafeteria to eat, I didn't need to stand in line at all. Students would automatically move aside from me at the counter. If there were no empty seats in the cafeteria during mealtime, the moment I walked over, a clean seat would immediately become available for me. When I returned to the dorm, the girls on my floor would act like they'd seen a ghost. The moment they spotted me, they would scurry back to their rooms in a hurry. My presence was more effective at maintaining order than the student union or the counselors. If someone shouted that the counselor was coming, people might still dawdle and take their time turning off the lights to sleep. But if someone said, "Vanessa Miller likes her peace and quiet," then, in a flash, everyone would be in bed with their eyes squeezed shut. Across the entire university, there was almost no student who wasn't afraid of me. Of course, not everyone was quite that terrified. The students of Business Administration Class 2, for example, were clearly much more composed. In their words, "We're the president's people, the inner circle of the state finance heiress." Time flew by quietly, just like that. In the blink of an eye, it was November 2nd, the day of the State Finance Gala. In my capacity as a sponsor, I had donated $200,000 on behalf of Grand Apex Supermarket. At the same time, I was acting as a volunteer for the outreach department, responsible for receiving guests at the venue. This meant welcoming the famous alumni invited back to campus, the successful senior graduates who had made a name for themselves. Before the gala began, my counselor, Ruby Reed, suddenly approached me, looking like she had something on her mind. "Ms. Reed." "What is it?" Is something wrong? Well, Vanessa, Kai. I wanted to ask, are the rumors outside true? What rumors? Is the Grand Apex Alliance really a criminal organization? I felt a bit speechless. Ms. Reed, who told you that? Grand Apex Alliance is a legitimate company. Otherwise, with Lily Harper's background, would she be working for me? That's a fair point. Ruby Reed let out a sigh of relief. She had been busy handling the contracts back then, and hadn't personally witnessed the showdown outside the school. But, as the rumors grew more and more outrageous, she couldn't help but feel uneasy. For a moment, she couldn't stop herself from thinking, if Vanessa Miller really was a mob heiress, and Lily was that man's daughter, didn't that mean the Grand Apex Alliance had his backing? The moment that thought surfaced, she scared herself. If that were really the case, forget her. Even the school administration wouldn't dare to offend Vanessa. Ms. Reed, is there anything else? If not, I'm going to go get ready. I checked the time. I still needed to head over to the venue to see if any help was needed. No need for that. Before I could ask why, Ruby Reed continued, what I mean is, you don't need to help at the venue. Go straight to the VIP lounge. Just host the alumni from the business and finance sectors. Listen to their advice. It might help with the growth of your supermarket. Thank you, Miss Reed. I guessed the counselor's intention with this arrangement. Hosting in the lounge was better than being at the gala itself, and it provided a better chance to network with those seniors. Even though I was only assigned to host the business alumni, I didn't really need to meet the government leaders for now. Being questioned by them would be quite uncomfortable. Of course, it definitely wasn't because the Grand Apex Alliance could be misunderstood. After all, we are a legitimate company. Just before leaving, I suddenly remembered something and turned back to ask, by the way, Ms. Reed, is Adrian Lin here as well? The Gilded Hall, the place state finance specifically used to host VIPs. The name implied a gathering of elites, a place where brilliance converged. Whenever important guests visited, the school would arrange for them to rest here. Inside the prestige lounge of the Gilded Hall, several titans from the business and finance worlds had already gathered. They were sitting on sofas in small groups, chatting and laughing. However, two people among them clearly didn't get along, their words laced with a sharp, competitive edge. Mr. Yu, Best Buy's recent expansion has been quite aggressive. I heard you just finalized another acquisition in Illinois. Mr. Zhang, you're certainly well informed. We indeed need to put down roots in competitive locations. Otherwise, the employees get too complacent, which isn't good for the company's growth. But have you considered, Mr. Yu, that overexpansion might strain your capital chain? If it snaps, God forbid, wouldn't that give your rivals a chance to overtake you? Ha ha ha, you worry too much, Mr. Zhang. Best Buy has plenty of cash on the books. On the other hand, I hear Circuit City is facing quite a bit of internal strife, trying to break into the online B2C sector. It probably won't be that easy, will it? The market is changing. It's inevitable for Circuit City to seek a transformation. But brick-and-mortar stores remain our foundation. That won't be easily shaken. And the #1 spot in the industry will return to Circuit City sooner or later. Well, you'd have to ask the current industry leader if they're willing to step down first. By the way, how are the negotiations between you and Z-Tech Electronics going? Douglas Zhang's face instantly darkened. His negotiations with Z-Tech were almost concluded when this insufferable man in front of him intervened, snatching Z-Tech right out of his hands. To grow big and strong quickly on a global scale, acquisitions were an inevitable choice. Mr. Zhang, I'll be waiting for you to hand Circuit City over to me for free. Just as the two were about to start bickering again, a slender figure walked in. The girl was wearing a simple, white, V-neck long dress. Her demeanor was poised and elegant. She was carrying a tea tray in her hands. In an instant, the eyes of everyone in the lounge involuntarily fell upon her. Harrison Yu dropped his aggressive look and turned to look at a sharp-looking, middle-aged woman sitting across from him. He said, VP Lin, this must be one of your juniors, right? State Finance really is a place of talented people. Not only has it produced a financial elite like you, but even the students here have such extraordinary grace. Harrison Yu spoke from the bottom of his heart. As a veteran of the business world for many years, he had seen countless beauties, but this young girl before him still managed to make his eyes light up. Adrian Lin smiled at his words. Of course, State Finance has always been a breeding ground for talent. Mr. Yu, you should visit more often in the future. And you too, Mr. Zhang. When you're hiring, You should give more consideration to our state finance students. Fair enough, fair enough. Douglas Jang was the first to speak. State finance has always been a talent reserve for Circuit City. It just so happens that our newly established branch in Emerald City is planning to hold a special recruitment fair at the university. Harrison Yu countered immediately. What a coincidence. Best Buy just acquired an electronics firm in Emerald City, and we need fresh blood too. I just wonder if the state finance students will choose Best Buy or Circuit City. VP Lin, as the host, you have the most authority here. Why don't you give us your take? Adrian Lin smiled and shook her head. Gentlemen, aren't you putting me in a difficult position? If I must say, though, true talent won't be confined to just one place. Who's to say state finance won't produce business leaders like you two in the future? VP Lin, you really are a professional at not offending anyone. Harrison Yu shifted his gaze to Silas Song, who hadn't said much. Silas, you're the veteran of Vanguard Markets. You're in retail too. In your opinion, between Best Buy and Circuit City, who has the edge? Silas Song gave a bitter smile. One of you is the top retailer and the other is number 3. Is it really appropriate to ask me, the number 4 guy? I wouldn't dare say anything reckless. Ha ha ha. Silas, you old fox, you're trying to play the mediator again. That won't do. You have to give us your top 3 points. Harrison Yu suddenly thought of something. I heard Vanguard is planning to break into a new sector. Is that true? Silas Song didn't hide it and nodded. That is indeed on the agenda. Mr. Yu, if you really want my evaluation, actually, it's quite simple. As for who has the edge, it depends on who can capture the hearts of the consumers. Between Best Buy and Mr. Zhang's Circuit City, that's truly hard to say. However, I believe the future definitely belongs to the young. Why not find a young person to ask? Harrison Yu saw that Silas Song was reluctant to talk, and had even deliberately passed the ball. His gaze shifted, once, again landing on me, the one responsible for hosting them. VP Lin, why not have your junior here introduce herself? Adrian Lin had been quietly observing me from the moment I walked in. Facing so many business titans, this girl remained perfectly calm, without a hint of nervousness. Her poise was truly extraordinary. Junior, Mr. Yu has spoken. Why don't you introduce yourself? While pouring water for these business tycoons, I had been observing them in secret as well. My heart was actually quite shaken. I really didn't expect that besides a few senior alumni, even the 3 giants of retail would show up. This was completely beyond my expectations. Emerald City isn't a state capital. Although state finance is a key provincial university, it shouldn't be enough for these high-ranking billionaires to take time out of their busy schedules for a gala. After all, state finance wasn't their alma mater. Thinking it over, there was only one possibility. The high-level leadership had sent out an invitation, perhaps inviting them to invest in the local area, and the venue just happened to be state finance. Today was certainly an eye-opener. I was witnessing firsthand the man who had been the richest man multiple times, Harrison Yu, who possessed the aura of a ruthless hero. He was just as aggressive as the rumors said. But Harrison Yu indeed had the confidence for it. Back in 2006, Best Buy, under his leadership, became the #1 chain enterprise in the country. Annual sales reached over 80 billion, while Circuit City ranked 3rd, with sales of over 60 billion. The one ranked 2nd in sales was primarily focused on department stores and supermarkets, the Alliance Retail Group. 4th was Vanguard Group. Harrison Yu had always kept a close eye on Circuit City, attempting to achieve total dominance in the electronics sector. Moreover, he specifically loved throwing money at acquisitions. His aggression was off the charts. By comparison, Douglas Zhang looked much more stable, without that sharp, piercing edge Harrison Yu had. Furthermore, he gave me the impression of someone naturally blessed by fortune. He looked like a general. As for the Vanguard boss Silas Song, who had barely spoken, he was actually the one I was most wary of. Although he wasn't as flamboyant as Harrison Yu, or as commanding as Douglas Zhang, he absolutely could not be underestimated. After all, Grand Apex Supermarket was in direct competition with Vanguard in Emerald City. For instance, a few hundred yards from the university town location of Grand Apex, there was a Vanguard signature store. As chain enterprises focused on retail and department stores, competition between the two was almost inevitable. The question Harrison Yu suddenly asked Silas Song earlier had also served as a reminder to me. After a brief thought, I'd already sensed something. Back in 2007, Vanguard indeed made a major move. They launched the 24-hour convenience store brand, V-Go, and it seemed their first store was about to open. In truth, this convenience store brand built by Vanguard performed mediocrely in the future. Despite several rounds of expansion, they only reached a total of about 200 stores. Their revenue was completely incomparable to 7-Eleven, Family Mart, or other foreign convenience store brands. However, even so, I remained quite vigilant. Although V-Go's performance wasn't great, it was a sharp blade used by Vanguard to deal with competitors in their core business. I truly felt that securing this hosting job from the counselor was the right move. Just by arriving here, I'd heard a lot of extremely useful information. This way, I could prepare in advance to prevent Vanguard from doing as I suspected, using the V-Go sub-brand to stab Grand Apex Supermarket in the back. I gave a slight curtsy and began my introduction with grace. Hello, seniors and distinguished guests. My name is Vanessa Miller. I'm a freshman this year. Freshman? Doesn't that mean you're still a newcomer? Harrison Yu was a bit surprised, looking Vanessa Miller up and down. To have such poise as a freshman was indeed impressive. Initially, they hadn't really paid much attention to this girl. After all, they were famous billionaires known nationwide. Even if the girl's looks were stunning, in a business setting, strength and status were what mattered. However, as I displayed an aura that didn't belong to a student at all, their view of this girl began to shift. Usually, students would show signs of nervousness or admiration when seeing them. For a student meeting so many titans for the first time, that kind of reaction is only normal. Yet they didn't see a single trace of those emotions on this girl. And as shrewd foxes who had spent years in the business world, they could naturally tell she wasn't faking it. Furthermore, there was a faint air of authority about her. This kind of aura usually only appeared in people who had a career and were naturally dominant, like themselves, for instance. But this seemingly naive young girl actually possessed this same aura. That was food for thought, especially upon learning she was just a freshman who hadn't been in school very long. Everyone's interest grew even stronger. Logically, this kind of hosting job was usually handled by sophomore or junior student union officers. They wouldn't send a freshman, but sending her now somehow made sense. When Adrian Lin heard the name Vanessa Miller, her eyes narrowed slightly. She had heard that name before, because her son seemed to be pursuing this very girl. I never expected to meet her here. I thanked him politely. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Yu. Harrison Yu replied, Then perfect, Ms. Miller. Why don't you judge whether Best Buy or Circuit City is better? Which one has a brighter future? Douglas Zhang was speechless. Mr. Yu, aren't you making things difficult for a young girl? Mr. Zhang, surely you aren't afraid to hear the truth? And Mr. Song said earlier, the future definitely belongs to the young. I'm just trying to hear what the young people think these days. Ms. Miller, say whatever is on your mind. Mr. Zhang won't mind. Douglas Zhang shook his head helplessly. He decided to avoid attending events with Harrison Yu as much as possible in the future. This man tried to compete with everyone, everywhere. I took a deep breath and said with calm poise, Mr. Yu, Mr. Zhang, then please excuse my forwardness. In my opinion, neither Mr. Yu's Best Buy nor Mr. Zhang's Circuit City will be the ultimate winner. The moment I said this, Harrison Yu, Douglas Zhang, and all the tycoons present were stunned. Some even thought they had misheard. What bold words! Did this girl not know who she was talking to? One was last year's richest man, and the other was a billionaire worth countless sums, and now, a college freshman who had just started, was telling them they might both end up as losers. Harrison Yu's eyes narrowed. And why is that? Under your leadership, Best Buy has incredible momentum, creating many business miracles. However, blind expansion will lead to certain problems. First is a strained capital chain. Rapid development requires a lot of capital. To expand quickly based solely on Best Buy's current profits is clearly unrealistic. So, my guess is, Best Buy will surely use some unconventional methods. I didn't explicitly state what methods he used. It wasn't actually hard to guess. It involved extending payment terms for suppliers, plus using pre-sales to collect customer payments and quickly recoup capital, all to achieve the goal of having enough funds for development. Of course, it wouldn't be appropriate for me to say these things directly. Furthermore, Mr. Yu, haven't you calculated what Best Buy's current average annual compound growth rate actually is? Best Buy is opening stores rapidly through acquisitions to achieve scale expansion. But this kind of abnormally high growth rate, generally speaking, is accompanied by certain risks. For example, increased management difficulty, corporate culture integration issues, and growth bottlenecks after market saturation. Moreover, as the market changes, consumer needs are constantly evolving. If Best Buy cannot adjust its strategy in time to adapt to the market, it will easily be phased out. I laid out all of Best Buy's current problems and shortcomings. Every point hit the mark perfectly. Even Harrison Yu was starting to lose his composure as he listened. He really didn't expect a college student to have such a deep understanding of Best Buy. Best Buy looks very successful right now, but it's plagued with issues. Otherwise, this former richest man wouldn't have ended up behind bars due to illegal operations. Hearing my analysis, Douglas Zhang felt a surge of satisfaction amidst his surprise. He was often targeted by that bastard Harrison Yu. Of course, he knew Harrison always wanted to annex Circuit City, which was why he was targeted at every turn. Now, hearing a freshman show so little regard for Harrison Yu's face, airing out his dirty laundry like that, he couldn't have been happier. I think Ms. Miller's words are absolutely spot on. VP Lin, State Finance truly is full of talent. Her analysis is completely flawless. Adrian Lin just smiled and didn't chime in. These two titans were having a war of words. She didn't want to get involved. She was still counting on both of them to boost her bank's performance. Naturally, she didn't want to offend either. Harrison Yu snorted. Don't get ahead of yourself, Mr. Zhang. Ms. Miller hasn't critiqued Circuit City yet. Douglas Zhang said magnanimously. Ms. Miller, please, speak your mind. I'm not the type to hold a grudge. Oh, I nodded and continued. Mr. Zhang insists on self-operated expansion. This asset-heavy expansion path is indeed much more stable. I think it fits your personality perfectly, Mr. Zhang. However, you rely too much on this model and overlook some important factors. For instance, the development trends of e-commerce. The e-commerce market is rising rapidly today. If Circuit City cannot keep up, it's very likely to miss out on many opportunities and be overtaken by newcomers. Not long after, the Circuit City boss, who was just laughing, saw his expression darken as well. This girl really didn't hold back at all. She was basically pointing at his face and calling him indecisive and short-sighted. But I wasn't wrong. In 2007, several agencies estimated that the domestic e-commerce GMV would exceed $1 trillion. Yet Circuit City's internal forecast was less than half that. They completely underestimated the speed of e-commerce development. It was precisely this misjudgment that caused Circuit City to fail to prioritize e-commerce transformation, allowing that underdog who went to college with 72 eggs to outshine them. Also, with the Best Buy boss Harrison Yu going to jail, Circuit City became overconfident once it dominated the market. Their decision-making in certain areas became even slower. Or rather, they hesitated too much and lost the perfect opportunity to pivot away from traditional retail. Instead, they were completely overtaken by Amazon, whom Circuit City used to crush. Later, the failure of their investment transformation worsened the company's deficit, leading to insolvency and eventual bankruptcy and restructuring. As time ticked by, in the prestige lounge of the Gilded Hall, the titans sitting on the sofas shifted from their initial cheerful demeanor to shock, and finally to silence. Watching the reactions of these tycoons, I finished with a profound sentence. All songs must come to an end eventually, and flowers will fall, whether one notices or not. The world changes very quickly. Ooh, just now, I was merely expressing some of my personal views. Please excuse my amateurishness. After a moment, Douglas Zhang was the first to break the silence. Ms. Miller, are you interested in joining Circuit City? I almost forgot you're only a freshman. We can sign a contract in advance. You can intern at Circuit City once you reach your internship period. I'll cover your tuition for these 4 years of college. This retail giant actually extended an olive branch to me on the spot. Regardless of whether my analysis was accurate, the vision and poise shown by a freshman alone were worth cultivating. If a young person like this could enter Circuit City, she would surely become a pillar of the company in the future. Best Buy's boss, Harrison Yu, however, just snorted. He understood the meaning behind my final sentence. I was predicting their downfall. He cursed internally. Of course, given that he was the one who asked for her opinion, he didn't say much. but his mood was clearly unpleasant. After all, he was the richest man, yet he had just been lectured by a young girl, who basically predicted his company's decline. What a joke. I'm already so successful, and you dare talk down to me? Mr. Zhang, thank you for your kind offer. I have no intention of joining any company. To be honest, I've founded my own company as well. It's also in the retail business, I said with calm composure. In fact, we might even be competitors in the future. These words surprised everyone again. A freshman student, and a girl at that, who was 18 or 19 at most, had already started a business. That was indeed impressive. No wonder the school arranged for her to host them. As for what I said afterward, none of them took it to heart. To achieve today's success and scale, which one of them hadn't fought their way through countless competitors? The number of entrepreneurs who had fallen on their path to the top was beyond counting. A little girl still had a long way to go before becoming their rival. Douglas Zhang just shook his head with a slight sense of regret. What a shame to miss out on such a talent. Adrian Lin hadn't spoken much the whole time, but the admiration in her eyes for me grew. What a pity. A girl like this was destined not to be her daughter-in-law. As a woman who had worked in the finance industry for years, her judgment of people was very sharp. A girl like me was very independent and ambitious. She would be extremely hard to pursue, and would never be content being just a trophy wife. Thinking of her son, who was a bit of a male chauvinist deep down, there was absolutely no chance for the two of them. While everyone was still reflecting on my analysis, a group of leaders in administrative jackets walked in. Almost everyone present rose to greet them simultaneously. I stood on the periphery, observing them, especially the majestic-looking leader in his 50s, leading the group. In both my past and present life, it was my first time seeing a leader of this level. He was the top official of our state, a truly powerful regional leader. Only someone like him could easily invite top billionaires, like Douglas Zhang and Harrison Yu here. With the arrival of the leaders, I was completely marginalized. I was no longer needed for the hosting duties. Half an hour later, the group of leaders and business titans headed to the gala venue together. I took the opportunity to ask Adrian Lin for her contact info. I didn't ask for the other business moguls' information. My analysis of their company's prospects just now was a bit too sharp-tongued. They probably didn't think too highly of me. Furthermore, given my current status, it was impossible for them to casually exchange contact details with me anyway. We weren't on the same level yet. Of course, I wasn't about to shamelessly beg for their numbers. In the future, I'll make sure there comes a day when they seek me out and offer their contact information themselves. Adrian Lin, however, was an exception. After all, she shared a special connection with me as a fellow alumna. Adrian Lin didn't refuse when I suddenly asked for her contact information. The elegant woman was very well bred, and she truly saw potential in me. She thought I might even become a client of her bank one day. Senior, may I ask you a question? I asked suddenly after getting her details. Adrian Lin nodded. Go ahead. If someone were to launch a wealth management product with an annual yield of over 10%, would you consider it reliable? Adrian Lin was taken aback. She thought the girl wanted to ask about loans or something. After all, she knew I was a student entrepreneur and would certainly need some financing. If I really wanted a loan from Merchants Bank, she wasn't opposed to considering it and introducing me to some of the bank's staff. She never expected the question I asked would be so completely unexpected. That kind of return already far exceeds normal interest rates. It falls into the high-yield category. Although, I don't know why you're asking this, Junior. I can only give you one piece of advice. High returns always come with high risks. You must be very cautious. Adrian Lin said after a moment of thought. Thank you for the explanation, Senior. I turned and left after saying that, leaving a bewildered Adrian Lin behind. For some reason, as Adrian Lin watched my retreating back, a faint, uneasy premonition sprouted in her heart. At 9:30 p.m., the State Finance Gala came to a close. On the 1st, the Grand Apex Supermarket University Town branch officially opened. Before the opening, George Young and the others had made thorough preparations. They had deployed a large number of Grand Apex Alliance members and outer members to hand out flyers, covering every single area in University Town. However, on that very same day, Vanguard Signature also announced its grand opening. They had also gone all out on promotion, even placing advertisements in newspapers and on TV. and on the opening day, they immediately launched a price war. Aside from some specially priced fresh products to drive traffic, they offered 15% off everything in the store. Keep in mind that Grand Apex Supermarket's opening promotion only offered a 12% discount. A 3% difference might not seem like much, but you have to consider a supermarket's profit margins. Supermarket profits were already very low to begin with. A 12% discount after deducting various costs essentially meant working for free just to build a reputation. Vanguard Signature, starting at 15% off, was essentially selling at a loss. Of course, if you only calculated based on gross margin, it wasn't a loss. But business doesn't work that way. You have to factor in all costs, including labor, rent, and so on. Once all costs were deducted, a 15% discount was indeed a losing proposition, and the more they sold, the more they lost. However, Vanguard Signature had a massive parent company backing them. They certainly had the resources for it. When the day's revenue figures came out, the expressions of both George Young, the supermarket head, and Janet Quinn, the newly joined store manager, were quite grim. They never expected to take such a heavy blow on the very first day. When I arrived at the office that evening, even George Young, the one who had initially shouted about crushing Vanguard Signature, was starting to lose his nerve. Mitch and the others were also at the office when they heard their supermarket's revenue had been beaten by Vanguard Signature. Mitch slammed his hand on the table. How about I take some guys and just take their store out? Don't worry, I'll make sure it's handled cleanly. Janet Quinn, hearing Mitch's fierce words, couldn't help but glance at the slogan hanging in the office again. To be honest, she was starting to have some regrets. She finally realized exactly why George Young had said those words to her back then, telling her to just focus on her own job, because she might have boarded a rather unusual black ship. Grand Apex Supermarket implemented a 12-hour operating model from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Employees also followed a double-shift rotation system. All of this had been planned and implemented since Janet Quinn's arrival. Although Grand Apex offered good benefits, these 12-hour workdays would eventually drain the employees' enthusiasm. What she didn't know was that even if these employees were made to work 12 hours a day, the majority would not lose their passion for the job. Wanting to become a core member, they were more than willing to work hard to prove themselves. I nodded and approved Janet Quinn's arrangement, although labor costs would be slightly higher this way. If employees didn't even have time for a social life, then what was the point of living? What would they have to look forward to? Of course, as the store manager, Janet Quinn would also follow this standard in the future. It's just that with the new store having just opened, things hadn't completely settled into a routine yet. She couldn't temporarily enjoy the same 6 or 7 hour workdays she had at her previous company. At Janet Quinn's previous supermarket in Foggy Creek, the daily work hours were only around 6 or 7 hours. In the supermarket industry, it was extremely rare for management to work such short hours. But short hours aside, efficiency hadn't dropped at all. If anything, it had improved. Besides adjusting work hours, Janet had also integrated many of her previous company's systems into Grand Apex Supermarket. Her goal now was very clear: to build the University Town branch into a flagship for Grand Apex, and then replicate that successful model across the other chain locations. Once the comprehensive optimization was complete, she would be close to a promotion to regional manager. Of course, achieving this quickly was still quite difficult at this stage. In fact, it was full of challenges. The supermarket in Foggy Creek had built up a stellar reputation over many years. Naturally, they weren't afraid of competitors. But Grand Apex was different. It didn't have that foundation or reputation yet. Facing pressure from their peers, they had clearly fallen behind on the first day. Janet Quinn was growing anxious as well, so she and George Young hurried over to the Grand Apex Alliance office, and there she witnessed a scene she would never forget for the rest of her life. A group of men in black were gathered at the second-floor entrance, puffing away on cigarettes and wreathed in smoke, with saliva flying. They were bragging about how they had effortlessly wiped out a group of over 300 thugs. Defeating over 300 thugs? That sounded like an impossibly tall tale. But looking at how serious they were, it didn't seem like they were just talking big. Forcing herself to stay calm, she continued walking forward. She hadn't gone far when she passed a martial arts gym. Peering through the open doors, good grief, the place was packed with men in black. There were also a few half-grown boys, training there, drenched in sweat. Every now and then, they'd grab a weapon and start hacking and smashing away at a training dummy. That scene terrified her so much she didn't even dare to breathe. What was even crazier was that there was actually a law firm right next door. This law firm looked no different from any ordinary law firm on the outside. But inside, they actually had 2 classrooms set up. In one classroom, there was a sea of those men in black who radiated a heavy street aura. In the other classroom, there was a group of little hoodlums with hair dyed red, yellow, blue, and green. Everyone was buried in their studies. Some were even taking notes diligently. It just looked so out of place no matter how you looked at it. The scene was absolutely surreal. Janet Quinn never would have imagined in a million years that street hoodlums could ever be associated with studying. But here, she was actually witnessing such a ridiculous sight. It completely shattered her worldview. As she walked further in, she realized there were more and more street professionals. Every single one of them had a hostile look in their eyes. None of them looked like they were to be trifled with. If George Young hadn't been leading the way, she would have turned and run away long ago. This was no ordinary company. It was clearly a gang's headquarters, just as she couldn't help but want to remind George Young. If they had taken a wrong turn, something even more terrifying happened. When those fierce-looking street thugs saw George Young, they actually bowed in unison and shouted, "Brother George!" Janet Quinn felt her head throb. She nearly petrified on the spot. How could someone as refined and scholarly as George Young be a gangster? And a boss level 1 at that? How was that even possible? George Young noticed she was standing there motionless. Like a statue, he quickly called out to her. Janet Quinn finally snapped out of it, forcing down the shock in her heart. She followed behind George Young. Feeling uneasy, she arrived at the company entrance. She looked up. Those 3 shimmering golden words, Grand Apex Alliance, were particularly blinding in the sunlight. The name itself radiated a heavy underworld vibe. At this moment, she finally understood. So, the Grand Apex in Grand Apex Supermarket actually meant this. To be honest, the name Grand Apex Supermarket on its own didn't sound like anything special. After all, companies with names starting with that were a dime a dozen. But once you added the word Alliance, the flavor changed immediately. Only a real syndicate would choose a name like that. Of course, even at this point, Ms. Quinn still harbored a sliver of hope in her heart, thinking that everything she saw might just be an illusion, or a trick of her imagination. That was until she followed George Young into the office, and saw the 2 very prominent company regulations hanging on the wall. Especially after seeing the one on the left. She regretted it on the spot. But at the same time, an unprecedented sense of loyalty mysteriously surged in her heart. She had never wanted to be loyal to a company this much in her entire life, the kind where she wouldn't leave even if it killed her. George Young actually felt quite helpless. To be honest, from the start, he had no intention of bringing Janet Quinn to headquarters, but this girl had insisted on coming along, saying there was strength in numbers, and that by brainstorming together, they might come up with a good solution. Stunned now, aren't you? I told you not to come to headquarters, but you insisted. However, right now, he didn't have time to explain the headquarters rules. The top priority was to quickly deal with Vanguard Signature, their formidable rival. Grand Apex Supermarket's first-day sales reached 570,000. The gross profit margin is only about 8%. At this rate, we're barely breaking even at best, and we might even be losing money. Vanguard Signature next door had first-day sales around 900,000. That's nearly double ours. As George Young reported today's performance, his mood grew increasingly heavy. His brows were furrowed tight, although he knew that Vanguard Signature was running its promotion at a loss. If this continued in the long run, Vanguard Signature would likely steal away all of Grand Apex Supermarket's business. People have a herd mentality. Once one supermarket is bustling, and the other is quiet, no matter how good your service is, customers simply won't come. While Grand Apex was somewhat famous in the surrounding counties and towns, it didn't have enough clout in Emerald City yet. Meanwhile, Vanguard Signature was backed by the Vanguard Group. Their brand influence was on a completely different level. If they played by the conventional rules, Grand Apex Supermarket would undoubtedly lose. George Young had suggested earlier, either we don't fight, or we fight to the death. force Vanguard's signature to cave in. After all, executives in large corporations, especially those who stayed on after an acquisition, are most afraid of poor performance metrics. They would certainly be replaced if they incurred long-term losses. However, in the short term, Vanguard's signature didn't need to worry about that. Therefore, this period was the most difficult stage for Grand Apex Supermarket. How to respond to the opponent's price war was crucial. George, do you think we should match them? I actually already had a plan in mind, but I still wanted to hear George Young's thoughts. George Young answered the miss without hesitation. I'm still sticking to our previous strategy. Either we don't fight, or we crush them completely. Janet Quinn finally understood now why I was able to build such a career at such a young age. Looking at this company, she understood why. It was indeed easier to succeed than for ordinary entrepreneurs. Gradually recovering from her shock, and hearing George Young's decisive words, she took a deep breath. After steadying her emotions, she also shared her own views. I agree with Mr. Young's decision. If it were at my previous company, I would never support such an aggressive strategy. After all, my former company had already built up a solid reputation. With that reputation as a backbone, we could take a relatively stable development path, but the situation is different now. Our Grand Apex Supermarket hasn't accumulated enough of a reputation yet. We can't rely on brand loyalty to bypass malicious competition from peers. In this situation, we have no choice but to clear out the enemies around us first and crush the competition. Once we've built a strong enough reputation, we'll be fearless even if we face another price war in the future. Besides that, I think our promotional efforts need to keep pace. Before building a good reputation, customer traffic is equally important. Only by raising our profile and attracting more customers can we then rely on our high-quality service and products to establish a good reputation. That's the only way to create a positive cycle, to make the supermarket's business better and better. However, there is a drawback to this. Currently, we only have one store in Emerald City. If the promotion is too big, it will result in a waste of promotional resources. After all, a single store has a limited capacity. Mr. Young and I discussed the supermarket's plans earlier. We want to build a local brand that can withstand external competition and even drive competitors out of Emerald City. But a single store is far from enough. While increasing our publicity, we also need enough physical locations to handle the traffic. Listening to Janet Quinn's clear and organized analysis, I nodded to myself. Manager Quinn not only had practical experience, but also possessed a strong strategic vision. George Young really had found a treasure this time. With Emerald City as the base for Grand Apex Supermarket, the scale of our operations definitely needed to grow. We needed to open at least 4 or 5 more stores in the city to achieve a certain economy of scale. Furthermore, our commercial complex needs to be completed sooner rather than later. With a commercial complex, it would be like having a shopping mall that belongs to Grand Apex. By then, Grand Apex Supermarket would finally be considered truly on the right track. It would possess the strength to compete with large commercial groups, but to achieve this goal, the funding gap is unusually large. When the discussion was almost over, I looked around at everyone and made the final decisions. First, we must continue opening branch stores. We must ensure there is at least one branch in every district. This will expand our market coverage and strengthen our brand influence. This point can be gradually pushed forward by utilizing the reputation and popularity accumulated early on, once the first flagship store's name is established. Second, we need to handle publicity. Manager Quinn, do you have any thoughts on this? Aside from conventional promotional methods, I don't have any good ideas for the time being, Janet Quinn said honestly. After all, she didn't come from a marketing background, so her ideas in this area were quite limited. On a daily basis, most of her energy was focused on the supermarket's daily operations and management. Then, let's put the publicity plan aside for now. In this era, without short videos and live-streamed commerce, these emerging promotional methods were indeed basically limited to newspapers and radio, these traditional publicity methods, plus the simple and crude method of handing out flyers. Of course, online publicity was possible too, such as blogs or forums, but if there wasn't a topic that was eye-catching enough, the results would be worse than traditional methods. Now let's talk about how to fight Vanguard's signature. George, is our supermarket's membership card System ready now? I turned my gaze toward George Young. George Young nodded. Miss, it's already finished. We had an experienced company in Millington develop it. The system's current testing shows no issues. We plan to launch the membership cards tomorrow, with normal discounts. Combined with recharge bonuses, we expect it will bring us millions in revenue in the short term. This way, we'll have enough capital to fight Vanguard Signature in a price war. Stop, I interrupted him. We can do top-ups, but don't give away spending credit directly. Also, cancel all existing discounts. Cancel the discounts? Miss, we won't have any advantage that way. George Young grew anxious instantly. Miss, didn't you support us fighting Vanguard earlier? Why the sudden change in strategy now? This completely goes against the previous plan. Don't be in a hurry. Answer a few questions for me now. My expression was calm. George Young suppressed his anxiety. Miss, please ask. You should know the concept of equity financing, right? It's the method of letting others invest money by transferring equity and then receiving dividends based on that equity. Our supermarket's checkout system can perform real-time statistics on the sales generated every single minute, right? Yes, it can. The membership system can tally the members who spent money that day and distinguish between members who spent different amounts. Can it also do that? It can. George Young had no idea why the miss was asking these things. The others present felt the same. One moment she asked about equity financing concepts. Then she was asking about the checkout system and the membership system. Of course, they also knew. The miss must have a specific intention in asking, because the miss was never the type of person who liked to talk nonsense. George, tell me, what would happen if we let customers become shareholders in the supermarket? For example, temporary micro-shareholders, say, taking 10% of the daily sales and dividing it among our micro-shareholders. Then set up a large screen to live stream the daily sales figures in real time. What do you think would happen? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. They began to think it over. George Young was the first to react. He slammed the table in excitement. Miss, this move is absolutely brilliant. Miss, you're incredible. Listening to your words is worth more than 10 years of study. This tactic is simply masterclass. Seeing George Young suddenly so excited, Mitch and Lance became curious. They still hadn't understood what the miss meant by those words. Giving away 10% of sales to customers for free? Wasn't that a bit foolish? What does that mean? Why don't I get it? Are we really going to give away shares to customers for free and give them dividends? If that's the case, it would be more efficient if I just handled Vanguard Signature directly instead. George Young replied, Mitch, we are a legitimate company. Janet Quinn also understood the boss's intention. She explained, actually, Mr. Madden, just look at it this way. Giving 10% of sales back to the customers. Isn't that just a 10% discount? It's just a different way of saying it. But Vanguard Signature is offering 15% off. Not only are we not matching them, but we're lowering our discount. That isn't good, is it? Mitch still didn't quite understand. That is the brilliance of the Mrs. Model. George Young stood up and began drawing on the whiteboard. Vanguard's discount is fixed, but at our Grand Apex supermarket, although the percentage is fixed, the results will be completely different. Imagine this. Assume if you spend $200 today, you automatically become tomorrow's micro-shareholder. If the supermarket makes $1 million the next day, and we take $100,000 for dividends, if there are 100 micro-shareholders, each person gets $1,000. If there are only 10 people, each person gets $10,000. In this situation, think about it, Mitch. If your spending needs were higher, which supermarket would you choose? After George Young's explanation, Mitch and Lance understood the logic instantly. In their hearts, they admired the miss even more than before. It really seemed as if no problem could ever stump the miss. Promotional means that ordinary people could think of were nothing more than discounts, gifts, or top-up bonuses, those old tricks. But the miss simply changed the mindset. While still giving away profit, she made the customer's desire to spend skyrocket. Most importantly, while it looked like a 10% discount, they could actually maintain profitability. They weren't selling at a loss like Vanguard Signature at all. If this continued in the long run, Vanguard Signature wouldn't be able to outlast them. However, Mitch suddenly thought of a problem. Miss, what if Vanguard Signature also copies us and runs this kind of dividend event? What should we do? Should we prepare a backup plan? Have you heard the saying? He who learns from me lives. He who mimics me dies. While this method I mentioned is good, it has a fatal loophole. In some respects, this is equivalent to buying a form of privately issued lottery. If you want to be serious about it, it could even be considered illegal gambling. George, you need to coordinate with Theodore Vance later to patch these loopholes. We absolutely cannot leave any incriminating evidence. If necessary, we can have customers sign a short-term equity dividend agreement, treating their spending amount as an investment. I emphasize this point. There were indeed some loopholes in this method. If you scrutinize the entire process carefully, it really was a bit like illegal fundraising or buying a lottery ticket. It was like something that happened on a certain live streaming platform in my past life, which was the card subscribing lucky draw. Only those who paid for a card were eligible for the draw to win large cash prizes. So many streamers were later arrested or fined for the crime of gambling. Even if our method wasn't quite like those card subscribing draws, that relied entirely on luck. If you don't win, you get nothing. But it's still treading on the edge of the law. So, the bugs in this plan must be patched tight. No loopholes can be allowed to exist. Even if the process is a bit more troublesome, it's fine to have customers sign a few more documents. In short, this short-term equity agreement must be standardized. The term can be set very short, but its legal validity must be explicitly clear. After my reminder, George Young also realized the critical importance of this matter. He immediately stated he would produce the most refined plan to ensure that no loopholes would appear. Both he and Janet Quinn felt that coming to the miss was absolutely the right move. It felt as if the clouds had parted to reveal the sun, bringing total clarity. Furthermore, by doing this, they had invisibly dug a massive hole for Vanguard's signature. If you try to learn from me without grasping the essence, then you can't blame anyone else for the consequences. You can only count yourself unlucky. Business competition is inherently cruel. Grand Apex Supermarket's first flagship store must be a resounding success right out of the gate. In this process, any competitor who tries to block the path will simply have to be sent to their grave. After Janet Quinn left the company with George Young, she couldn't help but sigh. The boss. She is truly incredible. This was her first time witnessing boss Vanessa Miller's methods firsthand. That effortless ability to strategize was simply breathtaking. The problems that had been plaguing them were solved just like that in the boss's hands. She even planted a landmine for the opponent while she was at it. She was almost certain that once this micro-shareholder model was launched, Vanguard's signature next door would definitely follow and imitate it. In truth, business competition is often very simple. It's nothing more than you imitating me imitating you. You lower your price. I lower mine even further. The micro-shareholder model is very easy to copy. It just requires a lot of financial resources. But similarly, what the boss said was correct. He who learns from me lives. He who mimics me dies. The boss had already considered the risks and loopholes that this model could easily fall victim to. However, they had a team of professional lawyers. Janet Quinn already knew that the law firm next door was also under the Grand Apex Alliance, with a professional legal team providing protection. Grand Apex Supermarket would basically face zero risk. But the same couldn't be said for Vanguard's signature. George Young agreed wholeheartedly with Janet Quinn. Yeah, the miss is the most business-gifted person I've ever seen. Bar none. Janet Quinn, hearing George Young's heartfelt words, almost couldn't resist asking, if the boss is so gifted, she could easily just focus on business. She could become a nationally renowned entrepreneur. So why run a syndicate? Of course, she could only think those words. She didn't dare say them out loud. By now, she had essentially figured everything out. Syndicate members, or those with syndicate status, generally addressed Vanessa Miller as Miss. They also addressed each other with street-style titles like Brother X or Sister X. Employees without syndicate status basically called her President Miller, Boss, or Ms. Miller, the more normal titles. As for herself, she currently hoped to keep using her previous form of address, not because she didn't want to change, but because she was truly used to saying it. 3 days later, the regional manager of Vanguard's signature, Levi Hunt, came to the University Town branch for an inspection. Of course, regarding this visit, on the surface, he was checking the new store's operations. In reality, He came specifically to gloat over Grand Apex Supermarket's failure. Levi Hunt used to be George Young's subordinate. By relying on his brown-nosing skills, he not only avoided being laid off by the new owners, but even successfully got promoted to Emerald City Regional Manager. The fact that Vanguard Signature suddenly decided to open a branch in University Town was essentially driven by him behind the scenes. The purpose? To get revenge on his former boss, George Young. Back at Vanguard Trade, George Young had never thought much of Levi Hunt. His workability was mediocre, and he loved taking crooked shortcuts. So, when it came to the regional manager nominations, George Young didn't nominate him at all. This had made Levi Hunt hold a deep grudge. Later, George Young was suddenly laid off, and Levi Hunt got his wish, taking over the regional manager spot. The first thing he did after taking office was find out where George Young had gone, upon learning that his old boss was now general manager at a little-known, small supermarket chain, and was planning to open a flagship in Emerald City. Without a second thought, he set the location for Vanguard Signature's new store in University Town. For one, he trusted George Young's eye for location. Choosing a spot right next to him couldn't be wrong. Secondly, it was a chance to put some pressure on his former boss, to let him know that not recommending him as manager was a massive mistake. Levi Hunt nodded after circling his supermarket. Though the service was a bit lacking, business looked quite good. After all, the 15% off promotion was very attractive to customers. Then he found the store manager to check the sales figures for the past few days. Upon learning that daily sales were over 900,000, even breaking 1 million on occasion, he was relatively satisfied. Of course, after asking about his own revenue, he didn't forget to ask about the nearby Grand Apex Supermarket's business. How was Grand Apex Supermarket's revenue yesterday? Levi Hunt leaned back in his chair with his legs crossed. Roughly about 1/3 of ours. Their sales yesterday were 296,508.82.92, the manager replied. Levi Hunt heard that the competitors' sales were only about 1/3 of theirs, and he became smug instantly. It seemed their price war strategy had succeeded, as long as they persisted for a while, and crushed Grand Apex Supermarket. Their store would be the sole player left here. The key thing was, he could thoroughly humiliate that guy George Young. Just as Levi Hunt was pondering how to go over to George Young and gloat in front of him, he finally realized something was off. No, wait a second. How do you know the exact amount so specifically? The sales figure is accurate down to the decimal point. Don't tell me you've planted a spy in their supermarket? What a talent. Normally, judging a competitor's daily sales was based entirely on estimation. After all, their daily revenue would never be shared with an outsider. Boss, our clerks saw it themselves. They've hung a large screen at the checkout, displaying real-time sales data. Levi Hunt looked astonished. Is there really someone that stupid, disclosing business secrets like that? Or has their team been beaten so hard they've lost their minds? I'm going to go take a look. Though he didn't know what Grand Apex Supermarket was up to, hearing the manager's words actually made him feel a bit eager to go and see it for himself. In a sense, financial reports themselves were business secrets. Keep in mind that even listed companies don't disclose operating data in real time. Was George Young so desperate he was clutching at straws? Or had he just given up the fight? Whatever the reason, this was a perfect chance to mock George Young. However, when he arrived at the entrance of Grand Apex Supermarket, he was completely stunned. His face was full of disbelief. Wait, is this really the supermarket with daily sales of less than 300,000? Grand Apex Supermarket's customer traffic was clearly much higher than Vanguard Signature's. There was even a queue forming at the entrance. Levi Hunt instinctively looked at the promotional board at the supermarket entrance. He surprisingly didn't see any discount information. Out of curiosity, he stepped directly through the doors. As soon as he entered, he saw 3 large display screens hanging above the checkout counters. On the screens, a string of blue numbers was jumping in real time. The figure on them had already become 915,624, and every few seconds or dozen seconds, it would update. According to this trend, today's sales for Grand Apex Supermarket would at least reach over 1.5 million. Beneath the display screens, some customers were gathered around, watching the numbers. Some were even shouting, up, 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 go faster. They looked like retail investors in the stock market, behaving a bit crazily. Some, perhaps annoyed by the slow increase, told those around them, "I'm going to the neighborhood to spread the word, to see who wants to go to the supermarket. I'll recommend they come here. I'll go call some friends too." After someone proposed this, a portion of people were clearly swayed, also stating they would go back to bring people in to shop. This sight left Levi Hunt stunned. His head was buzzing. Customers helping the supermarket recruit more people? What the hell? He had never seen such a ridiculous operation. Could they be paid actors? Just as Levi Hunt prepared to investigate further, wanting to figure out exactly what Grand Apex had done to attract so many customers, a familiar voice came from behind. "Mr. Hunt, what a coincidence. Do you have some advice for me?" Levi Hunt had originally come here, wanting to see George Young's anxious and dejected face, and to mock him while showing off. But he hadn't expected his plan to fail. The other party had used some unknown method to directly boost the supermarket sales. Even today, their sales had far exceeded those of Vanguard Signature. Levi Hunt forced out a thin smile. "I wouldn't dare. I just wanted to visit my old boss." "Mr. Young, business is quite good, I see." "Well, you can see it for yourself." George Young pointed at the large screen, not hiding anything. "In 7 hours, 900,000 in sales is right there." Levi Hunt's expression was a bit strained. "Mr. Young, we are acquaintances after all. Tell me, are these numbers faked?" George Young let out a soft snort. "Mr. Hunt, we've worked together for so many years. Don't you know me? I'm not like certain people who like to use trickery. I'm not targeting you, though." "Mr. Hunt, please don't misunderstand." Although Levi Hunt was fuming inside, he still managed to smile. "Of course. Mr. Young was once my superior, and he took great care of me. How could he target me?" He emphasized those last few words heavily, his tone laced with sarcasm. George Young smiled slightly. "It's good that you didn't misunderstand. Mr. Hunt has come from afar. Why don't I take you on a tour of our Grand Apex supermarket?" Levi Hunt rejected him immediately. He had come to show off and gloat. Since he failed, he wouldn't go looking for more discomfort. "No, that's fine. I'll just have a look around on my own. Mr. Young's business is so good. He's probably very busy. I won't trouble you." George Young could guess what Levi Hunt was thinking. The guy likely saw how good Grand Apex's business was, and wanted to find out exactly what kind of event they were running. If George kept pestering him, the guy would probably turn and leave right away. Then he wouldn't be able to get the guy hooked. "All right then, had your look, Mr. Hunt. I'll get back to work." After saying that, George Young walked away coolly with his hands in his pockets. Levi Hunt didn't care about gloating or mocking George Young anymore. The most urgent thing now was to figure out exactly what this guy had done. Soon, through some customers' talk and the event announcement, he figured out the logic behind it. Upon learning the methods used by Grand Apex, his eyes also lit up. Although he usually disliked George Young, and even harbored some hostility toward him, he had to admire it. The activity plan George Young had designed was simply genius. It had actually applied discounts directly to the membership system. It greatly amplified every customer's sense of participation. Through the large screen displaying sales in real time, it gave customers a feeling of being involved in creating this success. No wonder those customers liked watching the sales figures on the big screen. No wonder they were hyped up, even desperately trying to recruit people to shop at the supermarket, packaging discounts as investment returns, and making customers proactively bring in more business. He's a damn genius. After figuring all this out, Levi Hunt could no longer sit still. He hurriedly left Grand Apex Supermarket. He had to get back quickly to have Vanguard Signature copy this plan. Although George Young had left earlier, he had sent a clerk to keep an eye on Levi Hunt. It wasn't about worrying Levi would copy the plan, but rather knowing what kind of trash the guy was. When George Young was the VP of Vanguard, Levi Hunt was a store manager, and also one of the candidates for regional manager. For a store manager to be promoted to regional manager, the most important factor was the store's performance, including sales and other metrics. As a comprehensive assessment of ability to become regional manager, this guy had deliberately sent people to the supermarkets run by other managers to cause trouble, planting expired products in competitor stores, and making malicious reports about fire safety issues. Precisely because George saw through his character, he was unwilling to promote him. After Levi Hunt left, the clerk found George Young to report. "Brother George, that guy was very focused on our micro-shareholder activity. He posed as a passerby to ask many customers questions, and even took notes in a notebook. I feel like he might copy our event. Should I notify Brother Mitch to handle him? This clerk was a core member of the Grand Apex Alliance. Seeing someone wanting to copy their supermarket's event, he was naturally indignant and annoyed. The micro-shareholder experience event Grand Apex created set the threshold at $200. Spending $200 makes one a shareholder for 1 day. Spending $1,000 makes one a shareholder for 5 days. The temporary limit is a maximum of 7 days as a micro-shareholder. Because they weren't sure yet how long it would take to crush Vanguard's signature, they kept some things in reserve. Moreover, this kind of thing shouldn't be done for long. If done too long, the supermarket wouldn't make much money, and customers would lose the sense of novelty. If customers aren't coming to shop but for the promotion, it won't be a good thing in the long run. It would also stray from the original intention of opening the supermarket. Let him copy it. The Miss said, "He who learns from me lives. He who mimics me dies." They won't be able to cause any trouble. George Young thought of something and asked, "By the way, our lounge specifically for signing contracts. We didn't let him in, right?" "No, he didn't spend anything at our supermarket. Without a receipt, one cannot enter the contract room," the clerk replied. George Young nodded. He had a clear idea now. Everything was indeed as the Miss predicted. "All right, get back to work." "Okay, Brother George." After pondering for a moment, George Young picked up his phone and dialed Theodore Vance's number, telling him about the situation here. He asked him to send a lawyer over to gather evidence, specifically for things like running an illegal gambling house or illegal fundraising. They were looking for anything that could stick. In truth, even if Vanguard's signature didn't have a carefully drafted equity dividend contract, like Grand Apex Supermarket did, defining those specific crimes wouldn't be easy. But George still had complete trust in Theodore Vance. The lead counsel, whom the Miss valued so highly, clearly had his own extraordinary methods. He would surely help their neighbors at Vanguard's signature walk a very secure legal path. After hanging up, George Young turned his focus back to his own supermarket. For this micro-shareholder event, they had meticulously prepared for 2 days. They had already signed a batch of micro-shareholders yesterday. As those micro-shareholders exerted their influence today, by the time they closed at 9 p.m., daily sales officially broke the $2 million mark. Looking at the striking figures on the report, George Young was incredibly excited. He couldn't wait to give me a call. On the other end of the line, hearing the 2 million figure, I was also a little surprised. This number directly refreshed Grand Apex Supermarket's single-day, single-store sales record. Even though there was almost zero profit, it was still a fantastic start. What about Vanguard's signature? Roughly, how much did they do? Ms. For Vanguard's signature. Our side estimates they did less than 600,000. George Young's tone was ecstatic as he spoke. That was the gap right there. Despite having deeper discounts than Grand Apex, their sales were being completely crushed. Keep up the momentum. Aim to completely break them within 2 weeks. Dragging it out isn't good for us either, I emphasized. If a supermarket promotion runs for too long, it's easy to condition the customer's spending habits, just like bargain shopping apps in my past life. The emergence of those apps truly changed the spending habits of many people. From a customer's perspective, the prices are incredibly low, and you can even get a refund without returning the item. That's indeed great for the consumer. But from a merchant's perspective, it has a purely negative impact. If you want to provide service and quality, you must have a certain profit margin. But that leads to higher prices, and then no one buys your products. Because conditioned customers will feel you're selling things too expensively. In the end, you're forced to sell at low prices, just to survive the race to the bottom with competitors. And lowering prices means you need to cut costs, product quality, service, and everything else will naturally decline, creating a vicious cycle. The reason I said this was because I didn't want Grand Apex Supermarket to encourage bad habits in our customers. Grand Apex never intended to be a low-price player, running a business at a loss, just to build a reputation. Instead, it was to be built as a service-first, quality-driven chain that could provide customers with the best possible shopping experience. So, no matter what, this kind of activity couldn't go on for too long. Understood, miss. George Young suddenly remembered something and asked, "By the way, miss, some customers have asked if the dividends we provide can be returned as direct cash. No, that's a matter of principle. I vetoed it immediately. All dividends will be credited directly to their membership cards. As for whether they transfer those cards or sell them to others, that has nothing to do with us. George Young understood the Mrs. Meaning instantly. The logic was like the stock market. If you wanted the cash out, you could only trade or transfer your position, or use your membership card balance to buy things for others. In short, the supermarket didn't care what customers did on their own. The only thing was that they couldn't exchange it for cash at the store. Otherwise, even with a signed contract, it would be easy for someone with an agenda to use it against us. After hanging up, George Young passed the instructions to Janet Quinn. With Janet Quinn's professional expertise, she would surely handle these customer inquiries perfectly. The next day, when George Young arrived at the store for an inspection, he discovered that Vanguard Signature had indeed withdrawn their previous event. They had launched a new one using the exact same tactics. Only the name wasn't micro shareholders. It was called Massive Consumer Rebates. The threshold was slightly lower, allowing anyone who spent $198 to participate. They had also set up a large screen to broadcast their supermarket sales figures in real time. Admittedly, by using the same method, Vanguard Signature sales did see a slight recovery, but they still couldn't match Grand Apex Supermarket. After all, Grand Apex had been the first to start, and by providing high dividends to some early customers, they had already built word of mouth and scale. Take Grand Apex Supermarket. On the day before the dividend started, sales were only 290,000. At that time, there weren't many customers who met the dividend criteria. By the next day, sales hit 2 million. This meant the people who spent money the previous day received at least $300 or $400 each. It was equivalent to the $200 they spent yesterday. Not only being free, but they even turned a profit, even if converting it to cash was a bit of a hassle. It was more than enough to get them excited. UCAS, therefore, with the publicity from that first batch of dividend earners, the enthusiasm for shopping at Grand Apex today was even higher. Because Vanguard Signature's event was rushed out too early, technical issues appeared in their real-time sales reporting. The numbers would glitch frequently. One moment sales would skyrocket absurdly, and the next, they would suddenly drop. This caused many customers to lose trust in them. Aside from that, there was one more point: service. Aside from not providing cashback, Grand Apex's service was truly beyond reproach. For example, the produce bag moisteners. They placed moistened grip pads, like ping-pong balls, near the shopping bags to help customers who struggled with dry hands trying to open the bags. The tasting stations were generously stocked. As soon as the samples ran a bit low, they were replenished immediately, and no one would stare at you while you sampled the food. They provided baby shopping carts and specialized carts for the elderly, which were equipped with magnifying glasses and seats. They even placed step stools for children by the shelves. The attention to detail was overwhelming. In the manager's office of Vanguard Signature, Levi Hunt's face was contorted with rage. He slammed the documents in his hand onto the desk, roaring with fury, "Someone give me an explanation. I've brought the entire activity model over for you. So why can't we get the numbers up? Our sales haven't even made a dent in Grand Apex's business. What are you all getting paid for?" He was furious, not only at the incompetence of the management team, but also because he was once again being suppressed by George Young. He was extremely frustrated. The store manager of Vanguard Signature, the owners, and the supervisors all stood with their heads bowed. In truth, they knew exactly where part of the problem lay. It was the service. Grand Apex's service was miles ahead of theirs. From the moment a customer walked in, they were provided with meticulous care. Even though they had also emphasized the importance of service to their staff, the clerks' attitudes were incredibly perfunctory. There was zero motivation. With a salary only slightly over $1,000 and grueling 12-hour shifts, less than a week after opening, 5 employees had already submitted their resignations. If business was slow, it might have been okay. They could have slacked off a bit. But now they were busy from morning till night. Yet their pay remained the same miserly amount, while they were being ordered to improve their service, treating customers like they're your own parents. Who the hell would actually want to do that? It's just like the saying goes online: for such a measly salary, why are you busting your ass? Look at Grand Apex Supermarket next door. Their staff only has to work 6 hours a day. And because they've been so busy with the opening events lately, Janet Quinn, the manager over there, actually gave out extra cash bonuses to the staff. Right in front of everyone. $100 for every person. They work 6 hours a day, and they get a $100 daily cash bonus on top of it. Then look at them. They have absolutely nothing. It was already a miracle they hadn't quit yet. Expecting them to improve their service was a joke. Therefore, the store manager of Vanguard Signature was powerless against the staff's passive-aggressive behavior and perfunctory service. He could only turn a blind eye to it. After all, the pay was low, and the workload was intense. No one would be happy in that situation. So how could he expect them to be hyped up? To serve the customers. Of course, they wouldn't report this situation to Manager Hunt. If they did, they'd definitely be scolded for making excuses and blaming the employees for the poor performance. Just then, the supermarket supervisor's eyes darted around, and he suddenly spoke up. Manager Hunt, the reason we haven't surpassed Grand Apex Supermarket is that we started our promotions later than them, allowing customers to develop spending habits there first. However, we still have a chance to overtake them. Levi Hunt's interest was instantly piqued. Tell me more. The supervisor immediately shared his plan. I've looked into it. Over at Grand Apex Supermarket, the dividends they give to customers can't be cashed out. They can only be used to top up cards. Some customers are very dissatisfied with this because they want actual cash. They're forced to sell their membership cards at a discount or buy items for others to get their money back. Ooh, manager, if we can provide actual cash rebates, those customers will definitely be swayed. As for the spending threshold for our supermarket, we could also make some adjustments. For example, if they top up a certain amount, they can participate in dividends even without spending. We can also use the money from customer top-ups for the dividend pool. That way, we don't touch the payment for goods, and we can submit a very beautiful financial report to the company. The store manager felt a faint sense of unease upon hearing the supervisor's words, sensing that something was off. No matter how he looked at it, this plan felt a little bit like the illegal fundraising schemes he'd seen in the news. But before he could warn the manager, Levi Hunt slammed the table. Great idea! Grand Apex Supermarket wants to hoard the customer's money without cash outs. We'll do the exact opposite. We'll be generous and use direct cash rebates. We'll put $1 million in cash right at the entrance. That site will definitely be impactful. By then, all the customers will be flocking to our store. Good, very good. Levi Hunt looked at the supervisor with satisfaction. I didn't expect a small supermarket to be hiding a talent like you. You've done well. You've got vision. We'll go ahead and do exactly as you said. If this works out, I'll promote you to be a store manager at another location. Thank you, Manager Hunt. The supervisor was ecstatic. In reality, he'd only happened to overhear a customer talking about this that morning, and thinking it made sense, he presented it as his own. He hadn't expected it to perfectly match the manager's desires. It was truly an unexpected surprise. No sooner said than done. That very afternoon, Vanguard Signature managed to scrounge up $1 million in cash and stacked it up neatly inside a glass display case at the supermarket entrance. To prevent anyone from getting any ideas, the supermarket even hired several bodyguards. Sure enough, after this display, Vanguard Signature's business saw a significant boost. By the second day, they had directly matched Grand Apex Supermarket's daily revenue. And that wasn't even counting the money from membership top-ups. If that was included, they had completely surpassed Grand Apex. After all, the supermarket opening events had been going on for several days now. The local residents had already bought just about everything they needed. If they kept buying at this rate, their wallets wouldn't be able to take it, and they simply didn't need that many household supplies at home. But topping up money, that was a different story. So, when many people saw that they could earn dividends just by depositing money at Vanguard Signature, and that they could even get cash back, quite a few seniors began treating it like a financial investment product, topping up their cards with $3, $5, or even $10,000. In their eyes, this wasn't just a supermarket promotion. It was like free money falling from the sky. Vanguard Signature once again dominated the revenue charts, surpassing Grand Apex Supermarket. George Young naturally knew what the competition was doing, but he wasn't worried at all. He had already received a reply from Theodore Vance. The evidence was almost fully collected. They could close the net at any time. However, before that, they needed to end their own event first. Currently, Most of the back is they breaching. The situation at Vanguard Signature was getting a bit crazy. It was like a powder keg about to explode. Once it blew, it would be bad news if Grand Apex Supermarket got dragged into it. Even though their supermarket had followed all the proper legal and compliant procedures and hadn't offered any cash rebates, public opinion could be irrational sometimes. Since Vanguard Signature was doomed anyway, there was no point in continuing to compete with them. Ultimately, after waiting for the final batch of micro-shareholder dividends to end, Grand Apex Supermarket officially announced the end of the promotion. When Levi Hunt heard the news, he thought Grand Apex Supermarket had admitted defeat, making him even more arrogant. Giving up already? George Young, oh George Young, you're nothing special after all. Then he took out the performance report for the University Town branch of Vanguard Signature and looked it over. His eyes were practically glowing. In just half a month since opening, membership top-ups were nearing $10 million. The financial report was beautiful. Then he thought of something and slapped his thigh. With such a successful model, how could he limit it to just one store? That same day, all 6 Vanguard Signature locations in Emerald City simultaneously launched the cash rebate top-up event. A month later, the accountant for the Emerald City branch was trembling as she held the report. Manager Hunt, the total membership top-ups for the 6 stores have broken 80 million. But we have to pay out over 8 million in dividends this month. And our actual sales revenue hasn't seen much of a change. The accountant's meaning was clear. The actual revenue and the membership top-up amounts were completely out of balance. If this continued, something was going to go wrong. What are you panicking for? Levi Hunt waved his hand dismissively. As long as the top-up amounts keep growing, the financial report will look good. By the time I'm promoted at the end of the year, I'll find a way to fix it. Of course, that was just what he said on the surface. In reality, he was also terrified. He realized that he couldn't stop even if he wanted to. The project had grown too big, reaching a point where he wanted to end it, but was physically unable to do so. On the other side, although George Young had known Levi Hunt's character for a long time, he was still shocked by the scale of his move. This was getting absolutely insane. If this bubble burst and no one protected him, he'd be rotting in a cell for the rest of his life. Of course, there was one advantage to Levi Hunt's status. He wasn't the company's legal representative. He might get a lighter sentence. The one truly in trouble would be the legal representative of Vanguard Trade, who had unwittingly become the fall guy, while George Young was still wondering if Levi Hunt would pack up and flee. Once he realized he'd caused a disaster, the miss called, "George, the funds are ready. Prepare to take over all of Vanguard Signature's assets." George Young grew excited instantly. "Yes, miss.